All right, let's look at the rules that will certainly not be followed. Is anybody even still hanging out? Did we lose Steve? Steve, you here? He might be AFK. Let me look. Did we lose Steve? No, he's still here. Hell yeah. Okay, so we got
I'm still here.
Okay, cool. I will stream this for
muted.
you. No, you're you're good. I'm gonna stream this for you as well in Discord, so you can be where I am. The hell is
You didn't
this?
hear anything so far?
No, I heard a little bit, but I got to talking to my roommate, and I offered some of this insane chicken that I've been buying at fucking Sam's Club, and then we just got to talking about chicken, and I basically forced some chicken upon him. It's like, no, you have to try this. He's like, oh shit, that is good. Yeah, I'll take some of that. And so we just had chicken conversations. I did hear that we started swinging right away. I heard the first question was like, I don't even think I heard the question, but I heard Biden's answer was like, well, this guy said everything's going to be fine. You just should inject some bleach in your arm. First answer. And I was like, oh, shit, dude. Biden's coming out swinging. He also sounds tired as fuck, bro.
Yeah, so he's... I don't know. He's not looking good.
Yeah. I don't know if Trump's going to look great either, though. I haven't seen much. Is he looking good what you saw?
It was pretty normal. I just mean, like, the way they were talking. Like, Biden seems 80 years older than him.
Yeah. Maybe at halftime, they'll shoot him up with something.
Right.
And maybe this is part of the strat, too. Dude, honestly, this might be part of the strat, because if you think about this, no one's watching this debate that's probably really too undecided, right? Like, if anything, if you're going to do something in this debate, you probably just want to make the other guy look bad. I know that's like the point of debates or whatever, but if for weeks now they've been saying, oh, Biden's going to come in all hopped up on dope and drugs, and they just send him in straight after a fucking nap, bro, that just like discredits everything they've been talking about for multiple weeks. That might be part of the strat. I don't know. Questions are 2 minutes, responses are 1 minute, rebuttals 1 minute, moderator's discretion 1 minute. Okay.
An additional minute for follow-up, clarification, or response is at the moderator's discretion.
When it's time for a candidate to speak, his microphone will be turned on and his opponent's microphone will be turned off. Should a candidate interrupt when his microphone is muted, he will be difficult to understand for viewers at home. At the end of the debate, each candidate will get 2 minutes for closing statements. There is no studio audience tonight. Pre-written notes, props, or contact with campaign staff are not permitted during the debate. By accepting our invitation to debate, both candidates and their campaigns agreed to accept these rules.
Wow.
Please welcome the 46th President of the United States, Joe Biden.
Look at him. Did he just point at Trump? Did he just point at him?
I don't think he's out there yet.
And please welcome the 45th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
He just looks so awkward, bro. I mean, they both do, but I expected him to have a little more gusto, a little more confidence.
Gentlemen, thanks so much for being here. Let's begin the debate, and let's start with the issue that voters consistently say is their top concern, the economy. President Biden, inflation has slowed, but prices remain high. Since you took office, the price of essentials has increased. For example, a basket of groceries that cost $100 then now costs more than $120. And typical home prices have jumped more than 30%. What do you say to voters who feel they are worse off under your presidency than they were under President Trump?
We got to take a look at what I was left when I became president and what Mr. Trump left me. We had an economy that was in free fall. The pandemic was so badly handled. Many people were dying. All he said was, it's not that serious. Just inject a little bleach into your arm. You'll be all right. The economy collapsed. There were no jobs. Unemployment rate rose to 15%. It was terrible. And so what we had to do is try to put things back together again. And that's exactly what we began to do. We created 15,000 new jobs. We brought out the position where we have 800,000 new manufacturing jobs. But there's more to be done. There's more to be done. Working class people are still in trouble. I come from Scranton, Pennsylvania. I come of a household where the kitchen table, if the things weren't able to be met during the month, it was a problem. Price of eggs, the price of gas, the price of housing, the price of a whole range of things. That's why I'm working so hard to make sure I deal with those problems. And we're going to make sure that we reduce the price of housing. We're going to make sure we build 2 million new units. We're going to make sure we cap rents so corporate greed can't take over. The combination, what I was left with in corporate greed, is the reason why we're in this problem right now. In addition to that, we're in a situation where if you take a look at all that was done in his administration, he didn't do much at all. By the time things were in chaos, literally chaos. And so we put things back together. We created, I said, those jobs. We make sure we had a situation where we brought down the price of prescription drugs, which is a major issue for many people, to $15 for a insulin shot as opposed to $400. No senior has to pay more than $200 for any drug, all the drugs they can include beginning next year. And the situation is we're going to make that available to everybody, to all Americans.
Damn.
So we're working to bring down the price around the kitchen table, and that's what we're going to get done.
He sounds like a robot for sure.
The greatest economy in the history of our country. We have never done so well. Everybody was amazed by it. Other countries were copying us. We got hit with COVID, and when we did, we spent the money necessary so we wouldn't end up in a Great Depression, the likes of which we had in 1929.
Take credit for warp speed.
So we did a great job. We got a lot of credit for the economy, a lot of credit for the military, and no wars, and so many other things. Everything was rocking good. But the thing we never got the credit for, and we should have, is getting us out of that COVID mess. He created mandates that was a disaster for our country. But other than that, we had given them back a country where the stock market actually was higher than pre-COVID, and nobody thought that was even possible. The only jobs he created are for illegal immigrants and bounce-back jobs, a bounce back from the COVID. He has not done a good job. He's done a poor job, and inflation's killing our country. It is absolutely killing us.
Thank you. President Biden?
Well, look, the greatest economy in the world, he's the only one who thinks that, I think. I don't know anybody else who thinks he had the greatest economy in the world. And, you know, the fact of the matter is that we found ourselves in a situation where his economy, he rewarded the wealthy. He had the largest tax cut in American history, $2 trillion. He raised a deficit larger than any president has in any one term. He's the only president other than Herbert Hoover who's lost more jobs than he had when he began, since Herbert Hoover. The idea that he did something that was significant. And the military, you know, when he was president, they were still killing people in Afghanistan. He didn't do anything about that. When he was president, we were still finding ourselves in a position where you had a notion that we were this safe country. The truth is, I'm the only president this century that doesn't have this decade, that doesn't have any troops dying anywhere in the world like he did.
President Trump, I want to follow up if I can.
Am I allowed to respond to him?
Well, I'm going to ask you a follow-up. You can do whatever you want with the minute that we give you. I want to follow up. You want to impose a 10% tariff.
Don't give him that much.
Coming into the U.S. How will you ensure that that doesn't drive prices even higher?
Avoid the question.
It's just going to cost countries that have been ripping us off for years, like China and many others, in all fairness to China. It's going to just force them to pay us a lot of money, reduce our deficit tremendously, and give us a lot of power for other things. But he made a statement. The only thing he was right about is I gave you the largest tax cut in history. I also gave you the largest regulation cut in history. That's why we had all the jobs. And the jobs went down, and then they bounced back, and he's taking credit for bounce back jobs. You can't do that. He also said he inherited 9% inflation. Now, he inherited almost no inflation, and it stayed that way for 14 months. And then it blew up under his leadership because they spent money like a bunch of people that didn't know what they were doing. And they don't know what they're doing. It's probably the worst administration in history. There's never been. And as far as Afghanistan is concerned, I was getting out of Afghanistan, but we were getting out with dignity, with strength, with power. He got out. It was the most embarrassing day in the history of our country's life.
President Trump, over the last 8 years, under both of your administrations, the national debt soared to record highs. And according to a new...
And to be fair, I think that Trump actually set the deadline date that they had to be out of Afghanistan by. Somebody can fact check that if they want to, but I'm almost like, I'd be willing to bet money on that before it even came in, there was like a deadline. So yeah. Yeah. So it's one of those things...
In the still shot.
Bro. Yeah, this is going to be the greatest fucking senior battle of all time.
Yeah, it's really two old men yelling at each other.
No, this is a better screenshot. This one's better, actually. Oh, my God.
Analysis, President Trump, your administration approved $8.4 trillion in new debt, while so far, President Biden, you've approved $4.3 trillion in new debt. So, former President Trump, many of the tax cuts that you signed into law are set to expire next year. You want to extend them and go even further, you say. With the U.S. facing trillion-dollar deficits and record debt, why should top earners and corporations pay even less in taxes than they do now?
True. The tax cuts spurred the greatest economy that we've ever seen just prior to COVID. And even after COVID, it was so strong that we were able to get through COVID much better than just about any other country. But we spurred, that tax spurred. Now, when we cut the taxes,
the tax spurred.
The corporate tax was cut down to 21% from 39%, plus beyond that. We took in more revenue with much less tax, and companies were bringing back trillions of dollars back into our country. The country was going like never before, and we were ready to start paying down debt. We were ready to start using the liquid gold right under our feet, the oil and gas right under our feet. We were going to have something that nobody else has had. We got hit with COVID. We did a lot to fix it. I gave him an unbelievable situation with all of the therapeutics and all of the things that we came up with. We gave him something great. Remember, more people died under his administration, even though we had largely fixed it. More people died under his administration than our administration, and we were right in the middle of it, something which a lot of people don't like to talk about. But he had far more people dying in his administration. He did the mandate, which is a disaster, mandating it. The vaccine went out. He did a mandate on the vaccine, which is the thing that people most objected to about the vaccine. And he did a very poor job, just a very poor job. And I will tell you, not only poor there, but throughout the entire world, we're no longer respected as a country. They don't respect our leadership. They don't respect the United States anymore. We're like a third world nation between weaponization of his election, trying to go after his political opponent, all of the things he's done. We've become like a third world nation, and it's a shame. The damage he's done to our country. And I'd love to ask him, and will, why he allowed millions of people to come in here from prisons, jails, and mental institutions to come into our country and destroy our country.
President Trump, we will get to immigration later in this block. President Biden, I want to give you an opportunity to respond to this question about the national debt.
All right. We're going to be paused a little bit just because there is like some stuff I want to respond to. I forgot whatever the first thing was. I'd like to know under like... I don't remember when the vaccine came out. I think Trump gets to take credit for that if he wants to, right? Like that came out under him, and then the mandate did come out under Biden. And the thing that nobody wants to like, or I don't want to say no, but like things that people don't think about is like whenever you look at something retrospectively, and we go, okay, well, COVID, obviously the mandates were kind of like an over. That was like a step too far, right? Like they weren't needed, but at the time, when they came up with those mandates and everybody was like saying masks and social distance and all this stuff, the whole thing was like we didn't fucking know really how bad it was going to be, right? So whenever you like, yes, it's real easy to look back and go, yeah, the mandates fucked up some things, but then it would have been equally, if history was a little bit different, it would have been equally easy to go back and go like, man, if we had just mandated stuff, we could have saved a shit ton of people. So it's like really hard to fucking retrospectively, you know, look at something, at a decision like that and not think about, like, what's the reason we made this decision at this time? It was, like, to save people because we didn't know what the fuck we were in. There's another point I wanted to make that I don't remember, but maybe we'll get back to it.
He had the largest national debt of any president in a 4-year period, number one. Number two, that $2 trillion tax cut benefited the very wealthy.
Yes, that's true.
Fix the tax system. For example, we have 1,000 trillionaires in America. I mean, billionaires in America. And what's happening? They're in a situation where they, in fact, pay 8.2% in taxes. If they just paid 24% or 25%, either one of those numbers, they'd raise $500 million, billion dollars, I should say, in a 10-year period. We'd be able to wipe out his debt. We'd be able to help make sure that all those things we need to do, child care, elder care, making sure that we continue to strengthen our health care system, making sure that we're able to make every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the with the COVID. Excuse me, with dealing with everything we have to do with. Look,
He loses it.
if we beat Medicare,
It hurts.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump?
Well, he's right. He did beat Medicare. He beat it to death, and he's destroying Medicare.
Wow.
All of these people are coming in. They're putting them on Medicare. They're putting them on Social Security. They're going to destroy Social Security. This man is going to single-handedly destroy Social Security. These millions and millions of people coming in, they're trying to put them on Social Security. He will wipe out Social Security. He will wipe out Medicare. So he was right in the way he finished that sentence. And it's a shame. What's happened to our country in the last 4 years is not to be believed. Foreign countries, I'm friends with a lot of people, they cannot believe what happened to the United States of America. We're no longer respected. They don't like us.
Cool.
We give them
Same
everything
stuff.
they want, and they think we're stupid. They think we're very stupid people. What we're doing for other countries, and they do nothing for us. What this man has done is absolutely criminal.
Thank you, President Trump. Dana?
This is the
Not literally.
All right, quick little jump in here. Okay, so there's like two different ways to look at this, right? Like, yeah, it's bad that fucking Biden totally forgot what the fuck he was even gonna say there. And it was like, I was sitting here spinning my hands. Yeah, dude, yeah, and I like how Social Security is automatically granted to everyone. Yeah, dude, please, where's mine? So that's the other thing, too, dude. I was talking to my uncle about this, and not even in depth, but it's just like him voicing what he's most worried about, and it's like the border. And I know that it's only because, like, we're letting all these immigrants come into our country and we're granting them amnesty and blah, 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 blah. And, like, that's, you know, that doesn't make them citizens. And that doesn't mean that they can vote. You know what I mean? It's a little bit different. And then also, isn't cutting Social Security, like, isn't that, like, a conservative thing anyway? Like, that Social Security sounds like a fucking, social safety net sounds like a very democratic idea to me. And I would think, yeah, I would just think that, yeah, if you wanted them to ruin it, then that would be a good thing for you. But instead, what I would have done if I was Trump is I would have done the Trump thing, and I would have talked shit. I would have been like, this guy doesn't even know what the fuck he's talking about. You know what I mean? I would have laid into his ass. And the fucking, what was I gonna say? I lost my point. But oh yeah, so Trump just playing the same record of like, let's blame this guy, what this guy has done. Nobody respect, like, you've already given this answer and you've already said this. So is it better that Biden forgot his answer or that Trump didn't fucking have one? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. This is just so cringe.
First presidential election.
I just was hoping, man, I kind of was hoping that Trump would be a little crazier just for the entertainment value. And I kind of was hoping they were going to shoot Joe full of drugs so that he could fucking not fall asleep up here. Bailey wanted to come in. She heard me getting passionate.
Since the Supreme
He has a
Court
lot of
overturned
opinions.
Roe v. Wade.
She does.
This morning, the court ruled on...
Let's catch up with Magic Caster here, and then we'll jump back a sec. I mean, if Trump just says the same thing over and over, I feel like his base would just cheer. I mean, that's very true, dude. That's very true. And we were also talking about, like, the strat of sending Joe in right after a nap kind of counteracts the whole narrative. Like, they've been saying he's going to be full of drugs, he's going to be blah, 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 blah. It's crazy.
yet another abortion case, temporarily allowing emergency abortions to continue in Idaho, despite that state's restrictive ban. Former President Trump, you take
one more time. Hold on.
Wade. This morning, the court ruled on yet another abortion case, temporarily allowing emergency abortions to continue in Idaho, despite that state's restrictive ban. Former President Trump, you take credit for the decision to overturn Roe v. Wade, which returned the issue of abortion to the states.
Correct.
However, the federal government still plays a role in whether or not women have access to abortion pills. They're used in about 2/3 of all abortions. As president, would you block abortion medication?
First of all, the Supreme Court just approved the abortion pill, and I agree with their decision to have done that, and I will not block it. And if you look at this whole question that you're asking, complex but not really complex. 51 years ago, you had Roe v. Wade, and everybody wanted to get it back to the states. Everybody, without exception. Democrats, Republicans, liberals, conservatives. Everybody wanted it back. Religious leaders. And what I did is I put 3 great Supreme Court justices on the court, and they happened to vote in favor of killing Roe v. Wade and moving it back to the states. This is something that everybody wants.
I happened to put 3 Supreme Justices on the court, and they just happened to... That one more time. I just want to make sure I didn't hear that.
And what I did is I put 3 great Supreme Court justices on the court, and they happened to vote in favor of killing Roe v. Wade and moving it back to the states. This is something that everybody wanted. Now, 10 years ago or so, they
everybody
about how many weeks and how.
Let's. I don't even think I have to go away. I think that I can just say this without having to show the numbers. But I think that like the wild majority of Americans support women having the right to abortion.
This and getting into other things, but every legal scholar throughout the world, the most.
But every legal scholar in the world is going to refute what I just said. That's what he's going to say.
Respected, wanted it brought back to the states. I did that. Now the states are working it out. If you look at Ohio, it was a decision that was an end result that was a little bit more liberal than you would have thought. Kansas, I would say the same thing. Texas.
Bro is giving away the game. He's literally going, I threw it back to the states, and all the states were a little more liberal than we thought, but everyone wanted us to do this.
This is different. Florida is different, but they're all making their own decisions right now. And right now, the states can.
Also, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be a pause boy, but there is a study that came out, and I can't cite you the exact numbers, but the infant mortality rate in Texas did go up since they made those changes. So that's, if you're worried about protecting the babies, that's something you should look into.
Control it. That's the vote of the people. Like Ronald Reagan, I believe in the exceptions. I am a person that believes. And frankly, I think it's important to believe in the exceptions. Some people, you have to follow your heart. Some people don't believe in that. But I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and the life of the mother. I think it's very important. Some people don't. Follow your heart. But you have to get elected also, and because that has to do with other things. You got to get elected. The problem they have is they're radical because they will take the life of a child in the 8th month, the 9th month, and even after birth. After birth, if you look at the former governor of Virginia, he was willing to do this. He said, we'll put the baby aside and we'll determine what we do with the baby, meaning we'll kill the baby. What happened is we brought it.
Yeah, what state, real quick?
He was willing,
Virginia.
even after birth. After birth.
He said where, Virginia?
If you look at the former governor of Virginia, he was willing to do this. He said, we'll put the baby aside and we'll determine what we do with the baby, meaning we'll kill the baby. What happened is we brought it back to the states, and the country is now coming together on this issue. It's been a great thing.
Thank you. President Biden?
It's been a terrible thing, what you've done. The fact is that the vast majority of constitutional scholars supported Roe when it was decided. Supported Roe. And that's this idea that they were all against it is just ridiculous. And this is the guy who says the state should be able to have it. We're in a state where in 6 weeks, you don't even know whether you're pregnant or not, but you cannot see a doctor, have him decide on what your circumstances are, whether you need help. The idea that states are able to do this is a little like saying we're going to turn civil rights back to the states, let each state have a different rule. Look, there's so many young women who have been, including a young woman who just was murdered, and he went to the funeral. The idea that she was murdered by an immigrant coming in, they talk about that. But here's the deal: there's a lot of young women who are being raped by their in-laws, by their spouses, brothers and sisters, it's just ridiculous, and they can do nothing about it. And they try to arrest them when they cross state lines.
Thank you.
There have been many young women murdered by the same people he allows to come across our border. We have a border that's the most dangerous place anywhere in the world, considered the most dangerous place anywhere in the world. And he opened it up.
Okay, sorry. So apparently this all spawns from misinformation from a meme. And it was referring to fucking Democrat Ralph Northam during an interview he did with a local radio station that can be found at this YouTube link in 2019. And he was referring to third trimester abortions. And I will say the wording here is like, I don't fucking know, dude. Where there may be severe deformities, there may be a fetus that's non-viable. If a mother is in labor, I can tell you exactly what would happen. The infant would be delivered. The infant would be kept comfortable. The infant would be resuscitated if that's what the mother and the family desired, and then a discussion would ensue between the physicians and the mother. This is under the impression that the fetus is not viable. This comment was quickly addressed by Republican commentators who, as reported by Vox here, took his words as an endorsement of infant. I can't even say this word because I've never had to. Infanticide. At the time, the governor had said absolutely not. Or wait, Vox or Northam told Vox the governor had absolutely not been referring to the euthanasia of infants born after a failed abortion, and he was talking about a tragic and extremely rare case in which a woman with a non-viable pregnancy or severe fetal abnormalities went into labor. Infanticide. It's weird to say. Infanticide. Okay, well, there we go. I think we could look farther, but I don't think we need to.
And these killers are coming into our country, our border.
Skipping back, sorry.
Sisters it's just ridiculous, and they can do nothing about it. And they try to arrest them when they cross state lines.
Thank you.
There have been many young women murdered by the same people he allows to come across our border. We have a border that's the most dangerous place anywhere in the world, considered the most dangerous place anywhere in the world. And he opened it up, and these killers are coming into
God damn it, dude. I'm sorry. I'm not going to do this the entire time, but this one just seems super ridiculous. Is Mexican... I feel stupid Googling this. Is Mexican border the most dangerous place in the world? God, dude. Why am I fucking... Okay.
Well,
here's what it is. The U.S.-Mexico border is the world's deadliest land immigration route. Okay. Let's do this. What is the most dangerous place in the world? Okay, Afghanistan, Yemen, Syria, South Sudan, Congo, Russia, Ukraine. Okay, I don't think we have to look into this any further.
To our country, and they are raping and killing women. And it's a terrible thing. As far as the abortion is concerned, it is now back with the states. The states are voting. In many cases, it's frankly a very liberal decision. In many cases, it's the opposite. But they're voting, and it's bringing it back to the vote of the people, which is what everybody wanted, including the founders, if they knew about this issue, which, frankly, they didn't. But they would have. Everybody wanted brought back. Ronald Reagan wanted it brought back. He wasn't able to get it. Everybody wanted it brought back, and many presidents had tried to get it back. I was the one to do it. And again, this gives it the vote of the people, and that's where they wanted it. Every legal scholar wanted it that way.
Staying on the topic of abortion, President Biden, 7 states, I'll let you do that. This is the same topic. 7 states have no legal restrictions on how far into a pregnancy a woman can obtain an abortion. Do you support any legal limits on how late a woman should be able to terminate a pregnancy?
I support Roe v.
Yo, what up, dude?
Hey.
You're here in time for the debate.
Good.
All right, word, dude. Would Trump just mix some border policy in with an abortion question? I just caught that. Did you just catch that, Steve, as well?
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, he was like, the people that he's letting across the... Yeah, dude, I'm like, what the I didn't even... And then we did the whole is the border the most dangerous place in the world thing, and I can't believe that I got... He distracted me, bro. He distracted me. All right, do you have the stream up, Mace?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Wade, which had 3 trimesters. The first time is between the woman and the doctor. Second time is between the doctor and an extreme situation. The third time is between the doctor... between the woman and the state.
What is he saying?
The idea that the politicians, that the founders wanted the politicians to be the ones making decisions about women's health is ridiculous. That's the last. No politician should be making that decision. A doctor should be making those decisions. That's how it should be run. That's what you're going to do. And if I'm elected, I'm going to restore Roe v. Wade.
What the fuck did he just say?
Take the life of the baby in the 9th month, and even
he didn't even say that, you idiot.
Take it after birth. Again, the former governor of Virginia, put the baby down, then we decide what to do with it. So he's willing.
All right, I'm gonna shit on Joe for a second, because correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Joe didn't even give an answer. I think and we'll go back and review the tape. He asked about the abortion. Joe went on a ramble about what the 3 trimesters are for or something. He said the first trimester is between a woman and her doctor. The second trimester is between her and something serious. And then the third one was back to the doctor. And then he was like, I think a doctor should make that decision. And then Trump just came out and was like, that means he's going to kill baby. Like, what is happening here? This is the... Trump's doing the Trump thing, but he's like not doing it on cue. He's just like saying some stuff. Let's just go back one more time and see what Joe Biden tried to say or what he said.
Do this. He said, we'll put the baby aside and we'll get back.
And this is the guy who says the states should be able to have this idea that.
Okay.
What you're doing.
Sorry, guys.
Back to the states, and the country is now coming together on this issue. It's been a great thing.
Thank you. President Biden?
It's been a terrible thing, what you've done. The fact is that the vast majority of constitutional scholars supported Roe when it was decided. Supported Roe. And that's this idea that they're all against it is just ridiculous. And this is the guy who says the state should be able to have it. We're in a state where in 6 weeks, you don't even know whether you're pregnant or not, but you cannot see a doctor, and have him decide on what your circumstances are, whether you need help. The idea that states are able to do this is a little like saying we're going to turn civil rights back to the states, let each state have a different rule. Look, there's so many young women who have been, including a young woman who just was murdered, and he went to the funeral. The idea that she was murdered by an immigrant coming in, they talk about that. But here's the deal. There's a lot of young women who are being raped by their in-laws, by their spouses, brothers and sisters.
God damn it!
It's just ridiculous, and they can do nothing about it. And they try to arrest them when they cross state lines.
Thank you.
All right, I skipped past where I went to go, but I just think we keep moving at this point. Holy fuck, Joe Biden's a fucking mess. A lot of women get raped by their brothers and sisters at the very end. He threw the sisters in.
It's like we all went out as a family to Golden Corral, and while we were there, Grandpa shit his pants, and now we got to get him home.
Yeah. That kind of is what this is here. All right, let's see what Trump has to say.
And murdered by the same people he allows to come across our border.
Oh, okay.
Border that's the most dangerous place anywhere.
Okay, never mind. That's why he tied it in. All right, Trump gets a point that I've already taken away from him. Trump gets it back. Okay, I hate to do this, but he gets it back. Yeah, I just couldn't understand Joe. My brain can't fucking understand what he's saying because his cadence is bad and he doesn't know what he's saying. So every 5 seconds he has to reload in his head and it goes nowhere. And it's bad.
Dude, you know they got him on like all kinds of like brain enhancement drugs for this.
No, they don't. There's no way. I think I already talked about this. Yeah, maybe they gave him Alpha Brain, dude. But I already think, like, because everybody said that he was going to be so full of drugs, I think they placed his nap right before this fucking debate. They woke him up and fucking pushed him in this room so he'd look as undrugged as possible, and now it's fucking going bad. They should have drugged him up.
Look at Trump's face right now.
It is good.
It perfectly.
We've had this a few times already. It's almost impossible to miss.
Yeah, I think you can pause it anytime you want.
Look at this.
Yeah, there's another one. You're right, dude. You're right. That's awesome.
Let's see if we can get a coherent answer here. Well, we've already seen this. This is where he said that the Mexican border is the most dangerous place in the world. We fact-checked that. That's not true.
And opened it up, and these killers are coming into our country.
Here come the killers.
Raping and killing women. And it's a terrible thing. As far as the abortion is concerned, it is now back with the states. The states are voting.
If they kill all the women, we won't have any pussies to grab.
Frankly,
and then we won't need an abortion. So
liberal decision. In many cases, it's the opposite. But they're voting, and it's bringing it back to the vote of the people, which is what everybody wanted, including the founders, if they knew about this issue, which, frankly, they didn't. But they.
All right, this is crazy. Skipping forward.
I'll let you do.
Okay, so this is where we wanted to find out what Joe Biden's saying about trimesters. Pay close attention to the trimesters here.
Staying on the topic of abortion, President Biden, 7 states, I'll let you do that. This is the same topic. 7 states have no legal restrictions on how far into a pregnancy a woman can obtain an abortion. Do you support any legal limits on how late a woman should be able to terminate a pregnancy?
I supported Roe v. Wade, which had 3 trimesters. The first time is between the woman and the doctor. Second time is between the doctor and an extreme situation. The third time is between the doctor, between the woman and the state. The idea that...
So...
There's a way to deconstruct what he's saying and put it back together in a way that makes sense. I understand what he's saying, but he just fucking word vomited the shit out.
Yeah, dude. I don't think trimesters didn't come from Roe v. Wade. That's not where the terminology trimester came from.
He meant to say there's 3 stipulations in Roe v. Wade,
right,
and they all co-align with a fucking with a trimester.
Right. So if
that's what he was trying to say, but he was just like, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Holy shit, Scott. I'm glad you're gonna clear that up for me because I couldn't fucking even follow that. Yeah, I don't know much about abortion. Unfortunately, it's not like a super huge like a personal issue for obvious reasons. I support it because it's obviously not. I don't give a fuck if women want it. Let them have the option. Yeah, but I don't know. Like,
awesome if like a micrometeor just flew in at 40,000 miles an hour
and headshot both of them, dude. That'd be sick.
Well, just the whole building would die, but I'm fine with that.
Hell yeah. All right, moving along here.
The politicians, the founders wanted the politicians to be the ones making decisions about women's health is ridiculous. That's the last. No politician should be making those decisions. A doctor should be making those decisions. That's how it should be run. That's what she's going to do. And if I'm elected, I'm going to restore Roe v. Wade.
So that means he can take the life of the baby in the 9th month and even after birth, because some states, Democrat run, take it after birth.
But
again,
isn't he already president? Why does he got to get reelected?
Put the baby down, then we decide what to do with it. So he's
or is there like a limit on
as
it?
we say.
So the shitty thing is, I think we looked into it, and I think Trump is like technically right here, but he's leaving a lot of details out. So we read that if there's like extreme deformities, basically if you're gonna have like a non-viable fetus, then you have this option, right?
I don't think it's bad to kind of agree with both of them. Like,
no, not at all.
Intervention, like if being pregnant's gonna kill the mother, then by all means. But at the same time, don't be a slut and try to get 80 abortions a year. that ain't right.
I don't think it matters. So I think the main thing is you have to go, do we live in a free country? All right, yeah, what is freedom? Well, freedom to do what? Make your own decisions. Okay, well, then that means a woman can have 84 abortions if she fucking wants them, and that's her business, technically, if we live in a fucking free country.
Then it also has to be the doctor's right to be like, I'm not doing this for you anymore.
No, I disagree, because there's like the Hippocratic Oath that says if you're going to have... if you're going to be a doctor, then you have to provide health care to your patient, no matter like what the situation is. Right. And this is exactly why. Let me just finish. Let me finish this.
I can agree with you on that.
Yeah, and so it's like you have to do the care. This is like if you have like a fucking prisoner of war type situation, and you bring a medic in, and he's like from the other side. You're going to treat him because your Hippocratic Oath as a doctor overrides your like whatever, thing. You have to treat the guy. You're a fucking doctor.
Had the ability to like make the egg go where it needs to go. Like, wouldn't it be cool if they could like if it was just a mental process and they could just withhold the egg? Like,
that would be sick.
Decide.
Like they could pull out.
God damn, that'd solve a lot, dude.
Is that what you're saying? Like women could pull out somehow on their end?
Well, yeah, but like I guess it wouldn't be like pulling out. It would
right, because you're in there.
If they could withhold that egg for years.
Right,
it would. You know what I mean?
They're just like,
you know what I mean? And still be able to go and get like, sexual pleasure and shit without having to risk getting pregnant by some dude she had a fling with. Wouldn't that be awesome?
You know what? I'm going to say that this does happen every time a woman fakes an orgasm, Scott. I think they do withhold the egg.
Or every time she forces you to wear a condom. Or you ain't hitting this.
Yeah, that's responsible, I think.
I love Patrice O'Neal's take on it. He was like, safe sex is a woman's responsibility. You know what I mean? Because like men don't give a fuck. We are trying to go raw day one.
Yeah, that's true.
We're just super irresponsible like that.
That's true. No, I agree with I mean, it's worded weird. I think what he's
the older you get, but
yeah, he's trying to say
you don't care.
He's trying to say, like, if you're one of these two parties and you're the woman, you should probably be putting the concern on the safety because the other guy does not give a single fuck. Yeah.
Yeah, right. Because men aren't the ones that can get pregnant, and we know it. So we can be reckless. We're reckless as hell.
We'll just leave the country, dude. Good luck. All right, moving along.
Sorry,
Rip
my
the
bad.
baby out of
No,
the
you're
womb
good.
in the 9th month and kill the baby. Nobody wants that to happen.
But that baby has to have deformities or be a non-viable fetus. That's the stipulation that he's not saying. Yes, go ahead. Quickly.
Also, I gotta say, they don't get ripped out of the womb and murdered.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. All of the terminology.
Medical process.
Right.
They don't just reach up in there and tear his ass out.
And technically, the thing that he is talking about.
So brutal with their language.
Yeah.
Good Lord.
Yeah, that's part of the playbook.
Democrat or Republican, nobody wants it to happen.
That is simply not true.
No, Joe! No, Joe! No! You're fucking up right here. All right, we're going back real quick. All right, real quick. Let's just watch how this interaction plays out.
That's crazy.
Yes, no interruptions. Here we go. 1 sec. 1 second.
He's in former governor of Virginia. Put the baby down, then we decide what to do with it.
Oh, never mind. It's fuck. There's too many stupid layers. Everybody's getting caught up, and I'm getting caught up. And if there's no, the funny thing is like I know what the fuck they're talking about and referencing. There's no way the common person is like following this fucking terrible bullshit. And it should be the job of the moderators to clarify. Like the moderators should fucking clarify. Hey, the scenario that you're talking about in these 7 states, like they don't even rip it out. They just deliver the baby, and they already know before the baby's going to be delivered that it's not going to be a viable fetus. So then they deliver it. They don't rip it out unless you're calling delivering ripping out, in which case that's how every woman has a baby. And then they decide what they're going to do with it, right? Because it's not going to be a viable fetus. This is not every baby. This is a rare situation, but nobody says this. And so now here's what I fucking got caught on, is that he's going to say nobody wants the babies ripped out at 9 months. And then Joe's going to say that's not true, which my brain goes, oh, everybody does want them ripped out, but that's not what he's fucking saying. This is just every bit of this is just so dishonest.
They're so reckless with their language, bro, because like when they say shit like that, like the average idiot still has a really good imagination. So they're going to envision that shit the way they say it.
Totally.
How many people do you think in their head just watched a baby get ripped out of a fetus and like killed with a knife or some shit?
Yeah, that's what they kind of...
I mean, like they're definitely envisioning that. I just did it.
All right, well, and it's because that's what all the...
You know what I mean?
That's where all the adrenochrome comes from, dude. That's where we get our adrenochrome from here in the Democratic Party. I can tell you, if it weren't for ripping out, third trimester babies and harvesting the organs, we wouldn't have the adrenochrome. So I, for one, am in favor. All right, moving along.
I guess I'm talking about clinical professionalism, not like Bohemia Grove cultist shit.
Yeah, I know. All right, we got to move. We're already 30 minutes behind.
My bad.
As we say, rip the baby out of the womb in the 9th month and kill the baby. Nobody wants that to happen, Democrat or Republican. Nobody wants it to happen.
That is simply not true. The Roe v. Wade does not provide for
He's
that.
like, I want it to happen.
That's not the circumstance. Only if a woman's life is in danger, she's going to die. That's the only circumstance in which that can happen. But we are not for late-term abortion, period.
Under Roe v. Wade, you have late-term abortion. You can do whatever you want, depending on the state. You can do whatever you want. We don't think that's a good thing. We think it's a radical thing. We think the Democrats are the radicals, not the Republicans.
For 51 years, that was the law.
Please.
51 years, Constitutional Scholarship said it was the right way to go. 51 years, and it was taken away because this guy put very conservative members on the Supreme Court.
True.
Takes credit for taking it away. What's he going to do? What's he going to do, in fact, if the MAGA Republicans, he gets elected, and the MAGA Republicans control the Congress, and they pass a universal ban on abortion, period, across the board at 6 weeks or 7 or 8 or 10 weeks, something very, very conservative. Is he going to sign that bill? I'll veto it. He'll sign it.
Thank you.
Let's turn now to the issue of immigration and border security.
Yeah, they cut his mic right there, dude. I love it.
Have illegally crossed the southern border on your watch. Overwhelming.
Yeah, Trump was trying to respond, but they cut it, and Jake Tapper just went with it.
Well, he already had his turn.
Overburdening cities such as New York and Chicago, and in some cases,
and the last thing I'm going to say on this abortion thing is it is really upsetting that you can just he can say everything that he just said, and Like, I just realistically believe nobody here is informed enough to clarify on that, and that's like kind of sad because it got mentioned. We fucking looked it up and figured it out within like 10 minutes, and it's just like, how do you not know that this is the, how do you not know how to clarify this very big like talking point that's going to be used against you? I don't understand that.
Real safety and security concerns. Given that, why should voters trust you to solve this crisis?
Because we worked very hard to get a bipartisan agreement that not only changed all of that, it made sure that we are in a situation where you had no circumstance where they could come across the border with the number of border police there are now. We significantly increased the number of asylum officers. By the way, the Border Patrol endorsed my position. In addition to that, we found ourselves in a situation where when he was president, he was separating babies from their mothers, putting them in cages, making sure the families were separated. That's not the right way to go. What I've done since I've changed the law, what's happened? I've changed it in a way that now you're in a situation where there are 40% fewer people coming across the border illegally. It's better than when he left office. And I'm going to continue to move until we get the total ban on the total initiative relative to what we're going to do with more Border Patrol and more asylum officers.
President Trump?
That nap's wearing off.
Dude, I hope he wakes up here, bro. I hope he wakes up. I saw him get a little eagle-eyed in the middle of that. What I need is Trump to attack Biden personally. I need Biden to hit him with a shut up, man, and then we're on, dude. We're on to the races at that point.
I don't think he knows what he said either. Look, we had the safest border in the history of our country. The border, all he had to do was leave it. All he had to do was leave it. He decided to open up our border, open up our country to people that are from prisons, people that are from mental institutions, insane asylum, terrorists. We have the largest number of terrorists coming into our country right now, all terrorists, all over the world, not just in South America, all over the world. They come from the Middle East, everywhere. All over the world, they're pouring in. And this guy just left it open. And he didn't need legislation because I didn't have legislation. I said, close the border. We had the safest border in history. In that final couple of months of my presidency, we had, according to Border Patrol, who is great, and by the way, who endorsed me for president, but I won't say that, but they endorsed me for president.
You said it.
Brandon, just speak to him. But look, we had the safest border in history. Now we have the worst border in history. There's never been anything like it. And people are dying all over the place, including the people that are coming up in caravans.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden?
The only terrorist who's done anything crossing the border is one who came along and killed and his administration killed an Al-Qaeda person come in and his
oh, God damn it.
Kill three American soldiers. That's the only terrorist that's there. I'm not saying that no terrorist ever got through, but the idea they're emptying their prisons, we're welcoming these people, that's simply not true. There's no data to support what he said. Once again, he's exaggerating, he's lying.
President Trump, staying on the topic of immigration.
I'm sorry.
The Darien Gap.
What is it?
You should look up the cartel that controls the Darien Gap. It's a landmass that connects South America to the Panama Canal, and so like people from China, the Philippines, Taiwan, Thailand, India, all countries of the Middle East, they either take a plane or a boat to South America, like really far in South America.
Yeah.
And they get dumped off, and immediately they are approached by cartel members.
Yeah.
And they're charged a certain amount, and then they have to take this trek on foot. Some of them get to take buses, but pretty much what happens is everybody bottlenecks at the Darien Gap, and there's this cartel, I forget the name of it, but they pretty much control the Darien Gap. And pretty much all of the immigrants are have to pass through that area, man, and it is besides the cartel, it is one of the most, as far as geographic geographic features, and then the flora and the fauna, it is one of the most dangerous places on earth. So like
Got you.
Yeah,
Well, basically,
like,
it just sounds like the port for where you go to the cartel to get into the U.S. I mean, if you're going to be the cartel and you're going to run a country like Mexico, you're going to be making money, right? You're going to be looking at every kind of opportunity. And if there is a market to get, let's just go ahead on the extreme here. Let's just say smuggle terrorists into the U.S. I'd say you'd probably go to the cartel for that kind of a business. Now, does that really change or matter depending on like what the border policy is or who the current president is? I think that you could look at a little thing called the war on drugs and get a very similar, almost one-to-one comparison, right? So like we've been trying to stop the flow of drugs in this country for however long. There are some policies that are more effective than others, and there's a lot of them are just like punishment of the citizens, right? For like many years in this country, if you were like caught with a bag of weed, you just go to prison for the like rest of your life, which wasn't really good for the citizens. So things changed. I mean, this is just what happens when you have a world with an economy and you have an incentive to do bad shit. Now, is one of these guys better than the other at controlling the border? That's probably a definite answer, but I don't know enough about the current border policy to say who would be better. Now, who I would trust would probably be the people that are at the border, like the border police. And if we could probably do a quick Google search to see if the border police endorsed Biden, and if they did, then I would probably go with the policies that Biden has made are probably better in the eyes of the people that do it every day than the fucking guy that says it's only terrorists and rapists coming in, right?
Got this bougie ass fucking. You got a bougie ass fucking browser?
Yeah, dude. Yeah, Opera GX, bro. If you're not using Opera GX, you should. You can. There's a lot of.
I'm good, bro. I am not okay with the Chinese Communist Party having anything of me.
Word.
I'm cool with that.
Let's see. Who did border police endorse? Okay.
I mean, it's not like I'm important enough for the CCP to give a fuck. I just, call it Cacophony Society. I don't know what to fucking tell you.
It looks like can this even be believed? This looks like the most fake news shit I've ever seen in my life. National Border Patrol Council endorses Trump. This is in 2020. Okay.
Well, if you look at the address, click back onto it and look at the address. What is this? Oh, it's .edu. That could be trusted, my friend.
True.
That is a legit site.
Let's see if they've made an endorsement for 2024.
Yeah.
Okay. Rebutes Biden's debate claim. Uh-oh. Someone caught fucking up. Okay. Well, I will have to go by my original logic and say that, according to the Border Patrol, they believe that Trump has probably better policies. All right. We're going to have to give this, we have to take this point away from Biden and give it to Trump. Dude, this sucks. But it's trash. I mean, Biden is, they're both trash, but fuck, bro. This is a terrible performance here.
Well, for a fact you're going to agree with one of them on some shit and agree with the other one on other shit.
Yeah. That's what. True. But I just
they're both old and retarded as hell. Both of them.
Right. It's just
both gonna say shit I can agree with.
Yeah, it's just in my brain. Whenever I usually go to like fact check motherfuckers, it's like, damn, Biden's getting in some that are like sneaky that I would almost agree with, and Trump's are just so blatant that you know when he's lying. So it's like, I don't know.
The largest.
Moving along, let's see what Jake Tapper has for us.
Domestic. Trump, staying on the topic of immigration, you've said that you're going to carry out, quote, the largest domestic deportation operation in American history, unquote. Does that mean that you will deport every undocumented immigrant in America, including those who have jobs, including those whose spouses are citizens, and including those who have lived here for decades? And if so, how will you do it?
Just 1 second. He said we killed 3 people. The people we killed are al-Baghdadi and Soleimani, the 2 greatest terrorists, biggest terrorists anywhere in the world. And it had a huge impact on everything, not just border, on everything.
If he is able to remember to respond to the question, I'm going to be impressed.
He's the one that killed people with the bad water, including hundreds of thousands of people dying and also killing our citizens when they come in. We are living right now in a rat's nest. They're killing our people in New York, in California.
Yeah, Biden, what's up with that train wreck in Ohio where a bunch of people fucking got poisoned? What's up with that, buddy? That's going on right now, still.
Got you. That's his Flint, Michigan for sure. All right, I'm gonna go back just a sec.
State California
My bad.
right now in a rat's nest. They're killing our people in New York, in California, in every state in the union because we don't have borders anymore. Every state is now a border. And because of his ridiculous, insane, and very stupid policies, people are coming in and they're killing our citizens at a level that we've never seen. We call it migrant crime. I call it Biden migrant crime.
I call it the same thing, but I put his name in front of it when I say it. God damn, bro.
Never seen before. And you're reading it like these 3 incredible young girls over the last few days. One of them, I just spoke to the mother, and they just had the funeral for this girl, 12 years old. This is horrible what's taken place. What's taken place in our country, we're literally an uncivilized country now. He doesn't want it to be. He just doesn't know. He opened the borders. Nobody's ever seen anything like. And we have to get a lot of these people out, or we have to get them out fast because they're going to destroy our country. Just take a look at where they're living. They're living in luxury hotels.
This is
in New York
dangerous
City
right
and other
here.
places. Our veterans
That's dangerous shit to say, bro.
Because he doesn't care about our veterans. He doesn't like the military at all, and he doesn't care about our veterans. Nobody been worse. I had the highest approval.
What are you talking about? I actually know facts. I can refute. I can destroy you right now on this whole fucking thing, dude. What was the Scott? You actually might even know the name of this. What was the name of the bill where they did the thing for the breathing in the tires? You know what I'm talking about? Where they sent everybody over. Okay, they sent everybody over to like Iraq. You know, they sent back in the day. I think you were. Did you go over?
No.
Okay. Anyways, whenever they sent everybody over there, they were like burning the tires in the trash and shit, and then everybody came back with a bunch of like lung problems.
I remember that now. Yeah.
Yeah, dude, it was the fucking Republicans did not put that bill through, dude. Jon Stewart had to go up to the fucking Capitol Hill and talk shit on every one of these Republicans, and now he's gonna say like nobody's done it.
Yeah, he also brought up all the fucking police officers and firefighters that were breathing in the fucking dust from 9/11 that never got any medical assistance or anything.
Yeah, who was that? Who did that?
Jon Stewart.
Oh, okay, got you. Yeah, dude. Yeah, no, I remember him being there with a bunch of the homies and like giving interviews and stuff, and it was pretty compelling. The one thing I was gonna touch on, which is like, I hope that we could get in and out of this pretty quickly because I don't want this to come across wrong, but in this whole like my learning of like the whole Israel-Palestine stuff, we're not gonna dive into that direction, but like a lot of the whole big problems with them trying to have one state or two states, but if there's one state and then you have a Palestinian majority, is it really Israel anymore? And that got me thinking about like, well, how the fuck do we do it here in America? I mean, we were like a nation of immigrants. Like everybody came over and we like have this experiment and we fucking built something. So like I don't know how you do border policy the same way, and that's kind of like what Trump is talking about doing, right? Like you got to close the borders, you got to not let people come in, and there's like an argument to be made where you have. Yeah, there's a lot of bad actors that want to come from other countries and fuck shit up and gather intelligence and all this shit and stuff and junk. But at the same fucking time, like that is also what makes us American. Like if you change how we do all of that stuff, and instead of just coming up with policies to combat these like great American ideals that we have, we just want to become more like ethno-statey, right? We're like, let's close the borders, let's be white, let's not let Mexicans come in, let's not, and like
all the Italians for doing all that mafia shit, fuck them.
Yeah, dude, and like here's the no, but like the scary thing is like if we were like a Middle East, like if we were Israel, that almost is the correct answer in a fucking weird, sad, sick way, right? Like everybody around fucking Israel hates them. If they had open borders and any of those people were just allowed to come in and be citizens, like that would be a national security threat for sure. What makes that not a national security threat for us? I don't fucking know. I don't know the answer to that. Do you know what I'm saying, though? I don't think we should be like a white ethno-state. That's not what I'm suggesting, but I'm just saying like that's a delicate dance to do, I would think.
I say we blow up all the credit card companies.
All right, yeah, dude, fucking Project Mayhem.
Yeah, dude.
Anyways, that was just like a thing that I've been thinking about that was like weird. that I was like, man, it is scary because if you think about it, like all it would take is just like a big group of people to come over and just like get a political power and then they'd be in power. But that's also kind of what makes us great and helps us develop policies, even though it does take like 50 years to get anything that makes sense because we are democratic and so we are fucking slow. Yeah. All right, moving along.
We better get our shit together because China's scary as hell.
That's what I was going to say. I almost dipped into that. So like if you're going to stack, I think that democracy is really good for like innovation and ideas and all of this stuff. But what happens whenever you get to a point where technology does a lot of the idea making? And then I think that's what we're going to see with China, where China's like a dictatorship. They don't have to have policies or elections or anything to dictate what direction that government moves, right? Where we're over here like fighting whether should like women be in men's sports, and then over in China they're just like pushing the technological agenda like as far and as fast and as hard as they want to. And I'm not saying it's right what they're doing. I'm just saying that like if you're going to look at these two things, if you're looking at these two countries in a technological race, bro, or like even just a decision, any race where making decisions is like crucial, we're in a scary place to be against like a superpower authoritarian government, and we have people coming over asking, our elected leaders are asking the TikTok people if TikTok connects to the Wi-Fi network. Like that's terrifying. All right, I'm sorry. I tangented super hard. Here we go.
Rating for veterans, taking care of the VA. He has the worst. He's gotten rid of all the things that I approved. Choice that I got through Congress, all of the different things I approved. They abandoned. We had by far the highest, and now it's down in less than half because he's done all these great things that we did. And I think he did it just because I approved it, which is crazy. But he has killed so many people at our border by allowing all of these people to come in. And it's a very sad day in America.
President Biden, you have the mic.
Every single thing he said is a lie. Every single one. Example,
yes.
Veterans are a hell of a lot better off since they passed the PACT Act.
It was the PACT Act. That's the one I was talking about. Yes, veterans are a lot better off since you passed that. Hit them with some more, dude. Finally, let's hit them with some wombo combos here. You got to get the wombo combos in now.
1 million of them now have insurance, and their families have it. Their families have it because what happened, whether it was Agent Orange or burn pits, they're all being covered now. And his group opposed that. We're also in a situation where we have great respect for veterans. My son spent a year in Iraq, living right next to one of those burn pits, came back with stage 4 glioblastoma. I was recently in France for D-Day, and I spoke all about those heroes that died.
He was in France for D-Day.
Cemetery.
Well, that could technically be correct, right? D-Day was a day.
True that.
And you could have been in France for it. Yeah.
Yeah, true that.
He refused to go to.
All right, I'll back off you on that one, Joe.
Yeah.
Star General, and he told me, he said, I don't want to go in there because they're a bunch of losers and suckers. My son is not a loser. He's not a sucker. You're the sucker. You're the loser.
Get his ass.
First of all, that was a made-up quote, suckers and losers. They made it up. It was in a third-rate magazine that's failing, like many of these magazines. He made that up.
Jesus,
he put it in commercials.
Dude.
We've notified him. We had 19 people that said I didn't say it. And think of this. Who would say I'm at a cemetery or I'm talking about our veterans? Because nobody's taken better care. I'm so glad this came up, and he brought it up. There's nobody that's taken better care of our soldiers than I have. To think that I would, in front of generals and others, say suckers and losers. We have 19 people that said it was never said by me. It was made up by him, just like Russia was made up, just like the 51 intelligence agents are made up, just like the new thing with the 16 economists are talking. It's the same thing. 51 intelligence agents said that the laptop was Russia disinformation. It wasn't. That came from his son, Hunter. It wasn't Russia disinformation. He made up the suckers and losers, so he should apologize.
I know you are, but what am I?
Four-star general standing to your side who was on your staff who said you said it, period.
Yeah, it says right here, the article relied on anonymous sources, but many of the accounts have been corroborated by news outlets, including New York Times, and by John F. Kelly, a retired 4-star Marine general who was Trump's White House chief of staff. So
that's number one. And number two, the idea that I have to apologize to you for anything along the line. We've done more for veterans than any president has in American history. And they now are in their family. The only sacred obligation we have as a country is to care.
Isn't it crazy how they got to brag about that?
And their families.
Because they're finally doing something, you know what I mean?
That's what we're doing. That's what the VA
Crazy,
is doing
bro.
now. They're doing more for
Should just
veterans
be a
than
given
ever
oath.
before
You're
in
doing
our
your job finally.
All right.
Pat
Yeah,
yourself
that's-
on the back, dumbass.
Thank you so much.
Let's move to the topic of foreign policy. I want to begin with Russia's war against.
All right, everybody, we are looking for the Russia on the bingo card. Every time Russia is said, I will drink from this beer.
Ukraine, which is now in its third year.
Okay, every time that Trump says he had a perfect call with Ukraine, I will also drink this beer.
Former President Trump, Russian President Vladimir Putin says he'll only end this war if Russia keeps the Ukrainian territory it has already claimed and Ukraine abandons its bid to join NATO. Are Putin's terms acceptable to you?
First of all, our veterans and our soldiers can't stand this guy. They can't stand him. They think he's the worst commander-in-chief, if that's what you call him,
Bro.
that we've ever had. They can't.
This is the second question in a row where Trump has just addressed the previous question instead.
Can't stand him. So let's get that straight. And they like me more than just about any of them. And that's based on every single bit of information. As far as Russia and Ukraine, if we had a real president, a president that knew, that was respected by Putin, he would have never invaded Ukraine. A lot of people are dead right now, much more than people know. You know, they talk about numbers. You can double those numbers, maybe triple those numbers. He did nothing to stop it. In fact, I think he encouraged Russia from going in. I'll tell you what happened. He was so bad with Afghanistan. It was such a horrible embarrassment, most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, that when Putin watched that and he saw the incompetence, that he should have fired those generals, like I fired the one that you mentioned, and so he's got no love lost, but he should have fired those generals. No general got fired for the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, Afghanistan, where we left billions of dollars of equipment behind. We lost 13 beautiful soldiers, and 38 soldiers were obliterated. And by the way, we left people behind, too.
13
We left
beautiful
Americans.
soldiers.
Bro, I was going to say, I'm sorry I'm doing this so much. This is the last thing I'm doing here, but
I like it this way. This is good.
all right, cool. I'm mixing in some actual entertainment with all the fucking
good.
droning on.
It's
Okay.
good. It's good. That's what I was trying to do.
Have you ever seen the Shane Gillis Beautiful Dogs special?
No.
So the reason that it is named Beautiful Dogs, and we will go over it right now. But basically,
Oh yeah, it's because of what Trump said. Yeah.
yeah.
I remember
He
that
called
shit.
the dogs that they sent in after fucking. Was it? I don't remember, some terrorist. He was like, yeah, the dogs that killed him were beautiful, basically.
It's all right. We travel a lot for this. We went to Australia this year. It was all right.
Oh wait, no, we need the actual beautiful dogs. Hold on. It's probably right here.
Sexually, I have to follow a fucking Navy SEAL.
No, this
You ever
one.
watch us kill people?
Here it is.
I can't relate to that at all. There's some Black Hawk helicopter with night vision mows down like 40 people.
God damn it. Hold on.
Sexually?
We're gonna find it. I gotta
We
go
travel
back.
a lot
This
for
playlist
We went
is
to Australia.
led us astray.
You're cool.
Beautiful dogs, Trump, fucking Shane Gillis. Like, this should get it. All right, here we go.
I miss it. I miss the speeches with Trump.
Here we go.
You remember that? We used to get 5 speeches a day. Anytime you turn on the TV, that guy was giving another fucking speech. Live, dude. Be in front of a helicopter, scream, calling a lady a lesbian or something. This is gonna be a tough one to defend at work. But I'm gonna. Now it's sad. Now with Biden, we get like one speech every 3 months. And it's hard. He's like falls and shit. It's hard to watch. It's sad. I'm rooting for the guy. Obviously, I want things to go well, but it's hard to watch him do anything. Anytime I watch Biden do anything, I get the same feeling as like, you ever go to a friend's house and they have like a 16-year-old dog and it walks in the room? You gotta do that whole like, oh, hey, there he is. Look at him. He's looking great. My favorite thing about Biden is
That's been me the entire debate. Seriously.
anytime Biden finishes a speech, he transforms into a Roomba. Just...
So true.
I miss it. I miss the Trump speeches. Trump gave what I think was probably one of the greatest speeches of world leaders given. You know, it's got to be up there with like Churchill, Gettysburg Address. Anyway, for real though, it was my favorite speech I've ever seen a president give. It was the night the United States killed the leader of ISIS. Trump comes out of the Situation Room at like midnight in the White House, and he walks down that fucking tunnel like and gives a press conference like he's giving a post-game NBA just killed a guy press conference. He walks up in front of the entire world at midnight and just goes, Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi is dead. He died like a dog. That's all him, dude. I didn't change one word of that. That's what he opened with. And then he did 40 minutes. The speech is 40 minutes for no reason. It wasn't a prepared speech. He freestyled 40 straight. Not even a speech, just mean shit talk for 40 seconds. The meanest shit talk you've ever heard in front of the whole world. Abu. We could hear him crying. I said, Abu, don't cry. Let me tell you something. Abu cried. He cried quite a bit. I wouldn't have cried. Cry baby Baghdadi. That's what we were all calling it. Look, I love everything about that speech. I love it. I love thinking about Trump in the Situation Room, surrounded by generals watching watching special forces, watching those cocksucking Navy SEALs. If I was in there, I'd be like, get out of there, Abu, run. No, I love thinking about Trump in the Situation Room, watching a live military operation. He's the only dude in the room that wasn't military. He must have been the only dude watching it that was like, oh! He's never seen it before by the fucking speech. The speech sounded like a guy just trying to tell you some shit he saw. A lot of guys would knock on the front door, not these guys, not our guys. Not our guys. Our guys went through the wall. They blew up his wall.
They blew up
They
his
used
wall.
dogs. Beautiful dogs. Beautiful dogs is the funniest detail. It's true. They actually did use, it was the Army Rangers, and they used dogs because they were afraid al-Baghdadi was going to be wearing a suicide vest, so they killed him with dogs and a robot. And then made fun of him for crying. Let that guy cry. That's the scariest death I've ever heard of. That dude was laying in his bed in the middle of the night, his wall exploded. Fucking 10 dogs and a robot. 10 dogs wearing helmets and goggles broke into his house. The Paw Patrol, the actual Paw Patrol.
Dude, every
That
time
would be
Trump...
fucking scared. Fuck.
It would be terrifying, dude. Every time Trump says beautiful, I do think beautiful dogs.
Citizens behind. When Putin saw that, he said, you know what? I think we're going to go in and maybe take this was his dream. I talked to him about it, his dream. The difference is he never would have invaded Ukraine. Never. Just like Israel would have never been invaded in a million years by Hamas. You know why? Because
I know why, because Hamas makes all of their strategical military operative decisions based on who is currently in power in the U.S. That's why, right?
Broke with me. I wouldn't let anybody do business with them. They ran out of money. They were broke. They had no money for Hamas. They had no money for anything. No money for terror. That's why you had no terror at all during my administration. This place, the whole world is blowing up under him.
President Biden?
I've never heard so much malarkey in my whole life. Look.
Hit him with the malarkey.
Situation where, let's take the last point first. Iran attacked American troops, caused brain damage for a number of these troops, and he did nothing about it. Recently, not when he was president, they attacked. He said they're just having
Never heard
headaches.
so much
That's all it
malarkey in
is.
my life.
He didn't do a thing when the attack took place, number one. Number two, we got over 100,000 Americans and others out of Afghanistan during that airlift. Number three, we found ourselves in a situation where if you take a look at what Trump did in Ukraine, this guy told Trump, do whatever you want and do whatever you want. And that's exactly what Trump did. to Putin, encourage him, do whatever you want. And he went in. And listen to what he said when he went in. He was going to take Kyiv in 5 days, remember? Because it's part of the old Soviet Union. That's what he wanted to reestablish. Kyiv. And he, in fact, didn't do it at all. He wasn't able to get it done. And they've lost thousands and thousands of troops, 500,000 troops.
President Trump,
I never said
you for 1 minute, I just want to go back to my original question, which is, are Putin's terms acceptable to you? Keeping the territory in Ukraine?
Acceptable. No, they're not acceptable. But look, this is a war that never should have started. If we had a leader in this war, he led everybody along. He's given $200 billion now or more to Ukraine. He's given $200 billion. That's a lot of money. I don't think there's ever been anything like it. Every time.
Quickly on Ukraine. I talked to my uncle about this, and he was talking about how, like, yeah, he thought, and I don't know where he got this from, so I'm just going based off him. And but he was like, yeah, dude, if they took Ukraine, they probably would have went for Poland next. And Poland is a NATO country. And if you fucking start shit with NATO, well, then we're all in the shit. So what do all countries do all over the place all the time when they don't want to get in the real actual war? They get in the little fucking neighborhood proxy war. And that's kind of what we have done here. I would say, even if I was conservative, I would say it would be kind of nice to see that, yeah, we spent some money to not actually have our boots on the ground, but we're able to cuck Russia at the same time and see what their military could do. I think that's probably a good thing, I would say. What do you think?
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking. But I think that Russia knows that's what we want to do. That's why they keep sending this old equipment into combat first. I mean, Russia, they're more advanced than they're letting on, man.
I think they talk a big. I think. Okay. When a Russian man says he's going to whip your ass, you typically believe that man, right? Like, why would you do that? Because Russians are hard, and usually whatever shit they talk, they back it up. I would say that if you were going to take Kyiv, if your initial thing is, I'm going to take Kyiv in 5 days, I'd say, what's the point where you actually send the good shit in, and at what point are you trolling us? You know what I mean? So if day 10 comes along and you are not anywhere near Kyiv, why are we still using the old equipment? If you're a year into it and you still haven't taken Kyiv, why are we still using the equipment? That would be like, I just feel like you would call that guy a troll, right?
Well, did you know about the Russian warship that was in the Caribbean?
Did it help them? Is this over by Crimea or where the fuck? I don't know where
it's in the Caribbean.
I don't know where the fuck.
It's in the Caribbean. Like the Caribbean's like what, like 800-900 miles off the coast of Florida.
Oh, okay. So close to us. What's it? I mean, what's the point?
The point is, like, that ship is one of the most advanced ships on the planet. Like, they got advanced shit. Like,
sure they.
I just don't know why. I just don't know why we're not seeing it in Ukraine. That's my biggest question. Like, why are we not seeing T-90s in Ukraine? They have a fuckload of T-90s, but they're just sending T-72 A3s and B3s at them, and those things are getting knocked out. But
whenever you play DayZ, Scott, and there's somebody,
hold on real quick. The United States, we sent 31 M1 Abrams to Ukraine, and on the first day that our most advanced tank was on the ground in Ukraine, the very first one that was ever in combat got destroyed by a Russian FPV drone. And it was a $500 drone.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, sure. And I can, that's, again, I mean, if I'm playing Age of Empires, right, and I see the Teutonic Knights are walking up on my city gates, I'm spending all my resources to get rid of the Teutonic Knights because I know once they get in, shit gets fucked. But the other thing I was going to say, Scott, real quick before I forget, is if you're playing DayZ and somebody comes up to the door and they fucking tell you they're friendly, they just want to come in and, like, use your fucking stove, and even if you decide to let them come in, I mean, what do you fucking do? You're always holding your gun at the thing and you're always threatening, like, hey, bro, if you come in here and do any fuck shit, I'm going to destroy you, right? Like, I just feel like the thing in the Caribbean is probably just like a, hey, if you fucking come in here, we're going to fucking shoot you. I think it's just like the same thing.
Man, no, I'm not speculating on what it was about. I'm just saying that ship alone is proof that Russia has advanced shit. Like they have advanced warfighting capabilities. My confusion is like why we're not seeing that in Ukraine.
It's probably limited, bro. They probably have.
I think what I think it is Russia knows that a fucking $8 million tank can be defeated by a $500 FPV drone with a goddamn 150 shell.
Okay.
Or whatever they're using. You know what I mean? I think that's why, you know?
I just think,
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. And also, I mean, there's like a lot of the variables that you don't talk about. Like, do the Russian people want to fight this war? Like, do they still want to be fighting Ukrainians at this point? Like, weren't they like kind of homies with some tensions? Like, I'm sure that there are like Ukrainian people that are friends with Russians and vice versa. Like, do they still want to fight this war?
Back in 2014, you remember that whole thing, right?
The Crimea thing?
Well, the whole,
yeah, that's whenever Russia invaded Ukraine and took over fucking Crimea, right?
Well, yeah, I'm talking about fucking the
Wagner group. What about them specifically?
It was the Ukrainians were trying to genocide the fucking I forget the name of these people.
The Donbass people?
And Russia wanted to fucking put a stop to it.
Yeah, I think that's
or was that more recent?
I think that's recent, and I think that's a Russian talking point. I don't think that there's any validity to that.
Well, I think there might be some validity to it.
I think there's probably like a twinge of validity, but like what Russians would tell you.
The Serbs did it to the Bosnians.
Yeah, well, what the Russians would tell you is that the Ukrainians are like trying to fucking make life really fucking hard for all the Russians that live in the Donbass region. And to the point that they actually call the Ukrainians like Nazis and shit. Do I think that it's actually that? Probably not, dude. It's probably like the fact that you had the Soviet Union at one point. And then they fucking split into their countries, right? You get like Russia, Belarus, Ukraine, and all these fucking places. But then whenever you have Putin finally installed as the whatever the fuck he is over the King Dick of Russia, his whole thing was that he wanted to get like the Soviet Union back together. So when you have these splits, right? Like let's just I'm trying to think. I mean, you could use this in America with like politics as a good example. But anytime that there's like or you could use Israel, Palestine, for example, anytime that there's like a disagreement about land, usually around that border area where you have people on one side live here, people on the other side live here, like those people usually clash always, no matter what. It doesn't, just because they don't agree doesn't make like one side or the other Nazis or genocidal. It probably just means that they just like disagree on like the same type of shit Americans disagree with, but they do it with like Russian, Ukrainian balls and weapons. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I don't know. I do need to get as informed on that as I am on other shit, but I seriously doubt you can, yeah, I don't know. I seriously doubt that it's like a super fucking ethno-state, Ukraine, you know? I could be wrong, but I doubt it. I've worked with Ukrainians. I like know Ukrainians. I could get a Ukrainian on the call right now and clear this up, but it would feel weird. I probably couldn't get him on right now, but I could message him and say, hey. And they just don't strike.
My favorite video game in the world comes from Ukraine.
Metro? Tarkov.
Stalker.
I haven't played it. I need to play it.
You
All
like
right, boys.
Kicked in the dick?
Yeah, less in my older days.
Yeah.
Less in my older days. I don't know if I have the stamina for like Elden Ring. Every time that I fucking play Elden Ring, it's like the long gone are the days of 6 hours just grinding it. Like you got like 4 to 8 tries for me, and then I'm changing games. You know. I'm gonna piss and put this back on. I'll BRB.
That Zelensky comes to this country, he walks away with $60 billion. He's the greatest salesman ever. And I'm not knocking him. I'm not knocking anything. I'm only saying the money that we're spending on this war. And we shouldn't be spending. It should have never happened. I will have that war settled between Putin and Zelensky as president-elect before I take office on January 20th. I'll have that war settled. People being killed so needlessly, so stupidly, and I will get it settled, and I'll get it settled fast before I take office.
President Biden, you have a minute.
The fact is that Putin is a war criminal. He's killed thousands and thousands of people. And he has made one thing clear. He wants to reestablish what was part of the Soviet Empire, not just a piece. He wants all of Ukraine. That's what he wants. And then you think he'll stop there? Do you think he'll stop when if he takes Ukraine? What do you think happens to Poland? What do you think of Belarus? What do you think happens to those NATO countries? And so if you want a war, you ought to find out what he's going to do.
Damn, it's like I pre-watched this whole thing. All right, here we go.
Because if in fact he does what he says and walks away, and by the way, all that money we give Ukraine are from weapons we make here in the United States. We give them the weapons, not the money at this point. And our NATO allies have produced as much.
True. Also, real quick, what he's saying is true, and I wish you to elaborate more. Whenever you see these packages going to Ukraine, we're not giving them dollar bills. We are giving them our old equipment. And you know what that enables us to do? That enables us to make more equipment. So that sounds like a...
Well, I was going to say earlier, those 31 M1 Abrams that we sent them, we stripped all secret equipment out of it before we sent them over.
Well, yeah, that makes sense.
So it was up to Ukrainians to put on like frequency jammers so these drones couldn't get close, but they've failed to do so with probably about 15 of them now. So 15, between 10 and 15 M1 Abrams have been blown up by Russian FPV drones. In fact, Russia blew up one of them, captured it, and it's now on display in Red Square.
Damn, yeah.
As a captured Western vehicle of war.
Right.
Crazy.
Yeah, and that's why we strip it of all the good shit, so at least they can't fucking reverse engineer the good shit. Yeah. But it is, it is. I guess that we should even have like a conversation like, what do you do about that?
You know, here's another argument I heard. I've fucking heard this argument earlier. People are talking about how like Russia's going to reverse engineer the M1 Abrams. You know what, motherfucker? The M1, what do you mean they're going to catch up to our tech from the 80s? Okay, fine.
Yeah.
Go ahead and catch up to the 80s, bro.
Yeah, dude, and I'm sure there's a lot of shit. There's a lot of shit that we have that no one even knows. Yeah.
The T-90 is pretty advanced when it comes to tanks, but if you want to know who's got all of us beat, it's Germany. The fucking Leopard A2 is a badass fucking tank, dude. You should look up that fucking modern marvel.
Dude, if I ever play War Thunder, I'd know what I'm picking now. I'll tell you that.
The Leopard A2 is a badass motherfucker, bro.
Hell yeah. Yeah,
it's a main battle tank too. It's a legit tank.
We'll have to take a look at it. All right, moving along.
All right, sorry.
No, you're good. I'm loving this. I'm having fun. I'm glad you guys are here.
Ukraine as we have. That's why we're strong.
Thank you. Moving on to the Middle East. In October, Hamas attacked Israel, killing more than 1,000 people and taking hundreds of hostages. Among those held and thought to still be alive are 5 Americans. Israel's response has killed thousands of Palestinians and created a humanitarian crisis in Gaza. President Biden, you've put forward a proposal to resolve this conflict, but so far Hamas has not released the remaining hostages, and Israel is continuing its military offensive in Gaza. So what additional leverage will you use to get Hamas and Israel to end the war? You have 2 minutes.
Number one, everyone from the United Nations Security Council straight through to the G7 to the Israelis and Netanyahu himself have endorsed the plan I put forward, which has 3 stages to it. The first stage is trade the hostages for a ceasefire. Second phase is a ceasefire with additional conditions. The third phase is the end of the war. The only one who wants the war to continue.
That's trash. All right, let's keep going.
They're the only ones standing out. We're still pushing hard.
1, we're gonna exchange hostages for a ceasefire. 2, we're gonna add conditions to the ceasefire, and then some magical shit's gonna happen between 2 and 3, and then we're gonna end the war.
Get them to accept. In the meantime, what's happened in Israel? We're finding.
To be fair, there's no good answer. There's no correct answer to that. To be completely fair, there's no correct answer to that question.
The only thing I've denied Israel was 2,000-pound bombs. They don't work very well in populated areas. They kill a lot of innocent people. We're providing Israel with all the weapons they need and when they need them. And by the way, I'm the guy that organized the world against Iran when they had a full-blown intercontinental ballistic ballistic missile attack.
This motherfucker
on
just said I'm
Israel.
him.
No one was hurt.
Yeah.
One Israeli was accidentally killed, and it just stopped. We saved Israel. We are the biggest producer of support for Israel of anyone in the world. And so there are two different things. Hamas cannot be allowed to be continued. We continue to send our experts and our intelligence people as to how they can get Hamas like we did bin Laden. You don't have to do it. And by the way, they've been greatly weakened, Hamas, greatly weakened, and they should be. They should be eliminated.
Oof.
But you've got to be careful for using certain weapons
Yes.
around population centers.
All right, let's hear this answer.
1 second.
Bro, I have to drink again. All right, every time Trump goes to the previous question, that's the new bingo card. I'm drinking.
You just want to drink.
A little bit, dude, a little bit. Biden's on Adderall. Pickles, don't fall for the propaganda. If that man was on Adderall, we would have a lot better performance out of him. I think they put him in nap time right before this just to fucking prove everybody wrong. I was on the fence, but after this, I'm going Trump, dude. I can't even be mad at you for that. This is a terrible showing by Biden here. But the problem is that, like, you don't have the context for any of the Trump answers either. The Trump answers are almost not answers. They're also talking points. So whether you have a non-answer or a scripted fucking non-answer, like, they're kind of the same. But it looks better on Trump than it does on Biden. I'll say that.
We have an ocean separating us. The European nations together have spent $100 billion, or maybe more than that, less than us. Why doesn't he call them and say, you got to put up your money like I did with NATO? I got them to put up hundreds of billions of dollars. The Secretary General of NATO said Trump did the most incredible job I've ever seen. They wouldn't have any. They were going out of business. We were spending almost 100% of the money was paid by us. He didn't do that. He's got it all. You got to ask these people to put up the money. We're over $100 billion more spent, and it has a bigger impact on them because of location, because we have a nation in between. You got to ask them. As far as Israel and Hamas, Israel's the one that wants to go. He said the only one that wants to keep going is Hamas. Actually, Israel is the one, and you should let him go and let him finish the job. He doesn't want to do it. He's become like a Palestinian, but they don't like him because he's a bad Palestinian. He's a weak one.
President Biden.
What the fuck?
I've never heard so much foolishness. This is a guy who wants to get out of NATO. You're going to stay in NATO? He's going to pull out of NATO. The idea that we have our strength lies in our alliances as well. It may be a big ocean, but we're ever able to avoid a war in Europe, a major war in Europe? What happens if, in fact, you have Putin continue to go into NATO? We have an Article 5 agreement. Attack on one is attack on all. You want to start the nuclear war he keeps talking about, go ahead. Let Putin go in and control Ukraine and then move on to Poland and other places. See what happens then. He has no idea what the hell he's talking about. And by the way, I got 50 other nations around the world to support Ukraine, including Japan and South Korea, because they understand that this kind of dislocation has a serious threat to the whole world peace. No major war in Europe has ever been able to be contained just to Europe.
President Trump, just to follow up, would you support the creation of independent Palestinian states?
Yeah. Thank you for making him answer the question.
In order to achieve peace in the region?
I'd have to see, but before we do that, the problem we have is that we spend all the money. So they kill us on trade. I made great trade deals with the European nations because if you add them up, they're about the same size economically. Their economy is about the same size as the United States. And they were no cars, they don't want anything that we have, but we're supposed to take their cars, their food, their everything, their agriculture. I changed that. But the big thing I changed is they don't want to pay. And the only reason that he can play games with NATO is because I got them to put up hundreds of billions of dollars. I said, and he's right about this.
All right, we're drinking. This is the last. This is 2 questions ago.
They asked me that question. Would you guard us against Russia at a very secret meeting of the 28 states at that time, nations at that time? And I said, no, if you don't pay, I won't do that. And you know what happened? Billions and billions of dollars came flowing in the next day and the next months. But now we're in the same position. We're paying everybody's bills.
Let's turn to the issue of democracy.
Adding billions to the bingo card.
Yeah, if he says it more than once.
Yeah. And bigly. Okay, yeah, since adding bigly.
6, 2021, after you rallied your supporters that day, some of them stormed the Capitol to stop the constitutionally mandated counting of electoral votes. As president, you swore an oath to, quote, preserve, protect, and defend, unquote, the Constitution. What do you say to voters who believe that you violated that oath through your actions and inaction on January 6th and worry that you'll do it again?
Well, I don't think too many believe that. And let me tell you about January 6th. On January 6th, we had a great border. Nobody coming through, very few.
What the fuck? We're 8 questions ago now.
Jesus.
January 6th, we were energy independent. On January 6th, we had the lowest
Look at Joe.
taxes ever.
He's fed up.
We're still energy independent. Dude, we're still energy independent. What are you talking about?
We had the lowest regulations ever. On January 6th, we were respected all over the world. All over the world, we were respected. And
Yeah, we were. Yeah, January 6th.
Look at the word you paused it. That's a perfect. But look at this.
This is great.
Look at his face.
This is good.
Oh, dude, you ought to fucking snip that.
I
That's
need
really
this
funny.
emote. All right, here we go. This is our new. This is going to be a new emote.
That's so good.
then he comes in, and we're now laughed at. We're like a bunch of stupid people. But what happened to the United States' reputation under this man's leadership is horrible, including weaponization, which I'm sure at some point you'll be talking about, where he goes after his political opponent because he can't beat him fair and square.
You have 80 seconds left. My question was, what do you say to those voters who believe that you violated your constitutional oath through your actions and inaction on January 6, 2021, and worry that you'll do it again?
Well,
So what he did last time was he just said, well, I don't think very many people think that. And then he just went back like 8 questions and answered that one. So let's see if it actually gives us a 1-sentence non-answer and does it again, or if he will actually answer the question.
I didn't say that to anybody. I said peacefully and patriotically. And Nancy Pelosi, if you just watched the news from 2 days ago, on tape to her daughter, who's a documentary filmmaker, they say, but she's saying, oh, no, it's my responsibility. I was responsible for this. Because I offered her 10,000 soldiers or National Guard, and she turned them down. And the mayor of, in writing, by the way, the mayor, in writing, turned it down, the mayor of D.C. They turned it down. I offered 10,000 because I could see, I had virtually nothing to do. They asked me to go make a speech. I could see what was happening. Everybody was saying they're going to be there on January 6th. They're going to be there. And I said, you know what? There's a lot of people coming. You could feel it. You could feel it too, and you could feel it. And I said, they ought to have some National Guard or whatever. And I offered it to her. And she now admits
dumb as
that
hell.
she turned it down. And it was the same day she was, I don't know, she can't be very happy with her daughter because it made her into a liar. She said, I take full responsibility for January 6th.
President Biden?
Look,
I don't think that's true. I'm not going to fact check that, but yeah, I think there were a lot of things that were building up in the QAnon community and a lot of like those other weird communities where everybody was talking about the March on the Capitol on January 6th. He said he basically had nothing to do with it. But then there's like all this video of him being like, we're going to march to the Capitol. I'm going to march with you. So let's go this way. All right, let's go.
encourage those folks to go up on Capitol Hill, number one.
Yes, he did encourage them, yeah.
Sat in the dining room off the Oval Office. He sat there for 3 hours. 3 hours watching, begging, being begged by his vice president and a number of his colleagues on the Republican side as well to do something, to call for a stop, to end it. Instead, they talked about these people
I'm sorry, we're going back 10 seconds. Watch the tells over here, dude.
being something by his vice president and a number of his colleagues on the Republican side as well to do something, to call for a stop. To end it. Instead, they talked about these people being patriots and great patrons of America. In fact, he says he'll not forgive them for what they've done. They've been convicted. He says he wants to commute their sentences and say that no. But he went to every single court in the nation. I don't know how many cases, scores of cases, including the Supreme Court. And they said, no, this guy is responsible for doing what was done. He did do a damn thing. And these people should be in jail. And they should be the ones who are being held accountable. And he wants to let them all out. And now he says if he loses again, such a whiner that he is, that it could be a bloodbath.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump?
What they've done to some people that are so innocent, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. What you have done, how you've destroyed the lives of so many people. When they ripped down Portland, when they ripped down many other cities,
Dude.
you go to Minnesota, Minneapolis,
Bro.
What they've done there.
Yo.
You know who fucking Joe Biden reminds me of? I just fucking thought of it. He reminds me of Captain Murphy from C-Lab 2021.
I can see that. I actually am not a big C-Lab watcher. Not that I don't like it.
Bro. He needs a Mingus Dew, is what he needs. He needs a Mingus Dew, and he needs his scorpion to stab him in his arm. He needs his feel-good juice.
Hell yeah, man. There you go. Deep cuts for all the C-Lab fans out there in the chat.
The fires all over the city. If I didn't bring in the National Guard, that city would have been destroyed. When you look at all of the... They took...
All right, real quick. What's his name? What's the guy's name from C-Lab?
Captain Murphy.
I mean, I see it, bro. I mean,
it ain't like a perfect one.
I mean, if you just delete the mustache, it's pretty fucking close. Look at this eyebrow action. Look at this eyebrow action. Dude, look
this
at the
show is like really good too. I love this fucking show.
even like the mouth, bro. It's pretty dead on. It's pretty fucking dead on.
Look at that picture. He's got a mouse in his head controlling him.
Fuck, I don't know which one.
You scrolled down past it.
Oh no.
You scrolled it again. Go back down. Right there. Second one.
This one?
No, right above it. To the left.
Oh! It's pretty dead on, bro. Pretty dead on.
Took over big chunks of Seattle. I was all set to bring in the National Guard. They heard that. They saw them coming, and they left.
That's what I used to call my ex-girlfriend, big chunks of Seattle.
Immediately. What he said about this whole subject is so off. Peacefully patriotic. One other thing. The Unselect Committee, which is basically two horrible Republicans that are all gone now, out of office, and Democrats, all Democrats, they destroyed and deleted all of the information they found because they found out we were right. We were right. And they deleted and destroyed all of the information. They should go to jail for that. If a Republican did that, they'd go to jail.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden, I want to give you a minute.
The only person on this stage is a convicted felon is the man I'm looking at right now.
All right, let me drink. Hold on. Yep.
He's like, yeah.
Knew it was coming.
And the fact of the matter is, what he's telling you is simply not true. The fact is that there was no effort on his part to stop what was going on up in Capitol Hill. And all those people, every one of those who were convicted, deserves to be convicted. The idea that they didn't kill somebody, just went in and broke down doors, broke the windows, occupied offices, turned over desks, turned them over statues. The idea that those people are patriots? Come on. When I asked him the first two debates we had, first time around,
will you denounce white supremacists? He said, stand back and stand by.
I said, will you denounce the Proud Boys? He said, no, I'll tell them to stand by. The idea he's refusing, will you denounce these guys? Will you denounce the people we're talking about now?
This is it. If he doesn't denounce them again, I have to drink.
You denounce the people who attacked that Capitol? What are you going to do?
I'm going to give you a minute, President Trump, for a follow-up question I have.
No! You are fired, sir.
Don't worry. He'll answer what he wants to answer anyway.
You know what? You're right. He's going to ask him a question that's not what I want him to answer, which is, will he denounce the Proud Boys now? But I think Trump can't help but go back to the last question. In fact, I think Biden is so big brain right now that he knew Jake Tapper was about to ask this question, and so he asked about the Proud Boys, knowing that Trump's brain programming will make him go back to the previous question. So let's see if any of this comes to fruition.
after a jury convicted you of 34 felonies last month, you said if reelected, you would, quote, have every right to go after, unquote, your political opponents. You just talked about members of the Select Committee on January 6th going to jail. Your main political opponent is standing on stage with you tonight. Can you clarify exactly what it means about you feeling you have every right to go after your political opponents?
Well, I said my retribution is going to be success. We're going to make this country successful again, because right now it's a failing nation. My retribution is going to be success. But when he talks about a convicted felon, his son is a convicted felon at a very high level. His son is convicted, going to be convicted probably numerous other times. Should have been convicted before, but his Justice Department let the statute of limitations lapse on the most important things. But he could be a convicted felon as soon as he gets out of office. Joe could be a convicted felon with all of the things that he's done. He's done horrible things. All of the death toll at the border. Telling the Ukrainian people that we're going to want $1 billion or you change the prosecutor. Otherwise, you're not
all the
getting
shit he did while he was vice president to Obama, yeah.
That's quid pro quo.
Bombing the fuck out of Syria.
We're not going to do anything.
Sure.
We're not going to give you $1 billion unless you change your prosecutor having to do with his son. This man is a criminal. This man, you're lucky. You're lucky. I did nothing wrong. We'd have a system that was rigged and disgusting. I did nothing wrong.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden, you have said, I'm coming right to you, sir. You want to respond?
All right, real quick. Magicaster dropped us a link for the CBS fact check as this has been going along. They're doing what we gave up on.
Oh, word, sweet.
Yeah, so you guys can't see it unless you're looking at the stream, just because it's a different window. But if you trust me, this is what it says. You can watch the VOD to see if I lied to you later. Trump claims we had the greatest economy in the history of our country. This is false. We have the greatest here's Trump's quote: "We have the greatest economy in the history of our country, and we have never done so well. Everybody was amazed by it. Other countries were copying us." Here's the details. Trump's claim is false that during his presidency, the U.S. had the greatest economy in the history of the country by many of the common metrics used to judge economic performance. The claim struggles when looking at GDP. If the 2020 pandemic is excluded, growth after inflation under Trump averaged 2.67%, according to figures from the World Bank. This is far from the GDP growth under Democratic President Bill Clinton of 4%, according to... Dude, where's Bill? Give us Bill back. Put Monica as the vice president. Including the time period after COVID spread, that average drops to 1.45, so almost 2.5% away from the bill. Trump's claim also falls short when compared to historical figures. Growth between 62 and 66 ranged from 4.4 to 6.6% in 1950 and 51. GDP ranged, I assume GDP growth ranged between 8.7 and 8%. So, yeah, no, he's far off by like 7%.
We should elect a scientist, dude. I nominate Lawrence
I agree.
Krauss.
Who's Lawrence Krauss?
He's just well, you know what, dude? You put me on the fucking spot. He's a Canadian American dude. He's a theoretical physicist.
Was he born in Canada or America? Because if he's born in Canada, he's already immediately
I
disqualified.
watched him the other day adjust the doomsday clock to 90 seconds, which scared the shit out of me.
Oh, damn. Okay.
90 seconds to midnight.
Yeah. And I don't know like the conversion for that. I'm aware of what it is, but I don't know like what the minutes mean necessarily. Okay, real quick. Unemployment. Trump's claim is also false when evaluating the unemployment rate in Feb of 2020, a month before COVID pandemic affected the economy. The unemployment rate stood at 3.5%, which is the lowest since December of 1969, but not the lowest ever. Okay, so he almost told the truth, kind of. But when Trump's term... Okay, hold on. But when Trump's term ended, the unemployment rate was 6.3%, which is almost double when he beat December of 1969. So that's bad in this case. Double is bad. In 1953, the unemployment rate fell as low as 2.5% under Mr. Biden. Why are we not calling him President Biden? Under President Biden, the unemployment rate is 4%, according to the most recent... Yeah, okay. Now that I think about the question, okay, fair. In January 2023, to get in April, The unemployment rate was 3.4%, lower than the best month during Trump's term. So if we just take those two metrics, that's the only two that we need. Biden has done better than Trump at their best times. And it doesn't say that he's done worse than Trump at his worst time, but we can't conclude that that's true, but it doesn't say that. Stock market performance. Let me just fucking quickly read this to myself. I don't fucking care too much about this. In 2021, January 19th, the S&P 500 stock exchange closed at 67.8%, above where it had been the day before Trump was inaugurated in 2017. Wait, above? Okay, well, the stock performed a lot better than okay, fair. According to Investopia, at the end of President Barack Obama's first term in office, the S&P closed 84.5% higher. Additionally, the S&P gained 79% during President Bill Clinton's first term, 70% during Eisenhower's first term. So under President Biden, the S&P 500 has increased almost 40%, according to calculate. Okay, well, I don't care or know enough about that. Biden claims he's the only president of this century that doesn't have troops dying anywhere in the world. False. Okay. At least 16 U.S. service members have died while serving overseas. Okay, good enough. Moving along. Trump claims...
Isn't there like 10 Americans captured by Russia right now?
No, it's...
Weren't they just talking about that?
13 U.S. service members died in an attack at the Kabul airport in Afghanistan. So, and whenever we pulled out of Afghanistan, we lost some peeps. Moving on.
Crazy as hell.
Yeah. Trump claims he did not refer to U.S. soldiers who were killed as suckers and losers. This is false. Current former U.S. military service members have detailed to CBS News multiple instances when Trump made disparaging remarks about members of the U.S. military who were captured or killed, including referring to the American war dead at the Isle Marne American Cemetery in France in 2018 as losers and suckers. So I guess he said that.
I feel like I can chime in on this.
Yeah, go ahead.
As a prior service member, I can definitely attest to the fact that we refer to ourselves
as losers. Yeah. But
I'm sorry, but like
you're fine.
We joke on each other. Like the fact that we even joined the military means that we were suckers before we needed to.
Sure, and I could
suckers and losers before we joined the army. Now we're just suckers and losers that all wear the same fucking uniform.
Yeah,
that's how we talk about ourselves.
I agree with that. I agree with that.
Like,
okay,
how big of an insult is it really?
It is it's a huge insult, and let me tell you why. Okay. If you're Scott, we're married now. Are you ready for this? You're my wife. Is that okay? No, I'll tell you what. I'll be the wife. You're my husband. Okay.
Just now, just today.
Just today.
Like the past 80 years didn't happen. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. So you're my husband. I'm your wife. If you defend me from a homeless man with fisticuffs, and at the end of that you call yourself a sucker and a loser, that's your right to say. Me as your wife, the person that you were protecting, if after being defended from a homeless person calls you a sucker and a loser, that is highly disrespectful, because arguably without you, I wouldn't be safe. Do you see where I'm going with this?
What the fuck does that make you, dumbass bitch? Call me a sucker and a loser.
Right. So, yeah. So a guy that's unwilling to fight a war is calling the people protecting him in wars suckers and losers. If the guys in the war want to call themselves suckers and losers, there's an argument to be made for that. But the disrespect that a guy that's not willing to make that sacrifice does whenever he calls you a sucker. Yeah. But that's the main difference. You asked the question, I answered. I apologize.
No, you're cool. I know this. I was just, I don't know. Yeah, he's out of line for that one, but at the same time, we do, you know what I mean? We did call ourselves that.
Sure, dude. I mean, there's an argument to be made. Like, I've met a lot of military guys, dude. Okay, if I was gonna let someone defend if my life was on the line in an algebra competition, I'm not picking any one of these guys. All right, it's nothing against them. It doesn't necessarily make them suckers and losers. They just have different skill sets. So you might say they're.
In fact, I think that's like the primary feeling for like the first 6 months you're even in the Army is like, man, I'm just a fucking sucker.
Well, isn't that what your drill sergeant uses way worse words than sucker and loser every fucking day, every 5 seconds? Yeah. So sure. But it's different. You know what I mean? That has a purpose. The guy leading the country that's supposed to be the commander-in-chief of the military calling all the people under him suckers and losers is a fucking retard, bro. Like, I don't know what else to say.
That's like a serious nerve to morale too, man.
Yeah. But he said it. He called them suckers and losers, pieces of shit, suckers and losers that they are. But he can't say that. We can say that. He can't say that.
Yeah, he's out of line. For that one, yeah.
Sure. Biden claims 40% fewer people are crossing the border illegally, better than when Trump was in office. This is partially true. Let's see what they mean by that. Since Mr. Biden issued a proclamation banning most immigrants from asylum at the U.S.-Mexico border in early June, illegal crossings have dropped. In the past week, daily illegal border crossings have averaged roughly 2,000, according to the internal Department of Homeland Security data obtained by CBS News. That is a 47% drop from the 3,800 daily average in May. So during the height of a spike in migration faced by the Trump administration in 2019, Border Patrol recorded an average of 4,300 daily illegal crossings, but there were months during the pandemic where they also averaged fewer than 2,000. So Trump had the higher, like, if we're going to go by 1 day metric, it looks like Trump had more illegals cross in 1 day than Biden has ever had. But, you know, this is like a moving number that moves day to day. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and it could be even, dude, you know? Or it could be widely like
I just know that man, we got to like do something about these cartels, bro. Like that's what really like. I mean, we could put up a wall. We could put up a wall, but like that doesn't mean like that's not gonna stop the cartels from being a huge problem, dude.
Don't they usually use fucking tunnels?
I mean, they got fucking plenty of methods, man. Like the cartels, like protecting a fucking $100 billion industry, man. They're like practically a military in their own right, man.
And here's probably what happens. Yeah, and here's what happens. Even if you are able to secure the entire border, like just for like magical fun, like devil's advocate argument, you're able to secure the entire border. That is probably such a money-making opportunity for the cartel. They'd probably just pick one part of the wall, demolish it, and fucking hold it down and push people across. Like,
I think that like as soon as people hear that, like slavery and sex slavery is still a thing, and during in modernity, that should be like one of the most appalling things that could fall upon your fucking ears as a modern human being. Why the fuck are we not doing anything about this?
It's not that we're not doing anything, right?
We're just gonna put up a wall and forget about all this shit. We're trying to forget about it.
Sure.
You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah. I don't know, dude. Here's the problem with
again, like I feel that way about a lot of places. Like,
right.
The people of Mexico have had enough. The people of South America have had enough. Africa has had enough.
Yeah,
dude. So I don't know, man. I want to solve all the problems. I just can't.
I know, dude. Me too.
I don't have the power to solve any problem.
I know, dude. We can't. We can just talk about it and hope somebody hears our take, and then maybe they like get some kind of steam and they do something important with it. But here's my thought: is like, I used to be like, in my younger years, I would think, capitalism is super fucked up. There's all these like negative side effects of capitalism. It creates all this inequality. But I never like looked until recently at like the positive sides of capitalism. Capitalism creates some like really fucking cool things if you want to talk about it. Like the fact that in a communist country, you can basically ensure that everybody has a rock to throw, right? But in a capitalist country, you can move around capital and form companies in such a way that you can actually attain space travel, right? That creates some really cool opportunities. So yes, while if you would have asked me years ago, I would have said we probably need some kind of socialism, communist kind of thing where everybody gets sort of the same opportunity. And I still think that there's like some weird world in between these, right? Where you have a capitalist, you have a capitalist organization, but you have to plan for and like build policy that is going to directly address all of the negative outcomes of it, right? Which this is going to sound kind of a lot like communism in practice, but it's not. You just have to make sure that everybody can eat, that everybody like has a reasonable starting point. It doesn't all even have to be the same starting point. I used to think that. I don't even think that's attainable or possible. Or if you can attain it, it is going to come like with negative side effects on the other side where we're actually going to like lose a lot of things. So yeah, I think capitalism is like pretty cool and pretty sick in some ways, but the problem is that we're super slow to like figure out how to address any of the negative side effects. And then
we don't have a really good system to like prevent corruption either, man.
Yeah, that's 100% true. And anytime you have capitalism, that's one of the that's one of the negative.
Way too incentivized by money.
Right, so that's one of the negative side effects of fucking capitalism. So what you could do immediately is make sure that, like, if you're going to run for public office, like, it is absolutely illegal to trade on the stock market with any kind of, like, insider trader information. For example, you look at, like...
Somebody ought to let Nancy Pelosi know that.
I know, somebody needs to tell her. But you have to make that a law. Otherwise, if you don't make that a law, then you are going to have Nancy Pelosi's.
Yeah, for sure.
And I guarantee... And so, like, that's the thing, right? Well, now who makes the law? People like Nancy Pelosi. Are they going to fucking make laws that are going to come at the detriment of them? This is like I don't know how you solve for that. That's the thing you have to figure out how to solve for. Well, you would say, well, just put people of integrity into office, which is like almost impossible to do. Yeah, so it is crazy. The problem is you can't go with democracy and capitalism. There are some checks and balances. You can go, well, that Republican over there, you know, he's talking about how like family values, but then he's also going to like swinger parties. Like you can point that guy out, and then we go, okay, well, we'll vote a different Republican in. The problem is that this whole process is so fucking slow, man. I don't know how you speed it up and make it. I don't know how you better vet people or actually give people more control than the people that you elect. I don't know if you have more elected officials, more court people. Like, I don't fucking know. I don't know.
Yeah, it's so funny. Fucking politicians taught us that the pray the gay away types are butt lovers.
Do what now? One more time? I didn't hear you.
Like anybody that's like, you know, one of the pray the gay away types, you know.
Oh yeah. If you're a Matt Gaetz, yeah, dude. If you're a Matt Gaetz, you're paying fucking young girls for sex, dude. If you're talking about how big of a problem fucking human trafficking is, you are like the biggest purchaser of human trafficker goods, dude. Like that's just how it works, unfortunately. All right, moving along. We've gotten so ADHD'd. We're moving. Trump migrants coming to U.S. and killing our citizens at a level we've never seen before is misleading. I'm not going to read all the details on this. Let me see. But while the data on this question is not comprehensive, available studies have found that migrants living in the country illegally do not commit crimes at a higher rate than native-born Americans. If you think about that, that makes perfect sense. I used to know a guy by his actual name wasn't Richard. I only ever knew him as Richard. He was a totally Mexican guy with a nickname Gordo. He sold cocaine to my grandma and the other whites of the projects. This guy would find people like my grandma to do the actual illegal work, even though he was like the main man supplying, right? The reason that you take on such a fucking low-key attitude as a migrant of the country, it makes no sense to go into a country where you're an illegal alien and then to start committing crimes, because now all of the money and all the time that you've spent to get over to this country is going to get thrown out the window because you're going to get arrested and deported. So like that doesn't even make any sense if you think about it on its face. On COVID, Trump claims more people died under Biden administration than his. True, but needs context. I was thinking about this, and I'm going to scroll up so I can't read this. I was thinking about this as it was said. I don't remember how much of COVID happened on one side of the election or the other. It would make sense if 75% of the COVID infections that were happened under Biden's watch, that there would be more deaths. So I'd like to know if this is just like a semantics, like static, like statistic thing that he says, where if you have the context, it actually makes sense. But let's see. More than 460,000 people had died from COVID-19 by the end of the week that Biden was inaugurated in 2021. So this many before. While more than 725,000 have died in 3 years since, according to the data from the CDC. However, research has found the counts of COVID 19 deaths, especially in the early days of the pandemic, were undercounted. So what we can extract from this is that when did COVID start? 2020. If we were gonna round down, we could say 2019, right? We'd say the end of 2019. So that would give end of 2019, the entire year of 2020. It did inauguration on 2021. That happens in January, right? So that would mean the very beginning of 2021. We are now, if COVID persisted for 3 years after that, that'd be more than double the amount of time. So we lost less than double the people in more than double the amount of time that Donald Trump lost. So I would give this as an L to Donald Trump. In discussing abortion, Trump claims former Virginia governor, a Democrat, supporting killing babies. False, but we already knew that because I already gave you guys the context for that. And I already said everything that I'm about to read right now. In a 2019 radio interview, then governor of Virginia, Ralph Northam, discussed the late-term abortions, addressed a hypothetical scenario in which a fetus was severely deformed or wasn't otherwise viable, meaning that this baby is going to die no matter what happens next, in case you fucking don't understand what viable means. He said the infant would be delivered, the infant would be kept comfortable, the infant would be resuscitated if that's what the mother and the family desired. What they actually didn't leave here is that what they didn't put in here is that there would be a conversation held after it as to what to do next. Northam did not say the fetus should be killed. Killing a newborn baby or infanticide is illegal in every state, and not a single state is trying to change that. Okay, so this is just completely false. What I would attribute this to is that the actual governor, Ralph Northam, probably doesn't fucking know that much about abortion. And he floated a hypothetical scenario that he probably just didn't know, like, the hard yes or no's to. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because it sounds like infanticide would be illegal no matter what. So if you deliver the baby deformed or not, if it's not viable, well, here's the question. Is euthanasia of a non-viable fetus, what do we call that? If the fetus is going... Okay, let me paint a scenario. If the fetus is going to die a long and suffering death, or there's euthanasia as an option, which is probably the better option? It's a good question, huh?
Yeah, I don't know.
If you're going to watch a baby struggle for breaths over like a 19-hour period, or you can drug the baby that's going to for surely die. Now, I guess you could, as a parent, make the call to see if they make it through, and then you have to live with the fact that you watched your kid struggle for air for 19 hours before it did die when you had the option to.
You know what? This is a good question for history, man. Like, all the people who had to watch their baby suffer because they didn't have modern medical technology, like...
Would you have rather not seen...
Would feel about it?
Sure.
Would they rather watch their child suffer again, or would they rather ease the suffering because they know what's coming?
And there's another element to this that we gotta... Right, and there's an element.
I'm not the guy for this.
And here's the problem: no one's the guy for this. When you are produced, or like when you are like presented with this situation, the one that we've laid out, there is no correct answer until everything has run its course, right?
I feel like everybody wants everything to be like black and white when most of life is just a great big gray area, man.
100%. But here's the point that I want to make. As a parent, you have a child. The doctor tells you the child is probably not viable. This fetus is probably not going to make it. As a parent, you probably, everything in you wants to probably think like, well, he's got my genes, he's going to fight, or she's going to fight. Like, I kind of want to see this through. There's no way in that mindset that you could make the correct decision of, do we euthanize the baby or do we see if the baby can pull through? You probably don't even think about, is my baby going to suffer for 19 hours before it doesn't pull through? You probably just want to see if your baby will pull through. So, like, going back to the, like, COVID mandate, right? I'm going to link these two things together. Whenever you put the COVID mandate out, the idea is that you want to limit the amount of deaths. You don't know how deadly the virus is. You can only make a decision now based on if it's super deadly, you know, everybody dies if we don't do a mandate. If it's not that deadly, we do a mandate. Everybody bitches about the mandate. Then I think in this case, the mandate's always the way to go. Whenever you get past COVID, you look and you see, okay, well, I guess it wasn't as deadly as we thought. The mortality rate, this, that, and that. You can't at that point say that, putting the mandate in place was a bad decision because you didn't have that information at the time that you made that decision. So what I'm saying is that there is, and what you said earlier, Scott, is, if we had a sample on this would actually answer the question. If you ask all of the parents after watching, their baby struggle, the doctor gives them the news, they're not viable, do we euthanize the baby or do we watch the baby struggle? I bet 90% of those parents with retroactive experience would say, I would euthanize the baby. There is no way you could come to that conclusion in the moment because you wouldn't know. You would say, let's see if the baby pulls through, and then you would kill yourself and lose sleep for the rest of your life because you know that the baby struggled for 90 minutes and the option of euthanasia was there. But there's no way that you can make that decision at that time. So I think whenever you ask a fucking governor, do you float this scenario, it'd be really easy to give the wrong answer on that, I would think. I would say that the euthanasia is probably the right choice, but that does let the Republicans spin it as we're going to kill babies after they're born, unfortunately. All right, I'm sorry, guys. Hell of a tangent there. Moving on. Trump claims Biden went after his political opponent in New York. Hush money case to damage him. Hold on, let me read this again. Trump claims Biden, quote, went after his political opponent in New York's hush money case to damage him. This is false. There's no federal jurisdiction over a state case. The
Whose claim was that?
Trump claimed that Biden, quote, went after is they put that in quotes. That kind of threw me off. But yeah, Trump saying that Biden went after him over the New York hush money case to damage him is false. So like I just said, there's no federal jurisdiction over a state case. The Manhattan District Attorney's Office is a separate entity from the U.S. Department of Justice, which is funny because I feel like every time I hear about this, it's the U.S. Department of Justice has been weaponized against Donald Trump. But the department does not supervise the work of the Manhattan DA's office, does not approve its charging decisions, and it does not try the DA's cases. So that's not possible. Unless there's corruption. You could always make an argument for corruption in something like this. Well, there's a Democrat guy there. Joe Biden's a Democrat. They talk. You could make that case. But, there's no jurisdiction. Trump claims Trump claims he brought insulin prices down for seniors. This one is misleading. Let me see if I can summarize this without reading it all. Okay, Medicare created backing up. I got to read it all. During Trump's time as president, Medicare created a voluntary program in 2020 between some plans and insulin manufacturers that agreed to cap out-of-pocket costs for insulin at $35 per month. Around half of Medicare Advantage or standalone prescription drugs around half of Medicare Advantage or standalone prescription drug plans ended up participating by 2021. Okay, so apparently Trump brought in the the legislation that was going to make this happen, but it came into effect by 2021 once Biden was in president. So yeah, it's a little misleading. David Ricks, CEO of insulin drug maker Eli Lilly, has taken credit for pioneering the idea with Trump administration officials at a congressional hearing and in an interview. In the same interview with Stat, Seema Verma, former Medicare agency chief in the Trump administration, gave Ricks the credit for the cap. He is an unsung hero. Shout out. He was actually the mastermind of all this. So it seems like some guy got in Trump's ear and made it sound like it was Trump's idea, probably. Medicare ended the policy in 2023, however, after Biden signed into law the Inflation Reduction Act, which capped insulin costs for Medicare beneficiaries, not just for the portions of plans participating in the program. Hold on. Not just for the portions of the plan participating in the program, the law capped insulin costs at the same amount of $35 per month. So I guess that brought in an additional plan. So I guess Trump started it. Biden made it better. Trump claims, this is moving on. Trump claims Biden wants open borders. False. This is the information I need to talk to my uncle. When he took office, Mr. Biden numerous Trump-era immigration policies, including a program that required immigrants to await their asylum hearings in Mexico. U.S. Border Patrol has also reported a number of migrant apprehensions along the southern border during Mr. Trump's presidency. Let me read that again because I fucked up. U.S. Border Patrol has also reported record numbers of migrant apprehensions along the southern border during Mr. Biden's presidency. But Mr. Biden has never endorsed or implemented an open borders policy. So if you were going to say that Biden caught more people ever, it sounds like he's doing pretty good. In fact, Mr. Biden has embraced some restrictive border policies that mirror rules enacted by his predecessor. I know he got a lot of flack for this. In 2023, his administration published a regulation that disqualified migrants from asylum if they cross into the country illegally after not seeking protection in a third country. Okay. Earlier this month, I mean, that kind of makes sense, right? That kind of makes sense. People are like... Yeah. Claiming it, but instead of getting it, they just cross illegally. I mean, that makes sense how you would disqualify somebody for that. Earlier this month, Mr. Biden enacted an even stricter policy, a proclamation that has partially shut down asylum processing along the border. His administration has also carried out over 4 million deportations, expulsions, and returns of immigrants since 2021. It's a lot of people. That's like 1% of the population. That's a lot of people. Only U.S. citizens can vote in federal elections. Most who cross the U.S. illegally are not on a path to permanent legal status, let alone citizenship. Even those who apply and win asylum, a process that takes typically years to complete, have to wait 5 years as permanent U.S. residents before applying. Holy shit. I wonder if there's some weird window where if you are like, while you're in that window of 5 years, if you can be deported for some shit. That'd be crazy. There's no evidence to suggest... probably not. There's no evidence to suggest that the Biden administration's border policy is based on the desire to convert immigrants into voters. Well, you can't until... Okay, listen. I can just take... Okay, if this is true, what they just said, a process that typically takes years to complete, and they have to wait at least 5 years as a U.S. permanent resident, guess what that means, folks? Biden has already done one term. How many terms are you allowed to be as president? Everybody answer at once. 2. All right, you can only be president for 2 terms. So that means if everything Biden is doing now is to permit migrants to vote for him for the second term, that means every migrant has to be on a speed run to citizenship because it takes 5 years. That means that he could have only prepped for 3 years to bring these people in and then hope that they were speed running the system for 5 years to just even be eligible to vote. And I don't even know that these people even give a fuck about voting, first off. Do we even know that they give a fuck about voting?
Sure. They don't.
Yeah, I think they're just happy to fucking be here. You know what I mean? I'm glad I read this. I can't wait to talk to my uncle about the border. And that's everything we've got so far. We're going to refresh this page in a bit, though. All right, I'm peeing. I'm going to throw this back on. I appreciate you guys. I'm having fun.
Fine, go ahead. I'll give you a minute to respond.
The idea that I did anything wrong relative to what you're talking about is outrageous. It's simply a lie, number one. Number two, the idea that you have a right to seek retribution against any American just because you're president is wrong. It's simply wrong. No president's ever spoken like that before. No president in our history has spoken like that before. Number three, the crimes that you are still charged with, and think of all the civil penalties you have. How many billions of dollars do you owe in civil penalties for molesting a woman in public, for doing a whole range of things, of having sex with a porn star on the night while your wife was pregnant? I mean, what are you talking about? You have the morals of an alley cat.
Give you a minute, sir.
I didn't have sex with a porn star, number one. Number two, that was a case that was started and moved. They moved a high-ranking official, a DOJ, into the Manhattan DA's office to start that case. That case is going to be appealed and won. We had a very terrible judge, a horrible judge, Democrat. The prosecutor were all high-ranking Democrats, appointed people, and both the civil and the criminal. He basically went after his political opponent because he thought it was going to damage me. But when the public found out about these cases, because they understand it better than he does, he has no idea what these cases are. But when they found out about these cases, you know what they did? My poll numbers went up, way up. You know that because you're reporting it. And we took in more money in the last 2 weeks than we've ever taken in the history of any campaign. I don't think any campaign has ever taken. Hundreds of millions of dollars came pouring in because the public knows it's a scam, and it's a guy that's after his political opponent because he can't win fair and square.
Thank you, President Trump. President.
I'm so sorry. Here we go. Are you guys ready? I'll make this quick. Are you guys familiar with any of the like post-Super manga stuff? Like Dragon Ball Super? Do you know about it? Okay. So at some point in the manga, this isn't in the anime at all, but Trump and Vegeta share equality. Okay. Trump shares this politically, and it's Ultra Ego, and it has the best possible name. So, everybody knows about Ultra Instinct. Goku develops Ultra Instinct, and essentially he can, like, see attacks before they happen and respond without even... Yes, so Vegeta
has...
He has Ultra Ego because he's been training with Beerus, who is the Lord of Destruction. And so Goku training with the Angels gives him like one type of divine energy, or like a tendency toward that. Vegeta learns this technique called Ultra Ego, which is the more he gets hit, the stronger he gets. And Trump literally has Ultra Ego. If you come out with a case that says he banged a porn star while his wife was pregnant, the MAGA base respects him more. They wish they could fuck a porn star while their wife was pregnant, bro. If he fucking molests a woman and gets away with it for fucking 20 years, the Republican Party thinks like, holy shit, bro, this is so anti-cancel culture, you can't even cancel him, and he molested a woman. Like, he has Ultra Ego, and it's weird. Like, it is crazy. Everything that Trump is saying is true. Every time that they hit him with the biggest thing that should ever knock someone out of, like, the political orbit, it gets him more money and more supporters, and I don't get it. And this is the party of law and order, the party of morals, the party of family values that support him every time that this happens. I don't get it.
Biden, you have said, quote, Donald Trump and his MAGA Republicans are determined to destroy American democracy. Do you believe that the tens of millions of Americans who are likely to vote for President Trump will be voting against American democracy?
The more they know about what he's done, yes. The more they know about what he's done. And there's a lot more coming. He's got a lot of cases down the road coming around. He's got a whole range of issues he has to face. I don't know what the juries will do, but I do know he has a real problem. And so the fact that, could you ever think you heard any president say that I'm going to seek retribution? Do you ever hear any president say that I thought Hitler had some good ideas? What got me involved to run in the first place after my son had died, I decided in Iraq, because of Iraq, I said I wasn't going to run again. Until I saw what happened in Charlottesville, Virginia. People coming out of the woods carrying swastikas on torches, and singing the same anti-Semitic bile they sang when back in Germany.
And Trump called them good people on both sides. All right, here we go.
And the young woman got killed. I spoke to the mother, and
he knows it's coming. That's why he's shaking his head. He knows.
And they said, "What do you think of those people? The ones who got killed, the one who tried to stop it, and the ones," he said, "I think they're fine people on both sides." What American president would ever say, Nazis coming out of fields, carrying torches, singing the same anti-Semitic bile, carrying swastikas, were fine people? And this is a guy who says Hitler's done some good things. I'd like to know what they are. The good things Hitler's done, that's what he said. This guy has no sense.
Oh, Biden laid a trap. I hope Trump answers that question. I want him to answer that one, dude.
Democracy.
President Trump.
Jake, both of you know that story has been totally wiped out, because when you see the sentence, it said 100% exoneration on that. So he just keeps it going. He says he ran because of Charlottesville. He didn't run because of Charlottesville. He ran because it was his last chance. He's not equipped to be president. You know it, and I know it. It's ridiculous. We have a debate. We're trying to justify his presidency. His presidency, he's without question the worst president, the worst presidency in the history of our country. We shouldn't be having a debate about it. There's nothing to debate. He made up the Charlottesville story, and you'll see it's debunked all over the place.
You're crazy.
Every reasonable anchor.
You're a liar.
It. And just the other day it came out where it was fully debunked. It's a nonsense story. He knows that. And
God damn, why are you making me stop this right now? Watch, I'm going to find it in 5 seconds. I'm sorry, boys. I'm fucking sorry. Good people on both sides. This will pull it. Oh.
What you're calling the alt-left and white
Other with clubs, and you've just called them the left. Look at Thomas Jefferson. You like him? Take down cult because they not absolutely.
Hold on.
This. You had a group on one side, and you had. I'm not putting anybody on a moral plane. What I'm saying is this: you had a group on one side, and you had a group on the other, and they came at each other with clubs, and it was vicious, and it was horrible, and it was a horrible thing to watch. But there is another side. There was a group on this side, you can call them the left, you've just called them the left, that came violently attacking the other group. So you can say what you want, but that's the way it is.
It's on both sides, sir. You said there was hatred, there was violence on both sides.
Well, I do think there's blame. Yes, I think there's blame on both sides. You look at both sides. I think there's blame on both sides, and I have no doubt about it. And you don't have any
Say
doubt
it, bitch.
And if you reported it accurately, you would say.
Kill the person. Heather hired
Charlottesville. They showed up in Charlottesville to protest.
They didn't put themselves that were bad people in that group. But you also had people that were very fine people on both sides.
All right, you stupid son of a bitch. You have been debunked by me, who no one is watching. So, like, how are you going to say that? That's insane.
He used that as an excuse to run.
President Biden?
And debunked. It happened.
Yeah, bitch.
What to do is listen to what was said at the time.
Yeah.
And the idea that somehow that's the only reason I ran. I ran because I was worried a guy like this guy could get elected. If he thought they were good people coming out of that forest, carrying those woods, carrying those torches, then he didn't deserve to be president. Didn't deserve to be president at all. And the idea that he's talking about all this being fabricated, we saw with our own eyes. We saw what happened on January 6th. We saw the people breaking through the windows. We saw people occupying his own vice president. Look, there's a reason why 40 of his 44 top cabinet officers refused to endorse him this time. His vice president hasn't endorsed him this time. So why? Why? They know him well. They serve with him. Why are they not endorsing him?
Thank you, President Biden. We're going to be right back with more from the CNN presidential debate.
I feel like I'm doing my best to be pretty impartial here. I'm giving Trump points, dude. I think I've given Trump more points than I've given Biden, but it's just like... Yeah, we're just now to the first commercial. How many commercials were there? Did you watch this? I'm gonna fucking kill that volume for a second.
Debate live from Georgia.
There's two breaks? Okay.
Challenges you both faced in your first terms, and you'd certainly face again in a second term. President Biden, while black unemployment dropped to a record low under your presidency, black families still earn far less than white families. Black mothers are still 3 times more likely to die from pregnancy-related causes, and black Americans are imprisoned at 5 times the rate of white Americans. What do you say to black voters who are disappointed that you haven't made more progress?
They acknowledge they made a lot of progress, number one. The fact of the matter is there are more small black businesses that have been started than any time in history. Number two, the wages of black unemployment is the lowest level it's been in a long, long time. Number three, we're providing housing for black Americans and dealing with the segregation that exists among these corporations that collude to keep people out of their houses. And in addition to that, we find that the impact on the
he's going to lose it.
That black families have to make relative to child care is incredibly difficult. When we did the first major piece of legislation in the past, I was able to reduce black...
I legit just poggers because he didn't lose it. That's sad.
child care costs. I cut them in half. We got to make sure we provide for child care costs. We got to make sure, because when you provide those child care protections, you increase economic growth because more people can be in the job market. So there's more to be done, considerably more to be done. But we've done a great deal so far, and I'm not letting up, and they know it.
You have 49 seconds left. What do you say to black voters who are disappointed with the progress so far?
I say I don't blame them for being disappointed. inflation is still hurting them badly. For example, I provided for the idea that any black family first-time home buyer should get a $10,000 tax credit to be able to buy their first home so they can get started. I made sure that we're in a situation where all those black families and those black individuals who had to take out student loans that were ballooning, that if they were engaged in nursing, doctor, and anything having to do with volunteerism, if they paid their bills for 10 years on their student debt, all the rest is forgiven after 10 years. Millions have benefited from that. And we're going to do a whole lot more for black families.
Thank you, President.
I didn't know that, dude. Is that how the student forgiveness went? You had to be paying your shit for 10 years?
I guess I didn't know about that either.
Somebody tell the fucking Republicans, dude, so the Republicans can fucking jizz their pants at the thought of someone paying their fucking student loans for 10 years straight. That's a huge step. I wouldn't have been somebody that qualified for that. I would have given up so early. I would have been like, my life is over. I would have been like, I fucking came out to the spawn, dude, and then there was a fucking college ready to fucking spawn kill me immediately with the fucking student debt. Like, that's literally what the shit is, dude. It's like fucking, you're a level fucking 60 classic WoW player, and you're fucking camping the spawn zone as a rogue, and you're just fucking killing everybody joining the game for the first time. Like, that's what happens with these things. I didn't know that you had to pay it for 10 years. That's crazy. There was another point that I was going to make. Biden's answers are good, but they sound so bad the way they are delivered. Like, they're pretty good, but they're bad. At least they're answers. I feel like a lot of what Trump has given us is like the same thing we've already heard previous to this debate. I'm learning shit from Biden. I'm not learning anything from... Did we learn anything from Trump? Feel free to call me. I've had a couple of beers, and I'm sitting in a high-altitude place where it matters. So I may have missed it, but I don't think we learned anything. Did we learn anything? I don't know.
And he caused the inflation. He's blaming inflation, and he's right.
Also, I do want to say that here's the other point that I was going to make, is that Biden took the L right there when they said, what do you want to say to black voters that would say that, they're disappointed? They should be disappointed. He took the L respectably, and that is something that this man was never going to do. I was opening my fridge. I might be a couple of beers and a little buzz. I was opening my fridge, and not like, I don't think my vote was really in the sway here, but if I was going to make my vote based on one thing in this debate that happened so far, it would be the fact that fucking Sleepy Joe over here took the fucking L and said, look, I have made progress. The black unemployment rate is lower than it's ever been. And then he gave a bunch of reasons for why. He says we want to open up childcare to more people because whenever we do that, more black people can enter the job market, which sounds like the man knows what he's talking about. It sounds like that's partially what he's already doing because we already have achieved that number. But he is saying you have a right to be upset. And that, if I was going to make my decision on anything, it would be the fact that the man took an L on public television and said, hey, I made some progress, but you know what? You're right to be upset. And that's something that this man would never do. That period. He won't take one single L. He still thinks he won the election.
It's been very bad. He caused the inflation, and it's killing black families and Hispanic families and just about everybody. It's killing people. They can't buy
just about everybody.
You look at
well, that's the thing is whenever Biden takes the L, like Trump, he immediately recognized and he goes, yeah, he did the inflation. He did the stuff. You know what I mean? Like, so he's going to piggyback off that.
The cost of food where it's doubled and tripled and quadrupled. They can't live. They're not living anymore. He caused this inflation.
Tell poor people about Sam's Club. If there was one thing I could advocate for at 33 years old, Scott, where's your nearest Sam's Club, bro?
Fuck, I don't know, Cookville.
Dude, you would save so much money, even if you
about to get to Aldi's, dude.
I don't even know. I don't know how good Aldi's is, but what I found out, Scott, by getting a Sam's Club membership, is that every other grocery store in the world is a scam. That's what I learned.
Really?
Yes. Bro, let me paint the picture. You know, on the Vine tomatoes.
You got to blow to become a member.
Dude, I could probably send you a link for a promo code for $25 for a year, and you're allowed in. Here's what poor people don't understand. Poor people will never pay a subscription cost, and I can say this because I used to be poor. All right, I am poor. Okay, what poor people will never do is pay a subscription service to something that they haven't seen the other side of. You could tell a poor person about all the good deals at Sam's Club, but unless they have experienced them, they will see buying a $50 for a year subscription, or even if you get it half off, what are you eating? And I'm going to tell you how much cheaper it is at Sam's Club. What are you eating right now?
How'd you know I was eating something?
Bro, your microphone is coming through the bag.
Oh, it was some Oreos.
Bro. All right, let's do it.
I get 400 packs of Oreos for $3.
Get the fuck out of town. Are you really?
All right, we're doing it. You gave me an example. You gave me an example, and I'm going to give you the comparison right now, live.
You go to get some ketchup, and they give you like a 5-gallon drum of ketchup.
I'll never need ketchup again. Okay. Okay, let's just open this. Jesus. All right, this is $10.78. You get a 12-pack of Wait, are these 12-pack of like the sleeves? How many cookies total? Sleeves. All right, 12 individual packs
I just ate a sleeve.
13
Oreos per pack.
150.
You won't be able to see this, but I'm damn, you probably nailed that. 150. God damn it, you're a fucking genius, Steve. Yeah, I just showed the stream. You got it. 156. 156 Oreos divided by $10.78. You were getting it for
15.
You fucking autistic piece of shit. It's 14.47 cents per Oreo. All right, let's go to Safeway. Now, this is probably going to be a little bit higher than what you'll pay in Tennessee, but the Sam's Club is probably also a little bit higher than what you'd pay in Tennessee. So this is probably the best way to compare. Oreos. They're on sale right now. This is hilarious. Oh, no, these are bars. Hold on.
Hey, I ain't fucked up with
That's a member price. So you're also paying it.
Okay, so for $4.99, you can get how many cookies? How many fucking cookies? I'm scanning and I'm not getting one. They're giving me ounces. All right, we're Googling. How many Oreos in a family pack?
Yo,
it contains
I forgot what I was about to ask. Damn.
It contains 48 cookies. All right, hold on. I gotta do this.
Jesus.
I gotta do this for a second so I can do this. This actually might not be the greatest comparison I'm realizing right now. So 14.47 cents on one, and now we're gonna do, what did I say, 48 cookies divided by, they're on sale for $4.99.
Shit. Hell yeah.
No, they're cheaper. And they're cheaper at Safeway somehow. Okay, well, I'm going to give it to you like this. Here's my best comparison. You know tomatoes on the vine, bro?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I can get like 10 tomatoes on the vine for like $5. They're this big thing. I never eat them, but I feel like they're so much more at a grocery store. I don't know. Sam's Club's a hack.
Look how much they are at Aldi's. Because we're about to get Aldi's, and I don't know much about it. But I've heard it's like a good company and all that shit.
All right, we're going Aldi's. We're searching Oreos. I can't. Online shopping. They have a dog shit website. Grocery pickup. No, I don't care. Let's see, snacks. Okay, they're gonna make me fucking click through a browser. Jesus Christ. All right, where is it again? Snacks, cookies, chips, Whoa, no, this is chips, crackers. Fuck, I fucked up. What? Cookies and sweets. Where are the Oreos?
Oh, look, there's off-brand Oreos.
Bro,
Right there. Your mouse was on.
don't do that to yourself, bro. We need a 1-to-1. We need to work. Why are they giving me fucking whitewashed Oreos before regular Oreos?
They're right. The regular ones were right next to it.
Holy shit, you're right. This is only party size. What's bigger,
That's
party
double
or
stuff,
family?
too. That's party size double stuff.
And now I have to see price. I have to go to the store? See price in store?
That's how they get you, dude. You gotta go there.
Oh no, I wasn't even showing you guys didn't even have us on the right screen for the stream here. Shit. Fuck. Dude, you have to see the price in store. Yeah, I was trying to calculate the difference in price in Oreos between Sam's Club and Safeway, but it looks like you actually get a better deal at Safeway if they're on sale. But yeah, there's like if you just go to Sam's Club, you'll find certain shit and you'll be like, "Oh my god." I did like 3 days of comparing prices, and a lot of things I found were wildly better at Sam's Club.
Got one.
Dude, it's just so good. Yeah, if there's a sale, then it's usually better than Sam's, says Sin. If no sale, then Sam's. Okay, so Sam's is like always on sale. What I would say is if there's something that you eat a lot of, you should go get that at Sam's. Like, you know, I love those little fucking peach cups, dog. I eat the fuck out of some peach cups, you know what I mean? And
What are peach cups?
they're little tiny cups that you give toddlers, and it has like juice and peaches, diced peaches.
Those things are good.
I eat the fuck out of those. You can get them. There's like 36 of them at Sam's Club, and it's like fucking $10. And if you
know
get
what's
like,
awesome? I got a pear tree and 2 apple trees in my backyard, and a pear tree is, yeah, it's got a shitload of pears on it right now.
bro, you have to get it before the squirrels do. We also have an apple tree, and we never beat the squirrels. Yeah, I've never had an apple off the tree.
I just shoot them with a BB gun in the butt.
So they survive.
Powerful BB gun. It don't kill them. It don't even like it won't even like injure them. It really just scares them. It's a weak one. If it was gonna like hurt them or something like that, I wouldn't do it. I would just scare them.
Just get a salt gun and shoot that at them.
And plus, another reason I scare them is because I don't want my dogs to kill them.
Yeah, that's true.
Off, you know what I mean?
Yeah, the BB is better than the bite for sure. I think there's like a country song about
I don't want them to get killed by my dog, and I don't want my dogs to like maybe get like rabies from them or something.
Dude, have you ever seen a black squirrel?
A carrier. I'm just.
Bro, we have black squirrels here. It's like
That's awesome.
I think it's like a genetic fuck up or something. Like a mutation. I might be wrong. I don't know. Fill me in on the black squirrel lore. But I've seen like a handful of them here, and they're fucking crazy. Yeah, they're like completely black, and they're wild. They're like a majestic squirrel. It's like if I don't know, dude, like Black Beauty, whatever majestic dark horse was a squirrel. I love them. That's all I know. That's the lore. Fuck. Okay, well, let me see. Black squirrel. Oh fuck, that's not a key. Yeah, dude, look at these guys. Can you see these?
See Captain.
Oh, you see the cap?
Yeah. Dude, that's
there must be a little
dude.
lag, yeah.
I see Captain Murphy on your stream.
Oh, yeah, there's probably a lag.
I just caught up. Holy shit.
Yeah.
That was a long time ago.
So, yeah, I didn't know there were black ones with brown tails. Have you ever seen one of these? I've never seen one of these, Sin. Is this a Photoshop squirrel? Maybe.
You know that foxes are black. Some foxes can be black.
Bro, I've been seeing the little yo, is that Pudding?
Yeah.
Yo, what up, dude? You are on stream to let you know.
Oh, hey guys.
Yo, what did you say? I missed it. I just turned you up. What did he say? Clip it. Oh shit. What was your intro? Did you call us a bunch of like reed tarts or?
No, not at all. No.
Okay. We were watching the presidential debate, and we have stopped, critiqued. I'm sure it's been over for hours now, and we're
yeah.
we're past this first ad break. But we've been talking about black squirrels and political things. How are you doing, bro?
I'm living the dream, dude.
We're
Living the American dream. You know?
We're happy to have you here in the political commentary desk with us this evening.
So plenty of cocaine and strippers, yeah. Where we go?
Yeah, dude. Gonna do your stream real quick.
Hell yeah.
There
Much
we are.
appreciate.
Hell yeah.
Much appreciate. You also have a Discord stream for the debate, so you could be real time with us.
Perfect.
All right.
Let's watch these old men yell.
Bro, it's been a while. Dude, if Biden's not yelling, dude, he's like about to die. He might have died already right after the debate. He's like literally on death's fucking... I can kind of see a silhouette of the Grim Reaper. If you squint hard enough, you can like see the aura of death behind him. Yeah.
Two really bad human beings trying to convince you they're not the worst one.
I mean, one of them is right, unfortunately. They can't both be the equal level of worse.
There's only two of them.
That's true. That's part of the problem.
You put me up there with them, dude, and I'm gonna look better than both of them.
Bro, I would love to see you run. You would have my vote for sure.
Yeah, you have my vote already, dude.
You know what they say? Like, you want to find out how well you did in life, become a politician.
That's probably true.
I really don't think anybody's got dirt on me. I'm willing to admit the bad shit I did.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to think if I don't think
really ain't that bad.
Yeah, I don't think I have any dirt on you. It's been pretty good. You know what, Scott? I do want to call into I just want to say for like all of our friends that have like multiply backstabbed each other, we have always been loyal for the most part. We've had some debacles here and there on both sides, but for the most part, dude.
Well, we're not perfect.
No, we're not perfect. But no, it is nice. If you guys knew where we came from, everybody just stabs everybody. It's like a constant thing. So it's nice.
I never did that shit, bro. That shit was just like, what the?
Yeah, it was fucking, it's a headache. All right, here we go.
I gave him a...
You said gay. All right, here we go.
Country with essentially no inflation. It was perfect. It was so good. All he had to do is leave it alone. He destroyed it with his Green New scam and all this money that's being thrown out the window. He caused inflation. As sure as you're sitting there, the fact is that his big kill on the black people is the millions of people that he's allowed to come in through the border. They're taking black jobs now, and it could be 18, it could be 19, and even 20 million people. They're taking black jobs, and they're taking Hispanic jobs, and you haven't seen it yet, but you're going to see something that's going to be the worst in our history.
Thank you. President Biden?
There was no inflation.
Bro, the conservative party has moved. They're so woke now. They don't even care about the white people's jobs that are being taken by all the immigrants anymore. They're worried about black and Spanish jobs being taken by Spanish people, which that is a weird thing to think about. But yeah, dude, how woke is the conservative party nowadays?
That's pretty cool, man. They're
Pretty
getting
cool.
more progressive. I'm liking it.
You know what? That's another point for Trump. Trump gets another point. Yep.
When I became president, you know why? The economy was flat on its back. 15% unemployment. He decimated the economy, absolutely decimated the economy. That's why there was no inflation at the time. There were no jobs. We provided
He also did kind of take credit for the lame duck, and I was just like, you know the lame duck, right?
Well, yeah, like whenever you know that you're getting out and you fucking do a lot of shit at the end.
Well, no, it's like when the presidency like carries over by a year, and that year is called the lame duck. So like during the lame duck, the prior presidencies like what would you call it? Their policies are still in place for that first year while the new president takes over, I guess. There's probably more to it than that, or I might just be explaining it wrong.
I might understand
But yeah,
it
he
wrong.
took credit for it, and it's just like
This is my understanding. Go ahead. I was gonna say can I give you my understanding of the lame duck real quick, and then we can talk about which one?
Go ahead,
Okay, so my understanding of the lame duck, and anybody feel free because it's a Google search way to correct both of us. is that whenever you elect a new president, right, and it, like, let's say that it takes over from the old president, or, you know, it's not the same president, it's a new president. There's that window of time between where the one president takes over, right? So, like, there's the election. We know Biden's going to be president, but Trump's, like, still... This is, like, the lame duck era, right? Or am I completely wrong? Please, someone correct me if I'm wrong. We're Googling.
I'm not sure, but my understanding was
an official, especially the president in the final period of office after the election of his successor.
I just typed dick in the search. Whoops. I didn't hit enter, but instead of duck, I'm typing little now, which is not what we're... Lame duck.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm probably full of shit.
I think both of you are right. Good job, guys.
Okay, in politics, a lame duck or outgoing politician is an elected official whose successor has already been elected or will be soon. An outgoing politician is often seen as having less influence with other politicians during the limited time left in office. But the other thing that's not touched on right here is that a lot of times a lame duck president will try to do things like that are good for his party while he can. It's like get it while like hitting the hammer while it's still hot. So like throwing in a bunch of shit to try to get approved, or and probably in Trump's case, a lot of people have said that like with the Afghanistan shit, right? Like, and I guess we would have to look at whenever the date for the Afghanistan pullout was done. But a lot of people would say that with the Afghanistan shit that, you know, Trump set Biden up for failure by establishing a date and then it changing administrations to somebody who probably had a different plan or different approach to the situation, right? And I could be wrong. I'd like to look into that, but we gotta watch this fucking debate. But yeah, so and in a way, and you can see him reaping like what he sowed, if that's the case, because he's mentioned it multiple times how Biden, you know, whiffed the whole Afghanistan pullout, but Trump is the one who set the fucking date. So really, he kind of set the terms before this man was in office, and now this man kind of has to juggle the fucking terms that he set. So it's kind of like, you know what I'm saying? I don't think I have to explain any further. You guys get it.
Yeah, we're in all communities, including minority communities. We made sure that they have health insurance. We have covered, if the ACA has increased, I made sure that they're $8,000 per person in a family to get written off for the health care. But this guy wants to eliminate that. They tried 50 times. He wants to get rid of the ACA again, and they're going to try again if they win. You find ourselves in a position where the idea that we're not doing anything, we put more police on the street than any administration has. He wants to cut the cops. We're providing for equity and making sure people have a shot to make it. There's a lot going on, but in inflation, he caused it by his tremendous malfeasance in the way he handled the pandemic.
Thank you. Another persistent challenge.
We barely got it.
2023 was the hottest year in recorded history, and communities across the country are confronting the devastating effects of extreme heat, intensifying wildfires, stronger hurricanes, and rising sea levels. Former President Trump, you've vowed to end your opponent's climate initiatives, but will you take any action as president to slow the climate crisis?
Well, let me just go back to what he said about...
Oh, my God! Oh, my God!
No,
I'm fucking...
He needs to answer that shit.
I'm getting drunk because every time Trump is asked a question, his brain says, I'm going to answer the previous question every single fucking time. All right, here we go. Answer the previous question.
How close the police are to him. Almost every police group in the nation from every state.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
Donald J. Trump. Almost every police group. And what he's done to the black population is horrible, including the fact that for 10 years he called them super predators. We can't, in the 1990s, we can't forget that. Super predators was his.
He did do that. He did, let's be real. He did fucking, I don't think he called, we should look into the context of super predator, but we'll save that. We need a fucking, all right, I'm starting a notepad right now for things to come back to so we can actually get through this. Super predators.
Name, and he called it to him for 10, and they've taken great offense at it, and now they see it happening. But when they see what I did for criminal justice reform and for the historically black colleges and universities, where I funded them and got them all funded, and the opportunity zones with Tim, as you know, Tim Scott was incredible. He did a great job, great senator from South Carolina. He came to me with the idea, and it was a great idea. It's one of the most successful economic development acts ever in the country, opportunity zones. And the biggest beneficiary are blacks. And that's why we have the best numbers with them in maybe ever. They're saying ever. I read this morning where ever, the best
That's
numbers.
false.
He's lost
Apparently
much of
it's
the black
false.
population.
Do you have the CBS fact checker up?
No. I just looked it up.
Oh, it's just easy to fucking cut. Yeah, for sure.
Because he's done a horrible job.
That's the thing is whenever fucking Trump says shit, it's super blatant unless you're a Trump supporter. Then you're like, oh shit, really? Okay, sick.
For black people. He's also done a horrible job for Hispanics. But wait till you see these millions of people pouring into our country, and they're going to take the jobs, and it's already started, and you haven't seen anything yet. It's a disaster.
38 seconds left. President Trump, will you take any action as president to slow the climate crisis?
Let's go.
I want absolutely immaculate clean water, and I want absolutely clean air, and we had
Jesus,
it. We
Trump.
had H2O. We had the best numbers, and we were using all forms of energy, all forms, everything. And yet, during my 4 years, I had
Look
the
at
best
Biden. He's like turned away from him. He can't
numbers
stand this shit.
ever. And my top environmental people gave me that statistic just before I walked on the stage, actually.
What statistic? The statistic that you had the best numbers ever of H2O, brother? Because that's what you just fucking said. That's what you just... Did you hear anything else? I heard we have the best numbers on H2O. That's the statistic that was given to me right before I walked out on the stage. This motherfucker has zero idea what is going on. You don't...
Imagine how excited that guy was to tell him that? He's like, hey, Trump, by the way...
We have the best numbers.
Water.
There, we have the best numbers ever on H2O. Make sure you use that.
He's going, yes, he said what I told him, dude. He said what I told him, bro. It made his day, bro.
Oh my God. Dude, you don't roll back regulations and get cleaner air and water. If you want immaculate air and immaculate water, you don't roll back the regulations. That's not what regulations are for, especially environmental regulations.
If Trump becomes president, dude, in like 6-7 months, that guy's gonna be like, hey, Mr. P, you remember when I told you about the water, bro?
Yeah, I remember.
He's gonna ask for something, like a free vacation for him and his old lady.
Oh, 100%. And he's going to get fired instead. And Trump's going to say he was the worst water guy. He knows nothing about water. The fact that he was ever talking about water is a disgrace. This guy's a disgrace to H2O all over the world. And when he mentioned numbers, he's an idiot. He doesn't even know anything about numbers. I have the best numbers. I sourced all the numbers on the H2O. That's what Trump's going to say. All right, here we go.
I don't know where the hell he's been. The idea that anything he said is true. I've passed the most extensive climate change legislation in history. We find ourselves, and by the way,
real quick, we have another fact check now. We have to check the most extensive climate change initiative in history. Sorry, I have a buzz and I can't fucking type right now.
Come on, bro. Remember when I told you about that water?
Dude, craziest thing I ever heard about water. Well, we have the best numbers on water.
I came up with $15 billion for HBCUs, historic black universities and colleges, because they don't have the kind of contributors that they have to build these laboratories and the like. Any black student is capable in college of doing any white student can do. They just don't have the money.
Wait, what? Any black student is capable in college? Is that what he said, or am I drunk? Hold on.
Is capable.
What?
Is capable.
Is capable. Thank you. I thought he said inescapable. I'm like, what? What are we talking about, dude? All right, I'm sorry. Okay, I am drunk. Here we go.
Because they don't have the kind of contributors that they have to build these laboratories and the like. any black student is capable in college of doing any white student can do. They just don't have the money. But now they'll be able to get those jobs in high tech. We're in a situation
Oh my
where
God,
the
shut the fuck
idea
up.
that he is claiming to have done something that had the cleanest water.
Thank you. Yeah, let's go. He's alive, dude. There's the Grim Reaper right here, but he's alive for now.
He didn't do a damn thing for the environment. He pulled out of the Paris Peace Accord, Climate Accord. I immediately joined it because if we reach 1.5 degrees Celsius at any one point, there's no way back. The only existential threat to humanity is climate change, and he didn't do a damn thing about it. He wants to undo all that I've done.
Yeah, didn't do a damn thing about it. All right, I'm sorry, I'm getting animated.
It was going to cost us $1 trillion, and China nothing, and Russia nothing, and India nothing. It was a ripoff of the United States, and I ended it because I didn't want to waste that money because they treat us horribly. We were the only ones. It was costing us money. Nobody else was paying into it, and it was a disaster. But everything that he said just now, I'll give you an example. I heard him say before insulin. I'm the one that got the insulin down for the seniors. I took care of
First selected plans. We already looked into this. First selected plans. And then since then, Biden has made it not select plans. So I guess he's capped it at $35 regardless of the plan, from my understanding.
the seniors. What he's doing is destroying all of our medical programs because the migrants coming in. And look, I have the biggest heart on the stage. I guarantee you that.
Wait, hold on. He has the biggest heart on the stage? I know that's not what he said, but what did he say? Yeah, I know. Okay.
They want everybody. And look, I have the biggest heart on the stage. I guarantee you that. And I want to take care of people. But we're destroying our country. They're taking over our schools, our hospitals, and they're going to be taking over Social Security. He is destroying Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid.
And on that day of the debate, Trump's heart grew 3 sizes that day.
The idea is that we, in fact, we were the only ones of consequence who were not members of the Paris Accord. How can we do anything if we're not able to, the United States can't get its under control? One of the largest polluters in the world, number one. We're making significant progress. By 2035, we will have cut pollution in half. We have made significant
Sorry, Joe,
progress.
but we got 90 seconds of midnight, man. 2035 is not going to cut it, man.
Dang, we got to look into that after this, too.
Got to start doing shit right now. Like, right now.
Yeah.
And we're continuing to make
And we need to
progress.
create less car-centric cities. That would really help.
Bro, I think about that shit every time I'm in a car, dude. I'm like, oh my God, this is the worst fucking... We're all driving death machines that if we stop paying attention for 2 seconds, then 9 of us are going to pile up all on top of each other.
There's only a select few driving death machines, you know what I mean?
No, they're all death machines.
Well, I'm just saying, if I'm in a Honda Civic, the dude in a goddamn Dodge Ram 3500 jacked up 6 fucking inches, he's got the death machine, not me.
No, let me tell you a little something about the Colorado I-25, bro. It is made up of potholes and duct tape, brother. There is always some kind of construction going on, and it is always the most nonsensical shit that I've ever seen in my life as far as like what we're supposed to do in the meantime. They're like, hope you're fucking fully focused right now, otherwise you're gonna die and everyone beside you and behind you is gonna die for like 9 cars. And I just think like I don't know if we should just have like trains between places, but it'd be kind of fucking sick to have trains and like something, dude. Something else on the other side of the train to get you around. Like the fact that we decided to just min-max everyone should have a fucking car is kind of crazy.
One of the things that America could do to make cities less car-centric is to stop letting developers build satellite malls. Those things are fucking horrible.
Satellite malls.
You know what a satellite mall is, right? It's like a big ass mall complex that always sits like a little bit on the outskirts of a city. That's why they call it a satellite. Think of like a satellite, how it orbits a planet.
Oh, I see what you're saying, bro. You want to hear the dumbest thing in the world? Fucking Denver Airport is a goddamn satellite. Denver Airport is gotta be the most inconvenient fucking...
Dude, the Denver airport has a bunch of wild...
I know. Believe me, I know. The horse killed the guy that made it, and then we have like...
Well, not just
there's like I know underneath the airport is a bunch of shit. I know, dude. Yo, Rage Vixen says hi, by the way.
Oh, hey, what's up, dog?
They profit off the conspiracies now? Yes, they do. Yeah, we got Steve, Rage, Pudding, and Mace in the call, which is actually a lot of fun. But yeah, dude, yeah. Sorry, we're moving along. Here we go. Anybody have anything else before we go? Here we go.
We set up a climate
let's
corps
do it.
for thousands of young people will learn how to deal with climate, just like the Peace Corps. And we're moving in directions that are going to significantly change the elements of cause of pollution. But the idea that he claims that he has the biggest heart up here and he's really concerned about pollution.
Hold up.
Point out, dude.
Hold up.
Sorry.
Joe's cocking back right now. He's cocking back, and I want to see if this lands.
Sorry.
About pollution and about climate, I've not seen any indication of that. And by the way, with regard to prescription drugs, one company agreed that they would reduce the price to $35, which I was calling for, one, voluntarily. I made sure every company in the world, every pharmaceutical company, cannot have to pay.
Thank you.
And by the way,
so every day, millions.
Hey, he's respectful. But dude, he said what we just said about in regards to the 35. Yeah, go ahead.
Look, next time there's like a straight on of Trump, dude. Look at this dude's neck.
Oh, I know, it's bad.
He's got turkey giblets.
Bro, it's bad. His whole thing, he just looks like he feels like he's I mean, Biden's not much better, dude. He looks like a fucking synth from Fallout, just lifeless and fucking alive at the same time. It's crazy.
Millions of Americans struggle just to make ends meet. For many older Americans, Social Security provides a critical lifeline. President Biden, if nothing is done to Social Security, seniors will see their benefits cut in just over 10 years. Will you name tonight one specific step that you're willing to take to keep Social Security solvent?
yes, make the very wealthy begin to pay their fair share. Right now, everybody making under $170,000 pays 6% of their income, of their paycheck, every single time they get a paycheck from the time the first one they get when they're 18 years old. The idea that they're going to, I'm proposing that everybody, the millionaires pay 1%. 1%. So no one I would not raise the cost of Social Security for anybody under $400,000. After that, I began to make the wealthy begin to pay their fair share by increasing from 1% beyond to be able to guarantee the program for life.
Okay, so regular people pay 6%, millionaires pay 1%, and he would expand it to where anybody that doesn't make more than 400,000 would pay more. Also, the only other reason I want to pause is that what you're going to hear anytime that conservatives or Trump supporters or Trump himself are going to talk about what he did when he was in office, there's basically one thing that he mainly did, and that was to cut taxes. That tax cut was primarily for wealthy people. So, like, whenever you're talking about, like, you want better social safety nets or you want, like, anything, you know, you want to talk about tax cuts, whenever he says tax cuts, the people here in this chat did not experience any kind of benefit from these tax cuts. Most of the people that you talk to, most of the conservative people that you talk to that are like, they did not receive any sort of benefit. And if they did, I calculated this one time. I calculated somebody in a tax bracket, but it was like $1,000 or $1,400 that they got back, and you had to make a shit ton of money to get that back. Mainly a bunch of people that makes a shit ton of money paid less tax. That's what Trump did. Go ahead.
Is it gonna trickle down anytime soon?
Yeah, I did no. It's not how it works. The fact that there's, you know, we're getting more work and less fucking money and the price of everything's going up and more people are getting richer. It's trickle up, bro. It's trickling up right now.
I've never even been close to considering buying a yacht, dude. Like, come on, man.
Dude, I've never been close to like buying a second vehicle. What are we talking about?
Yeah, all right. No shit. I've never owned two vehicles at once neither.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I want to.
Yeah, but it's a good thing Trump cut those taxes because you probably will do it soon now. All right, here we go.
So you still have 82 seconds.
No, you're good.
Are there any other measures that you think that would be able to help keep Social Security solvent, or is that one enough?
Well, no, that one enough will keep it solvent. But the biggest thing I'll do if we defeat this man because he wants to get rid of Social Security. He thinks there's plenty to cut in Social Security. He's wanted to cut Social Security and Medicare both times. And and if you look at the program put forward by the House Republican caucus that he, I believe, supports, is in fact want to cut it as well. The idea that we don't need to protect our seniors is ridiculous. And by the way, the American public has greater health care coverage today than ever before. And on the ACA, as I said, you're in a circumstance where 400,000 people, 40 million people would not have insurance because they have a pre-existing condition. Only thing that allows them to have that insurance is the fact that they, in fact, are part of the ACA. And by the way, the other thing is, we're in a situation where we talk about education for black communities. I've raised the amount of money for Pell Grants by another $8,000. So anybody making under $70,000 a year is going to be able to get $15,000 toward their tuition. He just doesn't know what he's talking about.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump.
So I've dealt with politicians all my life. I've been on this side of the equation for the last 8 years. I've never seen anybody lie like this guy. He lies. I've never seen it. He can look you in the face. About so many other things, too.
Wow.
We mentioned the laptop. We mentioned Russia.
Oh, I have to drink twice now. Holy shit. Oh, my God. He did laptop followed by Russia.
Russia.
We have to open a new beer. This finishes this beer. All right, here we go.
Russia, Ukraine.
Oh, no! Hold on. Fuck. I think anytime he just mentions a country's name 3 times, we have to do.
China.
Yeah, China. Yeah, dude, that one's coming. That one's coming for sure.
China.
Dude, he just fucking wombo comboed the fuck out of me. Fucking laptop, Russia, Ukraine.
Obama.
Dude, if he says Obama, I'm going to shit my pants live. Is a lie. It's misinformation and disinformation. The losers and suckers story that he made up is a total lie on the military.
Bro, it's not. We fact-checked it. Here we go.
It's a disgrace. But Social Security, he's destroying it because millions of people are pouring into our country, and they're putting them onto Social Security. They're putting them onto Medicare, Medicaid. They're putting them in our hospitals. They're taking the place of our citizens. What they're doing to the VA, to our veterans, is unbelievable. Our veterans are living in the street, and these people are living in luxury hotels. He doesn't know what he's doing, and it's really coming back. I've never seen
Joe
such
looks like he's
anger
just
in our
awash
country
with
before.
Fardow.
President Biden?
The idea.
Is Fardow with medication? Wait, what'd you say?
He looks like he's just awash with Fardow. Fardow is the feeling you get when someone else fucks up. It's like secondhand embarrassment.
Oh, yeah, bro. To be fair, I think he always looks like that.
Facing away from him on purpose. He's like, you know, I don't know. He's just,
And I don't know what this look is on Trump.
awkward.
This look is like these lights are bright and I don't want to fucking be here. But yeah, no, I feel like, to be fair, Biden does look like that all the time. I don't know if it's because he's embarrassed for himself, but I don't know, dude. I'm always embarrassed for him, and it's sad. It's sad that I want the guy that always embarrasses me over the guy that always scares and embarrasses me. You know what I mean?
The veterans are not being taken care of. I told you before. And by the way, when I said suckers and losers, he acknowledged after that he fired that general. That general got fired because he was the one that acknowledged that that's what he said. He was the one standing with Trump when he said it. Number one.
To be fair, literally everybody that had any kind of disagreement with Trump while they were in their cabinet got fired, and then Trump went to go and say how terrible they were after hiring them. You know what I mean? That is a common story.
Number two, the idea that we're going to be in a situation where all these millions and millions.
That's like some wannabe dictator shit too, man.
100%, bro. And he already said that he would be dictator for a day if he got elected again, which is like, I don't know, man. I feel like if I was dictator for a day, I might get halfway through the day and be like, you know what? Maybe tomorrow too. and then get halfway through that day and be like, maybe end of the week.
Yeah,
you
that's
know,
just dangerous thinking, man.
it is.
It's really dangerous to think out loud like that.
You don't think out loud like that. We don't fucking respect or pay attention to people that think out loud like that. But for some reason, we're making an exception the last like several years.
You're coming into the country and taking away our jobs. There's a reason why we have the fastest growing economy in the world. The reason why we have the most successful economy in the world. We're doing better than any other nation in the world. And by the way, those 15 Nobel laureates he talked about being phony, those 15 Nobel laureates, economists, they all said that if Trump is reelected, we're likely to have a recession and inflation is going to increasingly go up. And by the way, worst president in history, 159 presidential scholars voted him the worst president in the history of the United States of America.
President Biden, thank you so much.
Did you see the chicken peck?
Turn to the cost.
Yeah.
Him the worst president in the history of the United States of America.
President Biden, thank you so much. Let's turn to the cost of
He
child
did, dude.
care, which many American families struggle to afford. President Trump,
If that
both
pen
you
was a
and
lightsaber,
President
he'd be
Biden
dead.
have
Yeah, dude. Donald Trump used this peck in a Pokemon battle, bro. That was it.
tried to address this issue, but the average cost of child care in this country has risen to more than
Joe Biden uses
$11,000 a
peck.
year.
Trump uses Harden.
Trump always uses. Anytime he can use Harden, he uses Harden.
For real. He just uses Harden, bro. I swear.
Three of the 4 skills that Trump has assigned are Harden.
Yeah, bro. For real.
Year per child. For many families, the cost of child care for 2 children is more than their rent. In your second term, what would you do to make child care more affordable?
Just to go back, the general.
I can't stand it, bro. I can't believe it. He's a living meme. The man is a living meme, and he may be the future president of the United States of America. Holy shit. He cannot answer a single question that is asked to him. What Trump does is okay, an exchange happens between Trump and another individual. In the case of this debate, it's going to be Joe Biden. They get asked a question, Trump says something, Biden says something that Trump doesn't like. The entire time after Joe Biden says whatever Trump doesn't like, Trump's mind cannot think about anything other than what Joe Biden said. So the entire time that he's being asked a question, Trump is unaware. He doesn't even know what the fucking question is because he's already been thinking about what he is going to say to what was last said. Okay? He's never going to answer the current question.
Because he was no good. And
Hold on, just
what would you do to make $1,000 a year per child?
all the way.
The average cost of Trump, both you. Let's turn to the cost.
Him the worst president
All the
in
way.
the history of the United States of America.
President Biden, thank you so much. Let's turn to the cost of child care, which many American families struggle to afford. President Trump, both you and President Biden have tried to address this issue, but the average cost of child care in this country has risen to more than $11,000 a year per child. For many families, the cost of child care for 2 children is more than their rent. In your second term, what would you do to make child care more affordable?
Just to go back, the general got fired because he was no good. And if he said that, that's why he made it up. But we have 19 people that said I didn't say it, and they're very highly respected, much more so than him. The other thing is, he doesn't fire people. He never fired people. I've never seen him fire anybody. I did fire a lot. I fired Comey because he was no good. I fired a lot of the top people at the FBI, drained the swamp. They were no good. Not easy to fire people. You'd pay a price for it, but they were no good. I inherited these people. I didn't put them there. I didn't put Comey there. He was no good. I fired him. This guy hasn't fired anybody. He never fires. He should have fired every military man that was involved with the Afghanistan horror show, the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. He didn't fire. Did you fire anybody? Did you fire anybody that's on the border that's allowed us to have the worst border in the history of the world? Did anybody get fired for allowing 18 million people, many from prisons, many from mental institutions? Did you fire anybody that allowed our country to be destroyed? Joe, our country is being destroyed as you and I sit up here and waste a lot of time on this debate. This shouldn't be a debate. He is the worst president. He just said about me because I said it. But look, He's the worst president in the history
Not me, but you, dude. No, you, bro.
of our country. He's destroyed our country.
All right, a couple of things before I fucking forget.
I do agree that they're up there wasting time.
I don't know.
I agree with that.
I don't know, dude. Actually, if everybody watched the debate like we watched the debate, I think I've learned more than one thing tonight. If anybody watched it like we watched it, then you've learned at least more than one thing. So we can disprove Trump already because we already looked at the number on the border of people that crossed. Remember, Trump had more people cross in one day than Biden had. They've had equal lows. They've had about equal highs. It's about the same amount. Trump can't say something like several million people come across because that's inaccurate. If you subtract the amount of people that Trump had come over during his presidency, it's a fucking less or negative number of people. Like, it's just not possible what you're talking about. We've already looked into this. What was the fucking other thing that he said? God damn it. What's the other thing that he said that was blatantly false? Hold on.
They're being destroyed. That allows many from mental institutions.
Oh yeah, and proving my last point was Biden said that this guy. Oh yeah, 2 points. The last. Okay, Biden said that the general that Trump had at the time said that he called the people that died in France fucking suckers and losers, right? Trump said the suckers and losers before the guy got fired. So someone could say that this would be like a form of employment retaliation. There's also a lot of other corroborating sources that have said that Trump did the fucking suckers and losers thing. What was the other point? Hold on.
You fire anybody that allowed our country.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Trump, for reminding me. Whenever you talk about firing people, first off, as Donald Trump, you're playing to like a fucking meme, a soundbite. Whenever you were like the host of The Apprentice. What was his trademark on The Apprentice? Does anybody remember?
Fired.
Thank you. So we're playing we're playing the hits for people that are conservatives that are also fans of the show. And you're asking Joe, how many people did he fire? You know what happens? When you hire good people, they do the job. You don't fire them. Another fact check that I want to do is because Trump said he inherited. Trump inherited people versus Trump firing his hired people. I want to see which number is fucking bigger, okay? Because I would only... There's a lot of people, and I wish I could remember their fucking names, but I can't because they're irrelevant at this point in time, and it's been several years. But Trump's almost entire cabinet was fucking fired. Listen, I was the fucking manager of Dart Wars. Do you know what happens if I blame every single problem that pops up at Dart Wars on everybody that I hired to do their jobs? Who gets fired? Me.
Yeah, no doubt.
I get fired. But you know what? You just pass the fucking buck, dude. You don't take any credibility for the fucking people that you put in the position, and then they go against your will, and then you fucking fire them. That's not, like, that doesn't mean you're a good boss by firing more people than any other president in the point in time. That means you're an incompetent hirer of people. Or it's not even that. It's you're incompetent and you put people that you thought were qualified, and I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt and say those people probably were partially qualified. The reason that they probably got fired was probably because they went against whatever his like current request, demand, or desire was. Like people that are like, hey, bro.
There was a great deal of confusion, and he doesn't know how to delegate tasks. That probably had a lot to play into it as well, maybe. I don't know.
It's not even that. I think he has a fundamental disconnect with what he can do and what needs to be done. You put people in these cabinet positions so that they can learn the position, understand like whatever the okay, this is going to be like if just like one guy that knows a handful about each subject that's taught at a college comes in. He's going to be able to give you like a certain base amount of information on each of these topics, right? But if you have like the professor of like biology, like that guy's going to fucking be able to tell you all the biology stuff. The chemistry guy's going to be able to tell you all the chemistry stuff. It seems like when Trump fires people, it's because they fucking had an area of expertise, and whenever they told him something, he didn't fucking like it, and he got rid of them and put other people in place. And I can give you an example. I can give you several examples of this, and one of them would be like fucking Sidney Powell. What position did he try to put this fucking idiot into? Hold on. Whatever, you know what I mean. So Trump sought to tap Sydney's council as a special counsel for election fraud. And it was all because this is the one person that was recorded in several behind-the-scenes interviews that nobody knew that anybody was taping anything, was fucking agreeing with all of his fucking crazy shit on how you, like, overturn something. So this just backs up my idea of, like, he found out that if you just put people that he thinks he agrees with in positions, he finds out later that whenever they try to go uphold the law, he has to find some absolutely fucking asshat that doesn't know anything about anything to go in and try to rig the whole system. Like, that's if you want to find out why Trump fired all his people, it's because they actually did their jobs, and he didn't agree with it for the most part.
Damn.
Yeah. And the reason that fucking Biden is not firing people is probably because for the most part they are doing their jobs. As much as people don't want to look at the border and say that, like, Biden's policies are mirroring a lot of Trump's policies in ways, we're not necessarily putting kids in cages, but we're like making people stay in a third country while they wait for asylum and all this other stuff that people didn't agree with. They're probably tough decisions to make. They're probably the better decisions for the country, and he doesn't get any kind of credit for that shit. But he also doesn't fire people. Because they probably do their fucking jobs, because they probably look at the border and go, hey, we have to do this. It's not going to be politically what you want to do, but this is what we have to do. Meanwhile, Trump is telling, I'm sorry, I'm about to end this rant. Meanwhile, Trump is telling the whole fucking Republican right not to pass a certain bill on border infrastructure because he wants the political win whenever he gets reelected. So it's like, what are we talking about?
Joe, our country is being destroyed as you and I sit up here and waste a lot of time on this debate.
Sorry, we skipped back a little bit.
He's the worst president. He just said about me because I said it. But look, he's the worst
All right,
president in the history of our country. He's destroyed our country. Now all of a sudden he's trying to get a little tough on the border. He came out with a nothing deal, and it reduced it a little bit, like this much. It's insignificant.
Like
he wants
this
open
much.
borders.
Oh, Trump gave credit to Biden. He immediately hated that he did it and was like, a little tiny bit.
He wants our country to either be destroyed or he wants to pick up those people as voters. And I don't think we just can't.
We already disproved that, like, that's pretty much impossible to do. That's pretty much impossible. You don't get to, that's pretty impossible.
Let it happen. If he wins this election, our country doesn't have a chance, not even a chance, of coming out of this rut. We probably won't have a country left anymore. That's how bad it is. He is the worst in history by far.
We got to drink because no country anymore is on the bingo card.
With the United States
He must not have
America,
faith in us.
there's nothing beyond our capacity.
I think we can
We're the
survive both
finest-
fucking retards.
Dude, I do too. Yeah, that is the frustrating thing. Well, the left does it too. They say that we're not going to have a democracy anymore if Trump gets elected. But to be fair, he's the only guy that got people to fucking, crash windows and put their lives on the line and get shot whenever people are behind a barricaded door of Congress saying, don't come through that window or I will shoot you. Don't come through that window or I will shoot you. And then a dumb bitch climbs through and gets shot any fucking way. Like, he is the only president to pull that off at the same time. So, to be fair.
Finest military in the history of the world. The finest in the history of the world. No one thinks we're weak. No one wants to screw around with us. Nobody. Number one. Number two, the idea that we're talking about worst presidents. I wasn't joking. Look it up or go online. 159 or 58, don't hold me the exact number, presidential historians, they've had meetings and they voted who's the worst.
I'm so glad he didn't say 159 presidents, bro. I thought that's where we were going. Historians. I'll take that.
It was you. I was really excited.
That would have been, bro. I've shat on Biden too all night. Like I said, death is right here. You can see him. I mean, he's there.
President in American history. One through best to worst. They said he was the worst in all of American history. That's a fact. That's not conjecture. He can argue
that literally would be conjecture. If it's 159 historians' opinion, to be fair, that would still be an opinion.
But that's what they voted. The idea that he is doing anything to deal with child care, he did virtually nothing to child care. We should significantly increase the child care tax credit. We should significantly increase the availability of women and men or single parents.
The implication behind that's pretty wild.
And we should encourage.
Yeah, of what? Being the worst president of all time? We could look it up.
No, 158 whoever's deciding that they need to get together and vote on who the worst president's been.
Yeah, I would like to see the metrics. I after I said that, I was like, actually,
I would like to see the real reason why they got together. And
Yeah, to be honest, you probably could assign metrics to presidents, but it would be kind of wild to do. I don't know how accurate they would be.
I'm sure they just met up for something else, and while they were there talking about the thing they were talking about, they were like, "Yeah, we think he's the worst one. Let's move on to what we were talking about before."
But yeah, so they were there to discuss one thing, and they were like, "Hey guys, instead of putting out one study today, we could just all unanimously agree on this second study and put out two." Or something like that. Yeah. My okay, real quick, catching up on chat a little bit here. My Trump humper mom would say, "We don't live in a democracy according to the Pledge of Allegiance." Why? Is that because there's no separation of church and state in the Pledge of Allegiance? Why would that be? I would actually love to hear the reason. Why?
I think maybe because to the Republic or something. Maybe that's some weird Trump supporter.
Yeah, right. Like
That's
some weird conspiracy about what the Republic is the deep state and the deep state is not a democracy or some shit. Oh, and to the Republic for which it stands, bro. You called it. Rage. Why does she think that gives away the game? I got Trumpy family too. Can't escape them. Need to go wash my hair, and I'm debating how much of the debate I'll actually miss if I do. Probably like 10 minutes. Yeah, you probably won't miss much of the debate. Go wash your hair. Stop saying the pledge in high school because fuck that. Wait, I don't think we. By the time we got to high school, we weren't doing the Pledge of Allegiance anymore, right? I wasn't doing it.
I wasn't.
Not because I wasn't doing like a fucking kneel at the NFL game. It wasn't that. It was that no one was doing it, right?
I refused to do it after a certain age. I got all rebellious and shit.
We didn't have it. I'm trying to think. What was my 8th? I don't even think we did it my 8th grade year.
I don't think I did it past elementary school.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think they did a law, right, where you can't do it because of separation of church and state or whatever, and public schools couldn't mention God.
I went to private school, middle school through high school, though.
Holy shit. They were just trying to not catch a lawsuit, bro. That's all they were doing. Yeah.
No, brother, that was the liberal agenda is what that was.
Hey, if the Christians, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, if the Church of Christ was doing it, that ain't even the liberal agenda anymore. That's we're trying to not catch a lawsuit because the real thing we're after is money. That's what that is. You can't lose any money standing up for the Lord, even though that's what he would want. You're supposed to do a lot of yeah. Oh my god, dude, I hate it so much. The I don't want to gotcha the Christian community or anything, but I just feel like they're all right. Well, here's the gotcha. The gotcha is lukewarm Christians I will spew from my mouth. I don't know exactly what book or verse that is, but that is a verse, and the interpretation of that verse is that people that are only Christian on Sundays for the most part, like people that don't actually apply Christian style beliefs, but just worship, like those people are the people that discuss God the most. So to be fair, I am on better terms with the Lord than most people that go to church, because I'm like, hey dog, we have fundamentally different, we have disagreements. We don't exactly see eye to eye. I don't see there's a lot of ways where the equation doesn't add up. And he respects that more than he respects the people that go to church every fucking Sunday and want to hold up the gays or F slur signs at, like God hates F slur. I know it's been a minute, but those people are having a resurgence, dog. Like those people are more popular now than they have been in the years between now and when those people were holding up those signs. Yeah, so it's just kind of fucking, it's just very, yeah. I think me and the Lord are good, dog. I think I get a lesser punishment just with our current side. Hey,
Far Cry 5, dude.
All right, elaborate. I'm excited.
Oh, Far Cry 5, it's like a crazy ass Christian cult.
Yeah, and
Oh, I was thinking it was 6. I played 5. It totally had Red State vibes, where dude was right in the end, right?
Yeah.
Except for Red State cucks itself by not actually being the prediction. Dude, it would have been much better. Have you guys seen Red State? Surely?
No.
Have you seen it, Steve?
Don't think I've even heard of it.
Oh, man. I don't want to fucking tell you about it because I will ruin it. You probably won't watch it. Okay, so basically it was like Kevin Smith's first foray, I believe. One of the first forays into horror. And what he did was he basically had like this crazy like Waco situation with this Christian family, and they were talking about the second coming and all this shit. So you get between this like standoff between the FBI, the cultists, and like our main characters, which I think the movie kills off all of the main characters you follow. And it kind of becomes this standoff situation between them. I might be wrong on that, but I think they kill everybody, which is what I kind of respected. And then at the end of the movie, like, basically these people were talking about the coming of Christ. He's about to come, blah, 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 blah. And at the end of the movie, there's, like, a siren that goes off during this standoff. And all the cultists kind of come out and put their hands up. And then it cuts to a scene where they're, like, all in jail. And it turns out that the siren was, like, some fucking tornado siren or, like, some of, like, siren that went off for a completely different reason. But the way that it's revealed in the movie is it makes you think for a second that the cultists were fucking right. And I think a better ending to the movie would have been if they were. Like, if the horsemen came down from the fucking heavens and, like, fucked everybody's shoes, that would have been a better ending, I think. But it's a good one. I forget why we're even talking about Red State, but that's how it ends.
That's how I feel about the fucking mushroom cults in southern Mexico. God, I really hope they're right.
Well, here's the thing, bro.
That'd be awesome.
I would say that, like, part of... I don't know, dude. I don't know. I don't want to get all, like, metaphysical with you guys, but I think about this stupid shit all the time. And I think that, like... I think there might be a weird, unique way where, like, every religion is kind of right. And everybody's kind of right. But I think, ultimately, everybody's wrong. And I want to do it like a stars analogy, right? Like...
That's what I think, man. Like...
Well, I think that we
got like a piece.
Yeah.
Pretty much nobody knows what the fuck is going on.
I think it's by design. I think there's no way possible for you to know. I don't think it's possible, and I think that's by design. I think part of the human experience is that you can't know what comes after. No one knows. It doesn't matter how old the text is or what people have been saying. Like, you could pick all of these like different religions and things and spiritualities apart. I think that everybody has a piece, and by design, you can't know. Like, you just can't know. It's almost like a PvP of like ideology, and there will never be a right answer. Like, the whole game's rigged to there's no winner. Yeah, I think it's just like all how do we react to stuff, and maybe we get graded at the end. Like, have you ever played a Resident Evil game?
Yeah.
And at the end, they judge you on like the amount of time it took and the saves and all that stuff. But probably more akin to like a GTA 3, whenever you pause the fucking game and then you like hit R1 a couple of times and you get all the statistics that show you how many cops and fucking police cars you've blown up and people you've run over and like you know what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Totally.
I think it's more
I'll be right back, by the way.
All right, word. Yeah, I also have to take a big pee. But I think we're all thrown in here, and it's like a fucking impossible Pandora's box, and it's just like, how do you respond to it all? I think that's it. I think that's the whole thing.
You respond to it by singing and dancing. Humans literally do that better than anything else.
Oh, can I give you another crazy theory real quick based on what you just said? What if there was a deity, right? What if there was a deity that was like omnipotent and knew all? How many contradictions and like I would almost think if you knew everything, you couldn't act, right? Like, because there's going to be negative consequences to no matter what you do, and they're probably immeasurable, and there's probably no right to like decision or situation anytime that you're involving these goofy little creatures with what we think is free will. You're always going to make a bad choice as a god. What if maybe to like maybe is like the same way that humans come up with AIs to try to enhance human beings and our abilities and the things that we're able to do. What if God created a bunch of fucking mortal individuals with free will, all roaming around with their own desires and things that they would, tendencies that they would gravitate toward, in a attempt to discover something that he was unable to discover himself because of all of the consequences of being like all-knowing and omnipotent. And I feel like all-knowing and omnipotent implies that you would know all the things, but do you kind of see what I'm saying? Like, what if there's something that you're in?
But if he was all-knowing, like,
right, but
here's something that human beings truly can't grasp, and that is what it takes to not only think of a plan, but then carry out a complex plan over the course of hundreds of millions of years. Your brain can't process that type of shit.
Sure.
And if you are an all-knowing deity, surely that you could carry out 100 million year plan.
Right.
And
but what if they're
all? Don't forget that you're pitching this to a guy who already believes that, brother. Man, I am in the mushroom cult. I do believe that whatever is in there is like it's immortal because there's so much of it and it requires so little to live. Also, it has the fucking capacity
what you're saying
to store the entire information history of like millions of species.
Yeah, well, let me give you some science that I'm sure you already know. Like, mushroom stuff has been around since long before we were around. Fungus has been around since before longer than we were around, and it will be around longer than we were. Also, fungus is known to like have like mycelium. If you know anything about mycelium, and I know very little, but I know enough to say that like the way that those networks are entangled are like more complex than any network any human has ever created. So yeah, there's gonna be some kind of like knowledge or wisdom within a being that has persisted as long as the fungus has persisted. And for some weird reason, our human brains are like wired to receive whatever fucking message that they're giving out. I'd say that there's some weird fucking tie there for sure. And the fact
what happens is like as far as brain chemistry goes,
I was gonna say there's all these studies of like neural rewiring based on psilocybin experiences, and that is insane in and of itself. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
What happens is you got psilocybin and psilocin, and psilocin is the dephosphorylated ester of psilocybin, and psilocybin competes with serotonin for the serotonin receptor. In fact, I think after the specific receptor has come in contact with psilocybin molecules enough, it actually rewires that receptor to be more efficient with psilocybin, but it can still receive serotonin molecules.
Sure, so it'd be like the same way as if you took an antibiotic and your body became more resistant to antibiotic or more like capable of It'd be like a natural.
Like, you mentioned like how like it creates new pathways in the brain.
Yeah.
Bro, you wouldn't believe the cognitive explosions that I've had every time I have a seriously high dose of mushrooms.
Well, let's talk. I mean, like, we could all share. Yeah.
From it, like I feel like a goddamn Ferrari.
And I would say that I would even say like the study of like that particular illustration that you're laying out isn't even like the most compelling one. Every time that someone does it for the first time, when you experience like a psychedelic experience for the first time, you usually come back with it with like a lot of new insights of like, oh shit, I didn't think I'd see shit that way before. Like, and that's like a pretty, that's almost a measurable, like almost a measurable.
Not many people actually make contact the very first time they do mushrooms. They don't
sure,
truly
and it doesn't matter. So
they don't really understand what's happening. It kind of does matter, though, Jake, because you can talk to this thing and it responds to you. You can ask it questions and it'll answer them.
Yeah.
It'll ask you questions and you can answer. You can rave at each other, man. Like
I'm
you can
sure.
ask it
I'm
questions,
sure.
you can,
Yes.
You can talk to it about a
But
lot
what
of
you and
fucking
I are
things,
talking
and
about
it'll
are two
give you
different
answers.
things. What you and I are talking, you're talking about like a, and I don't mean to be disrespectful, and I can explain every reason for my terminology. You're like, what you're talking about is like a perceived, hold on, let me think of it, like a perceived mastery over a substance. And I'm not saying that that doesn't exist. I can't say that exists because hold on, let me finish.
I'm
Let me
not
finish.
talking about that though.
Well, you are to an
That's
extent.
not how I meant it.
Okay, well, okay, that's not what okay, maybe I'm using bad terminology. Let me explain the two differences that I'm talking about. What you're talking about is some. I can elaborate that on in a second, but you're taking somebody that has never done psychedelics before. When you talk to that person about psychedelics, you can use language, you can use words, you can use expression, but you can never convey like the insights or the experience unless they experience it, right? So it would be like this is going to be a fucking weird analogy. Do you remember the weird little pills of a dinosaur, like the little pills that you would drop in water and they would turn into dinosaurs?
Yeah.
Dude, you could probably drop a small amount of water on those and get them to expand in full, just like you could if you dropped them in like a giant fucking thing. So like the whole thing that I'm trying to say is that it's almost more measurable from a non-psychedelic experienced person to somebody that's done it one time than it is to somebody in the different experiences that they would have after like countless hundreds of trips, right? Like those things are like more little, where do we take this? How do I learn from this? But I would almost say the lessons imparted on the very first trips are probably the most impactful to a person taking psychedelics. Do you agree or disagree?
I totally disagree.
All right, I'm going to pee, but please tell me why you disagree.
No, the reason I disagree and the reason I said it the way I did is because I've talked to it about these things. And and it's told me that the reason it doesn't usually make contact with beginners is because it knows that it'll scare the fucking socks off of them. So it generally waits until a person who's really interested in it does it a few times before it makes its presence known. So normally it just like it'll like stick with a motif, and normally it'd be a motif that you're comfortable with, like Art Deco or fucking Italian Baroque or like Renaissance era, or you get what I'm saying?
Sure, but I disagree, and are you ready to hear why?
But
are you prepared to hear why? Okay, all right. So here is my difference, and you're not gonna like it, and I still love you, and I can't take away from your experience. So let me start by that. Let me start by saying I know, and I can't because I haven't had your experience, right? But here's the other thing: is that whenever you measure what experience you're talking about and the experience I'm talking about, one is a lot more measurable than the other. And let me explain. Everybody that takes psychedelics for the first time can tell you about a handful of things that they learned. Are you familiar with this concept of magical thinking? Do you know what that is or means?
Enlighten me.
So magical thinking is the concept of leading yourself to a false enlightenment. And you're not gonna like this, but I've definitely seen and fucking dealt with this personally, and it sucks, and it's a weird thing. But like, so magical thinking is basically like you start seeing patterns in things, right? And what you described to me is like I can take a certain amount and I can go to a certain place and I can influence a certain experience to kind of give me this banter back and forth between this deity. I don't know how measurable that is between your experience and like other people. Other people could say that they will banter back and forth with a deity, but I bet if you put your questions down on a piece of paper, like what you ask it and what it tells you as an answer, which is always really hard to come back with these answers, they're probably going to differ, right? Why would they differ?
I don't know, but I don't think it's a deity. In
Well,
fact,
I'm for lack of a better term. For lack of a better term.
You know
right?
what I mean?
Yeah, but for lack of what I mean, do you have a better term?
Well, I mean,
so we'll just say
so it'd be like a being capable of hyperlight connectivity.
All right. Well, the only other thing that I would know of that in typical human terminology would be like a deity. So, like, for lack of a better term, a deity. The other thing that I would say is that, like, yeah,
if we're gonna like, see, that's something I like. I have a problem with. I don't like arguing over a lack of better terms.
All right. Well, then we can define a very specific term.
The fact that I can't clearly define what it is.
And I'm not asking you to define it.
Of arguing.
No, that's not what I mean. No, that's what I mean. You gave me a definition, and what I would say is, like, that's not a definite, like, what you said is not a definite, like, a description I would have ever grabbed, right? So for me, it's not like I'm trying to act like purposely misinterpret what you mean or what you're saying, but you've clearly thought about this a lot more than I have, and you're probably going to have a way better terminology. That's why I asked you what the terminology was. And I you know what? My response was probably catty, but what I meant to say was, like, that's what I meant by lack of a better term. It's like whatever you mean. Something of higher power than a human individual. We could agree on that term, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, sure.
Sure. So, but my main point is that I think that if you get to a point where you're communicating with these individuals that are higher than a human being, we have to remember that part of the psychedelic experience is influenced by internal stimuli, right? Things you've been through, things you've experienced, how you interpret your experience with this drug, all of that's going to go in. So whenever we're looking at like several hundred trips in and what the experiences you can create and manipulate with that level of experience with a substance, even if somebody is on your exact same level, and let's say you both talk to this being that is of a higher power, you could probably ask it the same questions in these two different instances and get different answers. So whose answer is correct?
Well, like, all right, there is a way for two people to get the same thing out of it, and like it's possible with psilocybin. And
I would need to see it. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, first of all, you need to do the mushrooms with the person, and you have to have a lot of your body needs to be in contact with theirs. Like, you need to have a lot of skin contact.
But here's the problem with that, in my opinion. In my opinion, the problem with that is that somebody can influence the experience. I would need to see this, like, if we're talking science, and I know that this is... I know. Hold on. Just
influence it, the
exactly.
Anything.
Exactly. So what I'm saying is, if two people, the same amount of experience, because we're talking about replicating, right? Like an experiment. Two people with the same amount of experience, with the same amount of like, they have the same objectives going into it. I would need to see them have this same experience at the same time in two separate locations. Do you know why I would need to do that? Because if you don't do it that way, that means one person can influence the experience if they're together. And you and I know that.
Science needs statistics to operate, so individual experience is peripheral. I totally understand.
Now, back to the original point. I'm so sorry because you fucking encapsulated. Hold on.
Unfortunate to say that personal experience is peripheral because that's kind of bullshit. What good does your
let me prove it. Let me prove you wrong.
You don't have to prove it.
I don't want to prove it. Here's the thing. The whole point of this whole side tangent was for me to say that when you have someone experience psychedelics for the first time, the insights that those people will bring out of those experiences will align almost more one-to-one than the situation in which you were talking about. Do you see? Like, that's the whole point that I'm trying to make.
I still disagree.
How?
I still disagree.
How?
Because I swear, dude, the psychedelic experience can always raise the bar. It can always raise
I'm not
the bar.
saying that it can't.
There's always more to learn. There's always more.
Do you think there's any negative side effects of psychedelics? Do you think there are any negative side effects of psilocybin, or not just psilocybin specifically? So explain to me what they are and why you think they exist.
Well, one of the potentially bad things is that you could find out that a lot of shit that you supposedly thought you knew is a bunch of bullshit.
Okay.
Reality, your illusions on reality could be shattered. You could become a fucking depressed mess over it.
Sure. Do you think anybody?
Danger in it.
Do you think anybody has ever misaligned the? Do you think anybody has ever? Hold on. How do I want to word this? Do you think anybody has ever misinterpreted reality because of their experiences with psychedelics and therefore live a more functionally unfulfilling life based on their insights?
Misinterpret the reality sober, so yeah, I'd have to say yes.
So that's my point, is that there is this thing, I believe, it's called magical thinking, and it is a negative side effect of not psilocybin. I keep saying it. I mean to say psychedelics. It's all psychedelics. Whenever you believe any one thing too strongly, I think that you will always find in a drugged up experience more stimuli or more evidence to back up that belief, no matter how true or false that it is. And I think that is a major negative side effect of psychedelics. I think that if you get all of the people that take it one time, I don't think they have really the time to. They're already kind of deciphering what they thought they already knew with their current state of reality. It's not like this several trips in when you try to, and for lack of, I'm not trying to describe it. I'm going to describe it horribly. I know you're going to have problems with this, and I don't mean to. It's just the best way I know how to do it.
I'm going to have problems with it.
No.
Assume that.
I know. I just want to be very clear before I say something that's that's not what I think. There are people.
Not gonna hurt my feelings, bro.
There are people that will have
be inspected, and it won't be
right. True.
The truth doesn't get offended when you pick it up and inspect it.
I know, but I've had too much experience talking with people, and I want to keep it on what we're talking about, not like how I word it or anything like that. But my thing is, I think if you have too much of a certain experience, you can almost reinforce an ideology that's not true, get more data based on that, and almost be convinced of a thing that doesn't actually exist. You have no data. All you have is anecdotal experience that you have almost fluffed and with your brain enforced and enacted. And so therefore it is a truth only to you. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, sure, but I don't. I don't.
That's my biggest concern.
I don't see how we got on it though. Really.
No, I just want to acknowledge its existence. I used to, me, dog. Hey, bro, how many psychedelics did we do together? And I'm not trying to be like a guy, but who brought them to the table? I'm a big I love the potential of psychedelics. I think they're great, but I think that anytime you just go psychedelics good, full stop, then we're having a bad conversation.
And I honestly feel like I got I don't know. I feel
I'm not trying to. No.
I totally avoided debate earlier when you asked me if there was any negative effects to it. Of course there could be.
Right, and that's my only thing is whenever you tell me things that you know to be truths because you discussed it, I have to wonder how much you influence these discussions. And then it's not that I don't believe. I know your experience is real, and I don't want to take away from that. And I love you to death. And I'm not trying to fucking say any of this to ruffle feathers. I know. You're getting stuck on the wrong part. Here we go. Not worried about my wording. Get stuck on my wording. Yes. But that's also what I mean. I'm
just letting you know that we went to the same schools, you know what I mean? I'm capable of rational thought too.
I know that, brother. I'm not saying you're not. I'm not saying you're not. I'm saying
I'll come to reasonable conclusions.
I know that. I just the way
actually don't trust me. I know how crazy it sounds when I say things that happen on mushrooms, it's not lost on me. But I don't give a fuck if people think I'm fucking crazy, bro.
And that's fine, dude.
I really don't.
I don't think you're crazy. Let me just start with that. I don't think you're crazy at all. I think you have more insight than a lot of fucking people. That's why I'm fucking rattling my brain right now when we have a fucking once in 4 year friend. Yes, go ahead.
So let me give you another reason why I disagree when it comes to the whole fucking newcomer gets most powerful part.
I don't think it's newcomer gets more powerful. I think newcomer is more measurable.
Yeah, I don't know, man. DMT is different, and bro, that shit there is no.
I know my most cliche. But like, if I told you my DMT story, you would think that I was bullshitting you because it's the most cliche fucking DMT story, bro. I was sitting looking at a screen that had Qbert playing, like the main menu of Qbert, which is basically just kind of like showing you Qbert doing his stuff. And I was sitting there and I took a big fucking hit of this DMT. And then you know that feeling of like you're holding it in and then it's just like you don't really know what's going on anymore, dude. Are you a thing or a collection of things? Are you an idea, a concept? Are you an actual individual? Like there's that thing that happens. But all I could fucking see was fucking Qbert, dog. Like not real Qbert, like very soft, not 8-bit Qbert. Everything is like beautiful and symmetrical and soft and like kaleidoscopy. But yeah, I blasted off the goddamn Qbert world, and that's been my most insightful DMT trip. And I thought I was going to piss my pants. There was like a moment of me coming back. I could kind of see the apartment, but I was still heavily influenced. And I managed to get to the bathroom. And I just remember that being a fucking surreal experience. Like the fact that I knew to pull my penis out and take a pee is kind of wild to me because I was just so fucking gone. I'm sorry. I just tangented so hard. But that's my fucking DMT story. That's my DMT story, bro. It was fucking terrifying and scary. Yeah. It was,
Dude, I remember that time I fucking did DMT at your place.
Was it DMT or salvia?
You was taking a shower. It was DMT.
Oh, it might have been.
You was taking a shower when I blasted off, dude.
Hell yeah.
And I come back screaming like I was being birthed back into the universe. It's crazy.
Dude, the amount of
I felt like a baby, dude. It was nuts.
The amount of people that lost touch with reality. I know, but for a brief moment, the amount of people that lost touch with reality in my grandma's like project's apartment is kind of wild. We had Matt Leichhardt in there.
Did.
Oh fuck!
I've never been that guy. I've never lost touch. Period.
You lost touch with your morality. You remember the night? I got a very embarrassing story for the both of us. You remember the night we threw? Yeah, what night do you think it is?
I was gonna ask if it was the night that... Oh, well, never mind. I can't.
Ask. Oh, you can. I'm giving you full permission. You can. Yes, you can. You're reading my mind.
Was it the night that me... Was it the night that Brandon Barron pissed on me, dude?
No, that wasn't the night. Do you remember the night with the M&Ms?
What M&? No, what?
It was me and you and Wagner and Hyatt and maybe even Pruitt as well. We were hanging out at fucking Nini's house, and Nini was all fucked up on everything that she always had, and so she was kind of like moving around the house, passing out everywhere in like fucking full zombie mode. And we ended up finding like a bag, like a fucking big share size bag of M&Ms. Do you remember this?
No. What did I do?
So we all did it, and it's bad, and we're gonna get canceled for it. But my grandma, I can never put in words. And this is going to feel bad because she's not even with us anymore, so I don't want to disrespect her. But I can't put into words how crazy this woman was, right? And how not very, like, zero grandma qualities my grandma had.
Yeah, she was wild.
But anyways, she used to get, like, fucked up on, like, all the different prescriptions she had. And she would just kind of get, like, frozen in different places of the house. And then wake up to be mean for a minute, only to get frozen somewhere else. And so... She passed out in the floor, face down, like in the most uncomfortable, like if my hand is the carpet, her nose is just dead against the carpet. And she had all this fucking crazy hair. And, you know, she'd been giving us hell and we'd probably been giving her hell back. And so we fucking were eating M&Ms, bro. And she's passed out in the fucking living room floor and in the hallway. If anyone had to go to the bathroom, they had to step over her. And we're just sitting in the living room stoned as fuck. We're probably like 13, 14, 15, somewhere in this era. So this is going to sound terrible. This is what we did. We start lobbing little M&Ms at her. Just very playfully. Just like lobbing them. and she doesn't move. She never moves. And then like, I don't want to say like, I don't think we were abusive, but I will say a couple people got brave with their M&M throws. Like some people were like skipping M&Ms at her. You know what I mean? Like some people were like throwing M&Ms like pretty fucking hard. And my grandma has this big curly hair with like, you know, just super curly, super thick. And we eventually stopped. We eventually stopped throwing M&Ms. We're like watching movies or whatever. And then several hours later, she wakes up. And we, like, my initial thought, I don't know what anybody else was thinking. My initial thought is she's going to fucking yell at us for all these M&Ms because she's kind of surrounded by a shit ton of M&Ms. She gets up, and I wish I could fucking show with my camera, but I can't. I can't get on the floor. She was on the ground, like arms at her sides, nose on the carpet like a dead body. She brings her arms up, lifts her upper torso off the ground, and she sees a bunch of M&Ms around where her face was on the carpet. Without missing a fucking beat, she lifts her body up, lifts up her right hand, and she just starts eating M&Ms, bro, off of the fucking carpet from around her head, dude. Like she just woke up from some Xanax coma and just first thing she sees is M&Ms, and she just starts eating M&Ms. And yeah, I thought she was gonna be so mad at us, but she was just kind of eating M&Ms and never said anything. She went to bed. Yeah, that's a core memory for me. But you were, I think you were there. It was like me, you. I wish Wagner was here. Hyatt was there. Yeah, wild times. You don't remember any of that?
Nope.
Damn, dude. That's how.
I don't remember a lot, man.
That's me too. People tell you stories all the time.
Probably.
They're like, "Hey, do you remember this time you did this? Like you did 3 felony fucking law breaks?" And like, no, I don't remember that. And then they give you one time.
Whenever me, you, and Hyatt and Wagner rode around in your white Subaru, fucking baseball bat and mailboxes, being little pieces of shit.
We did do that, didn't we? We were little pieces of shit.
We did. That was so bad, dude. I wish I didn't do shit like that, bro, man. But I did.
Me too. But
like
dude,
dude,
we had terrible. I'm sorry, bro. We were all terrible influences. I think I'm blaming a lot of this shit on Hyatt and Libby, dog. I love those men.
Seriously, I would have never done some of this shit if it wasn't for them.
100%. Like, dude, they come up with ideas, and you're like, "Oh fuck, we're about to do that right now." Fuck, dude. Yeah, there were so many things. I remember, like, this is also a thing that sounds like it belongs in a movie and doesn't sound like it's real life. Hyatt going in with a fucking clothesliner or like a clothes hanger, like a metal hanger, and like gently pulling the truck keys out of his mom's pocket. Not even all at once. Not even all at once. This is how fucking stupid we were. Hyatt would go in there and pull them out an inch. Unhook the keys, pull it out the pocket. We'd go back into the room, listen for a little bit. 30 minutes later, he'd come out. He would pull the keys out another like half an inch. Not even all at once. It was inches over like 4.
Ooh, that's intense.
Yes. And then we would get in our truck, and we were like 13 or 14. And we were like driving around to girls' houses, dude, and smoking weed and being cool.
A little bit before you started.
What year was fucking Get Low? What year did Little John Get Low come out? Because that was like the most popular thing.
I don't know.
And then I got
5 or 6 or some shit.
Release date. Yeah, let's see here. 2002. This makes me 12 years old. I was born in 1990. If it's after October, I'm 13. No. This makes me 11 years old. This makes me 11 years old, and then in October I turned 12. Right? Yeah, I always turn whatever year it is, right? Yeah, I'm turning 34 this year. It's 24. Okay. Luckily, I was born on 90, dude, so I can do that quick math. Yeah, I was 11 years old, cruising around.
In 3 months.
That's damn, bro. Damn, bro. Holy shit. Did we loot Steve? Pudding? Any you guys ever joyride at 11? Or any wild stories? You guys got any input? All right, that's been Steve and Pudding, everybody.
Did we finish this?
No, we didn't. We're moving now. We just hit the Amazon. We just hit the Amazon river of ADHD tangents, but I had fun. And here we go.
Are we sure we want to?
Let's hear it for Steve and Pudding, everybody. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure I wanna. Yeah, I gotta see what the rest of these fuckers say. I feel like I pre-watched it, to be honest. I called a lot of shit here. But also, I called a lot of misplays. If any one of these guys want to hire me as a campaign manager, I give them way better answers than they gave tonight.
Yeah, but you got to wear a wire and let everybody know.
I don't give a fuck, dude. If I'm making the big bucks, yeah, I'll still.
You gotta be a whistleblower, Jake.
I'll be like, look, guys, I'm Biden's coach, dude. He's about to say. Here's the funny thing. If that actually happened, Biden would fuck up everything and not say any of the lines I gave him. Every prediction I make would actually be wrong because he's too incompetent to fucking say what I told him to say. All right, here we go.
Businesses to hold. To have.
Thank you, President.
And then he blame it on
President
you.
Trump, the question
and then
was
we'd all
about
hate you.
what would you do?
All right. Yeah, dude, everybody be like, what the fuck, dude? You had one job, dude. Make him say the thing.
Do to make child.
He's like, what the fuck did you say his name was?
Here we go.
Thank you, President Biden.
Yeah, sorry.
President Trump, the question
No, you're
was
good.
about what would you do to make child care more affordable, if you want to take your minute.
Just so you understand, we have polling, we have other things that they rate him the worst.
He's not even.
So bad.
God damn it, dude. Okay, so Jake Tapper briefly reminded me that Trump didn't answer the question. So then Jake Tapper says, would you like to answer the question, sir? Here's the question. And then Trump will again refuse to answer the question. So here we go.
To hold, to have.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump, the question was about what would you do to make child care more affordable, if you want to take your minute.
Just so you understand, we have polling, we have other things that they rate him the worst because what he's done is so bad. And they rate me, I'll show you, I will show you. And they rate me one of the best, okay? And if I'm given another 4 years, I will be the best. I think I'll be the best. Nobody's ever created an economy like us. Nobody ever cut taxes like us. He's the only one I know. He wants to raise your taxes by 4 times. He wants to raise everybody's taxes by 4 times.
The billionaires, you cunt. Everybody that makes over $400,000 a year, which is not everybody. It's just you and your friends, you cunt.
So everybody, including the two of you, are going to pay 4 to 5 times. Nobody ever heard of this before. All my life, I'd grow up and I'd see politicians talking about cutting taxes. When we cut taxes, as I said, we did more business. Apple and all these companies, they were bringing money back into our country. The worst president in history by far, and everybody knows it.
The fact of the matter is that
Get him.
wrong about. He's increased the tariff. He will increase the taxes on middle class people. I said I'd never raise the tax on anybody making less than $400,000. I didn't. But this tariff is 10% tariffs. Everything coming in the country, you know what the economists say? That's going to cost the average American.
Yes. Real quick, so I can clarify. Whenever Trump says that he's going to put tariffs on other countries, do you fucking know who that makes it hard for? So if there's somebody that's exporting to like another country and they're going to pay tariffs on our exports, that actually puts the people, that puts the money a lot of times, splits the burden on the people that are exporting the goods or importing the goods. So whenever you're talking about putting tariffs on other countries, you're putting the tariff on the other country, yes, but you're betting that our citizens are doing better than their citizens. You're actually splitting the fucking burden between the people that are supplying or bringing in the goods on the tariff and the people receiving them. It's not just we put a tariff on China and every fucking thing that they buy from us, they have to pay extra. No, it puts fucking hurdles in the people that are supplying. I'm using China. I know we actually just get everything from China. It's the other way around.
China.
But you understand what I'm saying. Like, tariffs are bad for the fucking people that are exporting or doing deals with, or like doing any kind of business with another country that is going to involve their product, period.
$2,500 a year more because they're going to have to pay the difference in food and all the things that are very important. Number two, he's in a situation where he talks about how he has not raised, he's somehow helped the middle class.
He hasn't.
The middle class
Tell
has
him.
been devastated by you. Now you want a new tax cut of $5 trillion over the next 10 years, which is going to fundamentally bankrupt the country. You had the largest deficit of any president in American history, number one. Number two, you have not, in fact, made any contact, any progress with China. We are the lowest trade deficit with China since 2010.
Thank you, President Biden. Thank you, President Biden. Let's discuss an epidemic impacting millions of Americans that both of you have made a top priority in your first term, the opioid crisis. And for both of you, the number of overdose deaths in this country has gone up. Under your term, it went up. Under your term, it has gone up. Former President Trump, despite the efforts that both of you have made, more than 100,000 Americans are dying from overdoses every year, primarily from fentanyl and other opioids. What will you do to help Americans right now in the throes of addiction who are struggling to get the treatment they need?
All right, Trump's going to blame China. If he does, I have to drink. But aside from that, I'm really curious to see what the answers are.
To finish up, we now have the largest deficit in the history of our country under this guy. We have the largest deficit with China. He gets paid by China. He's a Manchurian candidate. He gets money from China. So I think he's afraid to deal with them or something. But do you notice he never took out my tariffs because we bring in so much money with the tariffs that I imposed on China. He never took them away. He can't because it's too much money. It's tremendous. And we saved our steel industries.
Hold on. Who just swallowed super aggressively? Did you hear that? Was that one of y'all or was that them? Hold on.
It was more than that because it's too much money. It's tremendous.
Did you hear that?
Dude, what?
Hear that aggressive, dude? That's like the opposite of the Hawk Tua, dude. I don't know. Let me go back.
We now have the largest deficit in the history of our country under this guy. We have the largest deficit with China. He gets paid by China. He's a Manchurian.
This guy, they look like they're doing WWE promos on each other with how they're reacting to each other. Like, the guy says, "You're the worst wrestler I've ever seen." And he's like, "No, I can't be the worst. That really hit home." Like, that's Biden's face every time.
Candidate. He gets money from China. So I think he's afraid to deal with them or something. But do you notice he never took out my tariffs because we bring in so much money with the tariffs that I imposed on China. He never took them away. He can't because it's too much money. It's tremendous. And we saved our steel industries, and there was more to come, but he hasn't done that. But he hasn't cut the tariffs because he can't, because it's too much money. But he's got the largest deficit in the history of our country, and he's got the worst situation with China. China's going to own us if you keep allowing them to do what they're doing to us as a country. They are killing us as a country, Joe, and you can't let that happen. You're destroying our country.
So, also, my favorite debate or just general talking tactic of Trump is to blame a thing vaguely and then never give one single example of how, like, China's destroying the country. Like, you could say, like, China's blaming the fentanyl, and then I would have to drink, or supplying the fentanyl. But, like, Trump does the thing. He goes, if you look at what they're doing with public schools, blah, blah, blah. If you look at he never gives a specific example, and it's very frustrating.
President Trump, you have 67 seconds left. The question was, what are you going to do to help Americans in the face of addiction right now who are struggling to get the treatment they need?
Jake, we were doing very well at addiction until the COVID came along. We had the 2.5, almost 3 years of like nobody's ever had before, any country, in every way. And then we had to get tough. And it was the drugs pouring across the border it started to increase. We got great equipment. We bought the certain dog. That's the most incredible thing that you've ever seen, the way they can spot it. We did
what?
A lot, and we had
what? The certain dog. We bought the certain dog. Are you guys aware?
We were ready to get tough, and it was the drugs pouring across the border were. It started to increase. We got great equipment. We bought the certain dog that's the most incredible thing that you've ever seen. The way
beautiful dogs.
We did a lot, and we were getting very low numbers, very, very low numbers. Then he came along. The numbers, have you seen the numbers now? It's not only the 18 million people that I believe is even low, because the gotaways, they don't even talk about gotaways. But the numbers of the amount of drugs and human trafficking in women coming across our border.
Give a specific example. You almost did.
Numbers that nobody's ever seen under him because the border's so bad. But the number of drugs coming across our border now is the largest we've ever had by far.
President Trump, thank you. President Biden?
He assigned a number 18 million and then never told us what it was assigned to, so I don't know exactly what he was referring to.
Fentanyl and the byproducts of fentanyl went down for a while. And I wanted to make sure we use the machinery that can detect fentanyl, these big machines that roll over everything that comes across the border. And it costs a lot of money. That was part of this deal we put together, this bipartisan deal. More fentanyl machines, more be able to detect drugs, more numbers of agents, more numbers of all the people at the border. And when we had that deal done, he called his Republican colleagues and said, "Don't do it. It's going to hurt me politically." No, he never argued it's not a good bill. It's a really good bill. We need those machines. We need those machines. And we're coming down very hard in every country in Asia in terms of precursors for fentanyl. And Mexico is working with us to make sure they don't have the technology to be able to put it together. That's what we have to do. We need those machines.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump, and again, the question is about Americans in the throes of addiction right now, struggling to get
Well, this does pertain to it. He remain in Mexico. He ended catch and release. I made it catch and release in Mexico, not catch and release here. We had so many things that we had done, hard negotiations with Mexico, and I got it all for nothing. It's just like when you have a hostage. We always pay $6 billion for a hostage. Every time we say it's a hostage. Now we have a hostage, a Wall Street Journal reporter. I think a good guy. And he's over there because Putin is laughing at this guy, probably asking for billions of dollars for the reporter. I will have him out very quickly as soon as I take office. Before I take office, I said by literally as soon as I win the election, I will have that reporter out. He should have had him out a long time ago, but Putin's probably asking for billions and billions of dollars because this guy pays it every time. We had 2 cases where we paid $6 billion for 5 people. I got 58 people out, and I paid essentially nothing.
Thank you, President Trump. Dana?
Let's turn to concerns that voters have about each of you. President Biden, you would be 86 at the end of your second term. How do you address concerns about your capability to handle the toughest job in the world well into your 80s?
Well, first of all, I spent half my career being criticized being the youngest person in politics. I was the second youngest person ever elected to the United States Senate, and now I'm the oldest. This guy's 3 years younger and a lot less competent. I think that just look at the record. Look at what I've done. Look how I've turned around the horrible situation he left me. As I said, 15 million new jobs, 800,000 manufacturing jobs, more investment in America, over billions of dollars in private investment in enterprises that we are growing. By the way, we brought an awful lot of people. Well, the whole idea of computer chips. We used to have 40% of the world. We invented those chips.
Yeah, CHIPS Act,
we lost it because he was sending people to find the cheapest jobs overseas and to bring home a product. So I went to South Korea. I convinced Samsung to invest billions of dollars here in the United States. And guess what? Those fabs, they call to build these chips, those fabs pay over $100,000. You don't need a college degree for them. And there's billions, about $40 billion already being invested and being built right now in the United States, creating significant jobs for Americans from all over the world.
President Biden, you have 40 seconds left. Would you like to add anything?
Yeah, I would. The idea that somehow we are this failing country.
Sure.
I've never heard a president talk like this.
Yeah.
Before.
We kick ass, God damn it.
A single major country president wouldn't trade places with the United States of America. For all
Yeah, and just to give Biden a little bit of credit here, if you're following along, if you were Donald Trump, I would 100% take credit for fucking Operation Warp Speed. If you guys don't remember, and I know this is probably a controversial topic, this is exactly why he won't take credit, is because he's a conservative candidate. But if you think about Operation Warp Speed, we came up with a fucking COVID vaccine in like record vaccine time. We did it super fast. Why were we able to do that? Because we're a fucking capitalist ass country, and we can pour money into things whenever we deem necessary. So we had a bunch of pharmaceutical companies dump money in and come up with vaccines. Were the vaccines like did they prevent people from getting sick or the COVID-19 virus period? No. Did they prevent people from hospitalizations and deaths if you had comorbidities? Absolutely. Like, that's the whole point of a vaccine, is to reduce the amount of casualties that incur with a virus. So anytime that you create a fucking thing in record time, which you could only fucking do here in America because we have so much money and we have such a giant dick, like, why wouldn't you take credit for that? Here's why you wouldn't take credit for that, is because everybody that is in your constituency, for whatever reason, believes that the COVID-19 virus implanted chips in your arm and is the mark of the beast, and you can detect it with metal or a magnet. You could put a magnet over your arm and find the fucking chip. Like, the actual fucking schizophrenic shit is the only reason that he can't take credit for that. Like, we kick ass. Yeah.
Our problems and all our opportunities. We're the most progressive country in the world in getting things done. We're the strongest country in the world. We're a country in the world who keeps our word, and everybody trusts us. All of our allies and those who he coddles up to, from Kim Jong-un, he sends love letters to, and Putin, etc. They don't want to screw around with us.
Thank you. Former President Trump, to follow up, you would be 82 at the end of your second term. What do you say to voters who have concerns about your capabilities to serve?
Well, I took 2 tests, cognitive tests. I aced them, both of them, as you know. We made it public. He took none. I'd like to.
The reason that Joe Biden's laughing is because the cognitive test is a joke, and I'm sure all of you guys know that. We can look into that after. I'll add it to the notepad. We'll look into the cognitive test that he took, that he's bragging about taking and
see him take
really?
Just one, a real easy one. I go through the first 5 questions. He couldn't do it. But I took 2 cognitive tests. I took physical exams every year. And, you know, we knock on wood wherever we may have wood, that I'm in very good health. I just won 2 club championships, not even senior, 2 regular club championships. To do that, you have to be quite smart, and you have to be able to hit the ball a long way. And I do it. He doesn't do it. He can't hit a ball 50 yards. He challenged me to a golf match. He can't hit a ball 50 yards.
Then fucking face him in the golf match. Put gloves on, boys. Come to the WCW, where we will put on an actual spectacle. We will put on a fair and equal performance for each of you guys to go in and hit each other in a squared circle with fucking, steel chairs and all that shit. Do any of this shit, please. That would be the whole world would watch Joe Biden versus Donald Trump in golf. And I would love to see either one, like, even if Trump decimates Biden, I want to see it. I want to see it.
I think I'm in very good shape. I feel that I'm as in good a shape as I was 25, 30 years ago. Actually, I'm probably a little bit lighter, but I'm in as good a shape as I was years ago. I feel very good. I feel the same. But I was willing to take a cognitive test. And you know what? If I didn't do well, I aced them. Dr. Ronnie Jackson, who's a great guy when he was White House doctor. And then I took another one, a similar one. And one of them said they've never seen anybody ace him.
Thank you. President Biden?
You can see he is 6'5" and only 223 pounds, or 235 pounds. Well, you said 6'4", 200. Oh, that's it. Anyway, just take a look at what he says he is, and take a look at what he is. Look, I'd be happy to have a driving contest with him. The reason I got my handicap, which when I was vice president, down to a 6. But by the way, I told you before, I'm happy to play golf if you carry your own bag. Think you can do it?
That's the biggest lie. He's a 6 handicap of all.
I was an 8 handicap.
Yeah.
8. But I have, how many?
I've seen you swing. I know you swing.
Let's
not act like children.
President Trump, we're going to
Let's not act like children.
You are
to
a
a
child.
specific concern that voters have about you. Will you pledge tonight that once all legal challenges have been exhausted, that you will accept the results of this election, regardless of who wins, and you will say right now that political violence in any form is unacceptable?
Well, I shouldn't have to say that, but of course I believe that. It's totally unacceptable. And if you would see my statements that I made on Twitter at the time, and also my statement that I made in the Rose Garden, you would say it's one of the strongest statements you've ever seen. In addition to the speech I made in front of, I believe, the largest crowd I've ever spoken to, and I will tell you, nobody ever talks about that. They talk about a relatively small number of people that went to the Capitol, and in many cases were ushered in by the police. And as Nancy Pelosi said, it was her responsibility, not mine. She said that loud and clear. But the answer is, if the election is fair, free, and I want that more than anybody. And I'll tell you something. I wish he was a great president, because I wouldn't be here right now. I'd be at one of my many places enjoying myself. I wouldn't be under indictment because I wouldn't have been his political opponent, because he indicted me because I was his opponent. I wish he was a great president. I would rather have that. I wouldn't be here. I don't mind being here. But the only reason I'm here is he's so bad as a president that I'm going to make America great again. We're going to make America great again. We're a failing nation right now. We're a seriously failing nation. And we're a failing nation because of him. His policies are so bad. His military policies are insane. They're insane. These are wars that will never end with him. He will drive us into World War III, and we're closer to World War III than anybody can imagine. We are very, very close to World War III, and he's driving us there. And Kim Jong-un and President Xi of China, Kim Jong-un of North Korea, all of these, Putin, they don't respect him. They don't fear him. They have nothing going with this gentleman, and he's going to drive us into World War III.
We're in World War III. Let him follow and win, and let Putin say, do what you want, NATO. Just do what you want. There's a thing called Article 5. An attack on one is an attack on all, and required response. The idea, I can't think of a single major leader in the world who wouldn't trade places with the job I've done and what they've done. Because we are a powerful nation. We have wonderful people. It's because of the people, not me. It's because of the American people. They're capable of anything, and they step up when they're needed. And right now, we're needed. We're needed
these
to
are
protect
bars.
the world because our own safety is at stake. And again, you want to have a war, just let Putin go ahead and take Kyiv, make sure they move on, see what happens in Poland, Hungary, and other places along that border. Then you have a war.
President Trump, as I come back to you for a follow-up, the question was, will
Biden's awake now. I could see it in his eyes when he was answering that.
you accept the results of this election?
He finally woke
regardless
up.
of who wins?
Just to finish what he said.
He won't answer a single fucking question. He'll never answer one single question you ask him. And then at the end of his time, they're going to say, you have 38 seconds left. Do you want to answer the fucking question or not? And he won't.
They took a lot of land from Bush. They took a lot of land from Obama and Biden. They took no land, nothing from Trump, nothing. He knew not to do it. He's not going to play games with me. He knew that. I got along with him very well, but he knew not to play games. He took nothing from me. But now he's going to take the whole thing from this man right here. That's a war that should have never started. It would have never started ever with me. And he's going to take Ukraine. And, you know, you asked me a question before, would you do this? He's got us in such a bad position right now with Ukraine and Russia, because Ukraine's not winning that war.
They're not losing it either.
Such time. They're running out of people. They're running out of soldiers. They've lost so many people. It's so sad. They've lost so many people, and they've lost those gorgeous cities with the golden domes that are 1,000 years old, all because of him and stupid decisions. Russia would have never attacked if I were
President
president.
Trump, the question was, will you accept the results of the election?
Yeah, thank you.
Yes or no, please.
Pre-watched it.
If it's a fair and legal and good election, absolutely.
But they will never be a fair and legal, and yeah, they never are with you.
Rather accepted these, but the fraud and everything else was ridiculous. And if you want, we'll have a news conference on it in a week. or we'll have another one of these in a week.
You always say that. You always say we have all the evidence. We're going to release in a week, 1 week.
There's nothing I'd rather do. It would be much easier for me to do that than I'm running again. I wasn't really going to run until I saw the horrible job he did. He's destroying our country. I would be very happy to be someplace else, in a nice location someplace. And again, no indictments, no political opponent stuff, because it's the only way he thinks he can win. But unfortunately, it's driven up my numbers and driven them up to a very high level because the people understand it.
Well, let's see what your numbers are when this election is over. Let's see. You're a whiner. When you lost the first time, you continued, you appealed and appealed to courts all across the country. Not one single court in America
the man's awake.
said any of your claims had any merit, state or local, none. But you continue to provoke this lie about somehow there's all this misrepresentation, all this stealing. There is no evidence of that at all. And I tell you what, I doubt whether you'll accept it because you're such a whiner. The idea, if you lose again, you accepting anything, you can't stand the loss. Something snapped in you when you lost the last time.
Ooh, get him.
Back with more.
No, grill him.
Debate live from Georgia.
Aw, fuck, dude. Biden's going to sleep during the ad break. We're fucked.
In the morning,
We're almost through it, ladies and gents. We're almost through.
As predetermined by a coin toss, we're going to begin with you, President Biden. You have 2 minutes.
Closing statements?
We've made significant progress from the debacle that was left by President Trump in his last term. We find ourselves in a situation where, number one, we have to make sure that we have a fair tax system. I ask anyone out there in the audience, or anyone out watching this debate, do you think the tax system is fair? The fact is that I said nobody even making under $400,000 had a single penny increase in their taxes, and will not. And if I'm reelected, that will be the case again. But this guy has increased your taxes because of the deficit, number one. He's increased inflation because of the debacle he left after the way he handled the pandemic. And he finds himself in a position where he now wants to tax you more by putting a 10% tariff on everything that comes into the United States of America. What I did, for example, he wants to get rid of the ability of Medicare for us to be able to negotiate drug prices with the big pharma companies. Well, guess what? We got it down to $35 for insulin instead of $400. No more than $2,000 for every senior, no matter how much prescription they need. You know what that did? That reduced the federal debt by $160 billion over 10 years because the government doesn't have to pay the exorbitant prices. I'm going to make that available to every senior all along, it's happening now, and everybody in America. He wants to get rid of that. I'm going to make sure that we have child care. We're going to significantly increase the credits people have for child care. I'm going to make sure we do something about what we're doing on lead pipes and all the things that are causing health problems for people across the country. We're going to continue to fight to bring down inflation and give people a break.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump, you now have 2 minutes for your closing statement.
Like so many politicians, this man is just a complainer. He said, we want to do this, we want to do that, we want to get rid of this tax, that tax. But he doesn't do anything. All he does is make our country unsafe by allowing...
He hasn't increased the taxes for people making under $400K.
Millions and millions of people to pour in. Our military doesn't respect him. We look like fools in Afghanistan. We didn't stop Israel. It was such a horrible thing that would have never happened.
Okay, no, you're full of shit for...
And it should have...
Yeah, the Israel thing was going to happen regardless. I doubt Hamas is too informed on U.S. policy whenever they make their decisions.
Never happened. Iran was broke. Anybody that did business with Iran, including China, they couldn't do business with the United States. They all passed. Iran was broke. They had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah, for terror, no money whatsoever. Again, Ukraine should have never happened. He talks about all this stuff, but he didn't do it. For 3.5 years, we're living in hell. We have the Palestinians and we have everybody else rioting all over the place. You talk about Charlottesville. This is 100 times Charlottesville, 1,000 times. The whole country is exploding because of you. Because they don't respect you, and they have to respect their president, and they don't respect you throughout the world. What we did was incredible. We rebuilt the military. We got the largest tax cut in history, the largest regulation.
We're also rebuilding the military by supplying Ukraine with all of our old military shit, thus giving us a vacancy in military shit, which we get to rebuild bigger and better than ever, bigly, as you would say.
Cut in history. The reason he's got jobs is because I cut the regulations that gave jobs, but he's putting a lot of those regulations back on. All of the things that we've done, nobody's never seen anything like. Even from a medical standpoint, right to try, where we can try space-age materials instead of going to Asia or going to Europe and trying to get when you're terminally ill. Now you can go and you can get something. You sign a document. They've been trying to get it for 42 years.
What?
But you know what we
get
did
what?
The military was incredible.
Space dried material?
Choice for our soldiers, where our soldiers, instead of waiting for 3 months to see a doctor, can go out and get themselves fixed up and readied up and take care of themselves, and they're living. And that's why I had the highest approval rating in the history of the VA.
I don't want to misrepresent him. What the fuck did he say?
Nation, but it's not going to be failing anymore. We're going to make it great again.
All right.
Thank you, former President Trump, President
Good job.
Biden. Stay with us because we have
don't die
of this debate. Anderson Cooper and Aaron Burnett starts now on CNN.
Oh, we got
fucking say that, dude. Holy
They're like, don't fucking die, dog.
The first presidential debate of the 2024 election season is
Oh my
in
God,
the
dude,
books,
what?
as you witnessed
They
President
said
Biden.
that?
Opening this
Stay
debate,
with us,
continuing with a very
President
shaky
Biden.
Voice, a raspy voice that we have learned from advisors close to him that apparently he's had a cold for the past several days. But he also had a number of wandering answers during this debate. He had a number of facts and accomplishments that he wanted to tout.
Also
but I think
true.
His voice and sometimes was distracting.
Yeah, he was a little retarded
President
for sure.
Trump, offered repeated lies and exaggerations, but then President Biden failed to fact-check Trump most of the time. We've got our entire panel here tonight to discuss what we witnessed. John Dickerson, I'll start with you.
For the majority of Americans who don't want this choice, the debate met those expectations. Correctly, what we heard about President Biden is people who know him said, when he was underestimated in the 2020 campaign, people said, look to his convention speech, and he exceeded expectations. They said, look to his State of the Union addresses when he exceeded expectations. On the debate stage, he came in well under expectations, both as a matter of performance and as arguing for why his vision for the future is better. As you mentioned, Donald Trump gave fantastical, delusional answers.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
On Charlottesville, on what he said about the theft of the last election. And that matters because he's trying to convince people who saw things with their own eyes that what they saw was not so. And part of being president is seeing things clearly. So how the voters will make something of this, I'm not sure. But for President Biden, who had the behavioral challenge tonight, that's the theatrical challenge.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd say Biden had a really bad showing. Trump did the fucking predictable hits that you would imagine. Actually, not even. I would say he did it less predictable. I would say that if I was betting on Trump, I would say that Trump would have attacked him a lot more, which didn't seem to happen. Biden provided more true facts than Trump did. Trump looked a lot better, but he said essentially nothing the whole time. We're going to make America great again. This guy's letting killers, rapists in the country with the border. If I was president, these things geopolitically would have never happened. He doesn't fire anybody. Like, he just kind of did the whole hits thing. Biden looked like shit, but provided some actual context. We looked into some stuff that we learned about.
It's a clown show.
We got to learn about super predators. Hold on.
I think both sides did really great. Go team, go.
Good job, dude. Hey, man, I love the energy you're putting out. How the media created a super predator myth. Now, this is NBC, so we should probably look at something else. Okay,
On that note, I gotta go, guys. I love you. Good night.
Yo, I love you, dude.
Hell yeah. Go America.
Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. Go USA. 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 25 years ago this month, the word super predator spread in the media like wildfire, shaping criminal justice policy for decades. Okay. He called them super predators. Donald trusted citizens to final debate with Joe Biden. He said that. He said it. Super predators. I never ever said what he accused me of saying. All right. From the moment the term was born 25 years ago this month, super predator had a game-changing potency derived in part from the avalanche of media coverage that began almost immediately. It was a word that was consistently in my orbit, said Steve Drizzen, a Chicago lawyer who defended teenagers in the 1990s. It had a profound effect on the way in which judges and prosecutors viewed my clients. An academic named John J. Jr. coined the term for a November 95 cover story in the Weekly Standard, a brand new magazine of conservative political opinion that hit pay dirt with the provocative cover line, "The Coming of the Super Predators." All right. Then a young professor at Princeton. Hold on, I'm gonna scan this. Hold on. Oh wait. Fucking John J. fucking Jr. was extrapolating from a study of Philadelphia boys that calculated that 6% of them accounted for more than half the serious crimes committed by the whole cohort. He blamed these chronic offenders on moral poverty of being without loving, capable, responsible adults who teach you right from wrong. John J. Jr. warned that by the year 2000, an additional 30,000 young murderers, rapists, and muggers would be roaming America's streets, sowing mayhem. They place zero value on the lives of their victims, who they reflexively dehumanize as just so much worthless white trash, he wrote. But who was doing the dehumanizing? Just a few years before, the news media had introduced the terms wilding and wolfpack. I think we can blame Wolfpack on the WCW NWO Red Wolfpack to the national vocabulary to describe 5 teenagers, 4 black and 1 Hispanic, who were convicted and later exonerated of the rape of a woman in New York Central Park. This kind of animal imagery was already in the conversation, said Kim Taylor Thompson, a law professor at New York University. The super predator language began a process of allowing us to suspend our feelings of empathy towards people of color. That's kind of what you would do with a word like super predator. The super predator theory, besides being a racist trope, was not born out of crime statistics. Juvenile arrests for murder and juvenile crime generally had already started falling when John J. Jr.'s article was published. By 2000, when tens of thousands more children were suspected of being out there, were supposed to be out there mugging and killing, juvenile murder arrests had fallen by 2/3. But did Joe Biden call these motherfuckers super predators? How did it spread? Hold on. Separate Google. I wonder if this is all leading to the fact that because of this one guy, John J. Jr., it eventually became like a cultural thing that Biden did say. Okay, no, Biden did not call black people super predators. All right, I stand corrected. I thought he actually did say that shit. Did I see Jill Biden's outro, though? No. Can you share me a clip? All right, Hillary Clinton, not Joe Biden, used the term super predator in the 1990s. Let's see. This is Reuters. 98 footage. In one clip, Biden says there's about 100,000 of them who are predators. 100,000 of the kids you read about in the front page of the newspaper every day. The clip includes 3 different cuts from the original video. Okay, all right, hold on. Let's back up a little bit. Examples can be seen here and here. All right.
Billionaire in America. None.
We have Jesse
And
Ventura.
I'll tell you why.
It all comes back to pro wrestling.
There's nobody that works hard enough to earn $1 billion.
True.
And my argument is this. The 2 jobs I did in my life that were physically the most demanding and mentally the most difficult that I ever did.
Paid the worst.
Paid me the least amount of money. One was going through buds. And I challenge any billionaire to put up with 6 weeks of that shit at $62 every 2 weeks, you know? And the second was right before I went in the Navy. I had a job with the Minnesota Highway Department.
Where's this about super predators?
Minimum wage.
What's this have to do with?
I worked for the bridge crew, and you know what my job was? I worked a 4-day work week, 10 hours a day, so I could have Friday, Saturday, Sunday for the weekend. You're 18, of course you're going to do that. But I worked 40 hours in 4 days on the bridge crew, and guess what I did? Ran the 80-pound jackhammer.
Where is this going?
I challenge any billionaire to run the jackhammer for 40 hours 1 week and tell me he works harder than that. No, he doesn't.
So I bet this didn't pull up the right clip.
There should not
I bet this is my
in the world.
This is my fucking. That's my algorithm. Let's see. While he does use the word predator, he does not say super predator. And that was supposed to be an example. Let's see the other example. The content isn't available. So it probably just fed me something from my own algorithm, which would be Jesse Ventura, a wrestler, talking about some libtard shit. Okay. The original video is from an attorney's general conference speech on March 13th. At least we get a description of it. Visible on C-SPAN here, with the quote starting at 1:28:15. Okay, let's see if we can get it here. We're going to wait for that to play. When talking about predators, Biden is not specifically talking about the African American community. I am still streaming. Can you not see me? Am I not streaming? Yes, I'm still streaming.
Yeah, you are.
All right, what do you make me buffalo chickies? You have to come over for buffalo chickies, dude. They're fucking delish. Not gonna lie. No, you just said a slur. What did I say? What did I say? What did I say? Libtard? Yeah, what's some libtard shit? What did I say aside from libtard? Did I say a slur, Scott? Did I bust?
Think so.
Did I say the hard R?
I don't know. I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
You answered every question. You knew all the facts.
To be fair, Jill.
Such a great job. You answered every question. You knew all the facts.
He. Oh wait, what else did she say? Hold on.
And let me ask the crowd, what did Trump do? Why?
You know what? That probably wasn't even planned. She probably just said, "What did Trump do?" And they probably all said lie, because he did lie a lot. You know what? Biden's performance was terrible, but I called this after the first ad break. I said, you know, he actually did give substantial answers. He did give good answers. Did they sound like they were coming on the wind of from the mouth of a dying man? Yes, they did sound like that. And does that make the interpretation of them lesser? Probably. I mean, if I was a Trump supporter watching Biden's performance tonight, it doesn't matter how many right answers he gave, because I have the narrative. First off, I'm surprised that he's not drugged up as the narrative told me that he would be. But then I also have the narrative of he's like a sleepy old guy that's about to die, and he definitely fulfilled on that end. Let's see. Biden says at 1:28:15. Let's at least see if we can agree in general terms of numbers here. There's a couple of million kids out there that are at risk. There's about 600,000 of them that have been convicted of a crime, been in the system of a nonviolent crime, and been convicted of a crime for the first time. Then he adds, there's about 100,000 of them, if you want to be rhetorically extreme about it, who are the predators. That's probably a fair statement. I don't want to be a dickhead. But if there's like, if we're talking about, are we talking about the population of America? Do we think that there are less than 100,000 crazies in America that are predators? Is that what we think? Do we think there's 900? Do we think there's 99,999 predators, or do we think there's probably like more than that? That's probably a fair statement. What do you think, Scott? How many?
Say again now.
So what Biden is saying, and I need to know the context, is he talking about like black people in New York? That might even still be fair. Hold on. I'm going to reduce this to what I think the most conservative numbers would be. So like population of New York. Population New York. It's 8.336 million. So even if we round down to 8 million, if there's 8 million random spawns, do you think that there are 100,000 of them with bad intent? Or do you think there are less than that? Or do you think there are more than that? Are you with me? Are you live?
Yeah.
If there's 8 million people, how many of those people do you think are shitheads? In the worst possible sense that you could think of a shithead. What percentage of that 8 million do you think would be shitheads? Scott died. We lost him.
You what?
Are you
I'm sorry. I'm pretty
No, bro, you're good. You're good. I'm just saying, like, I think that this is in reference to the city of New York. And I think that if you make a statement about like 600,000 people of African American like ethnicity that have been convicted of a crime, you could probably say 1 in 6 of them, 1 in 6 of the 600,000, if they actually committed a violent crime, you could probably easily say. Now I feel bad. Now I feel like I'm making a fucking story. But if we're talking about the state of New York, I mean, there's 8 million people. I feel like if we're talking about one specific community, these are low estimates. And yeah, I think calling somebody that does a violent crime a predator is probably fair. All right, 93 footage in the 93 crime bill. I feel like the 93 crime bill I hear about a lot. All right, so Biden says unless we do something about the shit ton of young people, I'm paraphrasing, tens of thousands of them born out of wedlock without parents, without supervision, without any structure, without any conscious developing, a portion of them will become predators 15 years from now. And Madam President, we have predators on our streets. We are beyond the pale. Many of those people, we have no choice but to take them out of society. This clip includes 4 different cuts of the original video. The original video is from November 93, where Biden was speaking on the Senate floor in support of the Violent Crime Control and Enforcement Act. Here, that's him speaking. It's not the act. The bill is criticized for leading to the mass incarceration of black Americans. I feel like this is true and measurable. More information about this can be found in the Brookings Institute analysis here. Let's look. Did the 94 crime bill cause mass incarceration? Fuck me, dude. I have to zoom in even more on this bullshit. Oh my god. Okay, the Violent Crime Control and Law Enforcement Act of 94, commonly known as the Crime Bill, was sponsored by Joe Biden 26 years ago. It was often blamed for extending tough on crime policies that overly criminalize black Americans. Is this narrative warranted? The issue is complicated, but we do our best to make some sense of it. Although the 2020 Democratic, it did not dwell on the more controversial parts of the crime bill. Hold on. Okay, so a congressional Black Caucus chair, Karen Bass, who was under consideration as the running mate, responded with a shrewd history lesson. Although Bass reported that she would have opposed the bill if she had been in Congress at the time, she said, "I understand very well why elected officials did what they did, because the masses of the people in these communities were demanding it." So that's true, and I do know that there are numbers that are saying, like, if we were to go back to 1994 and we were to look at the communities that were in favor of the 94 crime bill that Biden is so often demonized over, you will not only see an overall majority consensus among white people, you will also see an overall majority consensus with black voters at the time as well, because the crime was apparent and they thought they needed to do something, and everybody was in support of this bill. Again, this is one of those things where you're making a decision, and yeah, this sucks, dude. Like, it sucks, but this is one of those times where you're making a decision where you have a problem. You don't exactly know how to solve it, but you have to make a decision. So you make a decision, and then from that point on, you look back on the decision that you made, and you can see all the flaws of the decision, right? And I think that's kind of exemplified here. About to hire a hooker to go and shut you up, Jake? I don't think you could shut me up, because I low-key give a shit about knowing what the fuck people are talking about. If somebody's going to tell me a bullshit statement, I want to be able to know it's bullshit. If it's actually going to be a factual statement, I want to be able to back that up. So I love doing this shit. I'm fucking factually autistic, I think. I need to know. Okay? Okay, so what's the other stuff we have on the notepad here? We have most extensive climate change initiative in history. That sounds like something that Trump claimed, but let's just see. Maybe that's something Biden did. I don't know. We'll find out. I don't remember who made this claim. Let's just put it in here. Let's see what it says. Probably have to put USA because we probably don't do shit in that regard. Okay, the Inflation Reduction Act was a reconciliation bill that was the largest investment in climate change mitigation in U.S. history to date, setting out provisions to invest in increasing renewable energy and electrifying areas of the U.S. economy. So that's a point for Biden there. Unfortunately, can only.
I'm just kidding. I don't know if I'm voting.
So Biden said that he called for the most extensive climate change initiative in history, and as far as America is concerned, that is true. We're almost done, Sin. Relax. They're gonna suffocate him with buffalo chickies, guys. Don't worry. You have to be here to do that. What do you not understand? Trump inherited people versus Trump firing his hired people. This is something. So he said he inherited a bunch of people that he had to fire that did a terrible job. How many Trump appointed how many Trump appointed people were fired? I'll teleport so quick, it'll be the highlight of the stream. That would be insane if you did that. If you're just like, boom, we would end the stream and make chicken nuggets, probably. You haven't done it yet. Okay, tracking turnover in the Trump administration, list of Trump administration missiles and resignations. Let's do Wikipedia first. But that's not all? Wait, what else? What else are you going to do? What other highlights? Okay, many political appointees of Donald Trump, the 45th president of the United States, resigned or were dismissed. Multiple publications have called attention to the record-setting turnover rate in the first year of the Trump administration. Several Trump appointees, including National Security Advisor Michael Flynn. This is a guy I wanted to mention, but I forgot his name. White House Chief of Staff Reese Priebus. Never read this guy's name before now. White House Communications Director Anthony Scaramucci. And Secretary of Health and Human Services Tom Price had the shortest service tenures in the history of their respective offices. So not only does it sound like, did Trump have more? Let's see what the turnover rate was. Hold on. Oh, no, they're just giving us the actual definition of what turnover means in case we're too dumb to know. I wanted to know the actual turnover rate of this administration. But not only did he have probably the highest turnover rate ever, he also, by firing or dismissing or by people resigning out of their their free will, set shortest service tenures in the history of their respective offices. I think that should be notable. Trump justified the instability, saying we have acting people. The reason they are acting is because I'm saying how I like them, and I'm liking a lot of them very, very much. There are people who have done a bad job, and I let them go. If you call that turmoil, I don't call that turmoil. I call that is being smart. I call that is being smart. This is a quote. I call that is being smart. That's what we do.
I say that is being smart.
What they do is being smart, they say. We'd start stream again as I've got you choking on chickies. What the fuck, dude? How did you know I'm into choking on buffalo chicken tenders? You better stay out of my head right now.
Chicken nuggies, chicky tuggies.
I wish Danger was still here. What the fuck were they called? Spicy. Fuck, hold on. Give it to me. Hold on. Spicy chunky chicken screaming creamers. Yes.
She's
spicy.
Gonna show you a chicken neck.
Spicy chunky chicken screaming creamers, dude. That's the product. That's the product we're developing.
Chicken necks.
Okay, so it looks like Trump probably fired the equal or more amount of people that he inherited, just based on what I'm reading. Even if it's like even if it's including inherited people, he's fired more people. So cognitive test questions. I did pull this up. And some of them did seem kind of like I don't know, not as easy as what I had heard. Cognitive test, Trump. Let's see. All right, so here's the hard cognitive test. We're going to look at this. And then this is the last thing that we got to cover. So, read list of words. Subject must repeat them. Do 2 trials, even if first trial is successful. Do a recall after 5 minutes. So, they have to, they must repeat the words face, velvet, church, daisy, and red. This is the extremely difficult cognitive test that Trump was describing. Okay, so if he passed that, then he would get this one. Attention, read list of digits, 1 digit per second. Subject has to repeat them in the forward order. 2, 1, 8, 5, 4. So Trump would then have to say to you, 2, 1, 8, 5, 4. And then we're going to switch it up on him. We're going to throw him a little curveball here on this next one. So now the subject has to repeat these in backwards order. So I would tell Trump, you need to repeat these in the backwards order. And I would say 7, 4, 2. And then Trump would say 2, 4, 7. I closed my eyes and looked away so that I couldn't possibly be told that that was hard and that I had a cheat sheet. Okay, now we're going to read a list of letters. The subject must tap his hand at each letter A. So no points if he has more or equal to 2 errors. So if he fucks this up twice, he loses the whole segment. Okay? So chat, Feel free to follow along with me. What you would do here is you would close your eyes and you would tap your finger on your desk every time I said A, and if you miss it twice, you're a fucking retard, okay? So here we go. F, B, A, C, M, N, A, J, K, L, B, A, F, A, K, D, E, A, J, A, M, O, F, A, B. And if you had 2 or more errors, if I threw you off when I said J or K or J a second time, and you missed any of the multiple A's, then you have 0 brain cells in your head, okay? And if you're bragging about being able to not have 2 errors during this, then you also have 0 brain cells in your head. All right, I'm sorry, but it's true. I have to speak the truth. All right. Serial 7 subtraction starting at 100. Oh, fuck. I have to look up. I think I already kind of saw the answers, but we'll dwindle a minute, and I've had some drinks. So what I need to be able to do now is minus 7 from 100, like 5 times, I think. So 7 from 100 would be 93. 7 from 93 would be 86. Someone fact check me. 7 from 86 would be what, 79? 7 from that would be 72. I think I got these wrong. Now I feel like I can't be president. 7 away from 72 would be 65. Oh, no, I fucking nailed it, okay? All right, it's 93, 86, 79, 72, 65, okay? All right, I can't be president. Language. And I'm actually trying to cut this off so I don't see any fucking early things. So you guys can't be like, oh, you cheated it and Trump is a genius. All right, repeat. I only know that, okay, I have to repeat. I only know that John is the one to help today. I only know that John is the one to help today. I only know that John is the one to help today. Repeat this. The cat always hid under the couch when dogs were in the room. The couch always hid under the couch when the dogs were in the room. The couch always hid under the couch. Wait, I fucked up. I said the couch. The cat always hid under the couch when the dogs were in the room. Okay, maybe this is hard. Maybe I can't be president. Oh no, I touched my eyes and it made my vision blurry and now I can't see good. Dude, an ASVAB test, they would never make it, dude. They would never make it. Fluency. Name the maximum number of words in 1 minute that begin with the letter F. Oh shit, dude. I immediately want to go to the bad F word. Fat, fart, face, farce, the flatulence, fluency, fellatio, flagrancy, flatitude. I made that one up.
Philadelphia.
Yeah, dude. All right. Okay. So if you got under 11 words in 1 minute, I think I did close to 11, then you have no brain cells. Abstraction. Similarity between an orange minus... Wait, hold on. Similarity. Example... Orange minus banana equal... What? Fruit? Oh, okay. So here's what they're telling you is the formula. Orange minus banana equal fruit. Which is like if you take away, I guess, the specific what we're talking about, what is it on a base level is fruit. So train minus bicycle would be transportation. Watch minus ruler would be measurement. Do you follow? I think you fucking follow. There's no way you don't follow. All right, delayed recall. We're coming back. This is the point where we say, hey, do you remember the words we made you talk about? Do you remember the 5 words at the beginning? And then at this point, Trump would have to tell you face, velvet, church, daisy, red. So, okay, so if orange, basically what you're doing is like, you're making an equation. Okay, so you're making a weird abstract equation where you go something minus itself equals what it is at its base form, right? You go orange minus banana equal fruit. So what they tell you is, I'm going to ask you what you think of this word abstraction. And here's the formula that I want you to think about it in. So if I were to say orange minus banana equal fruit, then what is train minus bicycle? Which my answer would be transportation, and I think that maps on 100%. The next one would be, what is watch minus ruler? Then I would say, if I thought about it for 2 seconds, I would say measurement instrument. So that maps on 100%. Okay? These are not hard tests at all. Then we do the delayed recall. You recall the 5 words. And then we do orientation. We ask you what the date is, what the month, the year, the day, the place, and the city is. This is a fucking not hard test. The whole reason that we went through this is that Trump, in the previous debate that we just watched, bragged about passing this test, and then he challenged Biden to this test, which, to be fair, Biden might fail this test. I failed 20 questions ago. This is not a hard test. And here's the thing is, I'm not even trained to give you this test. I bet the person that gives you this test is trained to do it in a much better way. They probably repeat Face Velvet Church Daisy right a couple of times, and then they ask you to do it, and then they probably tell you, now pay attention because I'm going to ask you in 5 minutes what these words are. I bet they're super trained to make this a lot easier. This is not a hard thing. That's the whole point. That's all my notes I have. We've been over the debate. I think Trump had a stronger showing, but essentially gave nothing of substantive value to the questions that he was asked. You know what? No. I have to change. I have to say Trump answered the first question that he was asked. And then every single question after that, he referred back to what Biden had said in his answer to the previous question and then piggybacked off of that. So Trump's good showing, it could be seen good by conservatives because he fucking didn't sound like he was about to die at any point. But if they were actually watching it I guess objectively and not subjectively, then they would see that he never answered a single question aside from the first one. Biden he lost it once, and I think a lot of people that may have been on the fence for Biden independently very possibly checked out when he lost what he was saying that first time. That's fair. That's totally fair. But then following that,
litmus test, isn't it?
What, the thing that I'm looking at?
This. No. I'm talking about the debate and all that shit.
Well, the debate is meant to sway anybody that's not already decided. And if we're going to sit here and pretend that people are not already decided...
Yeah, but really, it's a litmus test.
Kind of, sort of. And I think nobody passed. Even if Biden gave factual answers and he gave you, the thing is, you're speaking in public, bro. You're not speaking from a deathbed. So the fact that you sound like you're speaking from a deathbed is going to automatically undercut anything that you actually say. Whereas with Trump not speaking from a deathbed, having a little bit more energy, not attacking Biden. Dude, Biden attacked Trump more than Trump attacked Biden. That's crazy to me. Trump's fucking debate playbook is fucking Ted Cruz, your wife is a dog. Jeb Bush, you're fucking dumb. That's his whole thing, and people are like, "Oh shit, I didn't even know you could do that in a debate." And then they're like, "You make a decision based on emotional response." Trump didn't do that. Trump just essentially played the hits because I bet Trump feels the pressure of the debate. He probably thought Biden was going to decimate him. He probably and I would have to say he got lucky that Biden just couldn't talk or whatever. Biden's answers were good, even if they sounded bad. Yeah, I think Trump actually thought Biden was going to be more into, so he prepared. So when Trump prepares, What he does is he gets like 5 or 6 talking points together and figures out how to tie that to every question. And not even every question that was asked 1 question ago, he figures out how to tie the 5 or 6 talking points to all of those. And he did that very well. It was all border stuff, worst president of all time. I did more for veterans. This guy's not good at veterans. And all of these things were like very easily debunked. Like, that's the scary, shitty thing, is that Trump did bad. This is a bad Trump performance. Nobody will admit this, but Trump's debate. Let's look at Trump debate highlights real quick. This is how Trump wins debates. Okay. I don't. Fuck. They're showing us all. Let me go 2020. Or no, 2016, sorry. 2016, I think, was the best Trump. Give me 2016 Trump. All right, here we go. I'm going to piss real quick, and I'll be right back. This was the best Trump.
I was against it once it was finally negotiated and the terms were laid out. I wrote about that in...
You called it the gold standard.
I hope...
You called it the gold standard of trade deals. You said it's the finest deal you've ever seen.
No.
And then you heard what I said about it, and all of a sudden you were against it.
Well, Donald, I know you live in your own reality, but that is not the facts.
And look at her website. You know what? It's no different than this. She's telling us how to fight ISIS. Just go to her website. She tells you how to fight ISIS on her website. I don't think General Douglas MacArthur would like that too much.
The next segment, we're continuing the subject
at least I have a plan to fight ISIS.
No, you're telling the enemy everything you want to do.
No, we're not.
See, you're telling the enemy everything you want to do. No wonder you've been fighting. No wonder you've been fighting ISIS your entire adult life.
Well, go to the fact checkers. Get to work.
I will release my tax returns against my lawyer's wishes when she releases her 33,000 emails that have been deleted. As soon as she releases them, I will release my tax returns, and that's against my lawyers. They say don't do it.
Well, I think you've just seen another example of bait and switch here.
But so far, what I want to point out is all he's done is attack her, right? Like, he hasn't said anything about policy. He hasn't said it has any talking points. All of his shit is just to attack Hillary Clinton. That is his best debate strategy. If he would have just attacked Biden after attack after attack, he didn't do that. He tried to fucking make claims on the presidential run that he had that essentially did nothing but cut taxes for like super wealthy people. Yeah, that was it. He has nothing to stand on, so you can't debate on that. If you want to win, Trump, what you do is talk shit, because that is what the people that vote for you want to see you do. Period.
So you've got to ask yourself, why won't he release his tax returns? And I think there may be a couple of reasons. First, maybe he's not...
Because he's paid as low as $750 US at least 2 years in a row that I'm aware of on his fucking taxes. And then he may have paid some taxes some other years, but I know he's paid as little. Imagine being Donald Trump and paying $750 USD in your taxes.
Not as rich as he says he is. Second, maybe he's not as charitable as he claims to be. Or maybe he doesn't want the American people, all of you watching tonight, to know that he's paid nothing in federal taxes, because the only
$750 is not nothing, to be fair.
years that anybody's ever seen were a couple of years when he had to turn them over to state authorities when he was trying to get a casino license, and they showed he didn't pay any federal income tax. So he has a long record of engaging in racist behavior. And the birther lie was a very hurtful one. You know, Barack Obama is a man of great dignity, and I could tell how much it bothered him and annoyed him that this was being touted and used against him.
First of all, I got to watch, in preparing for this, some of your debates against Barack Obama. You treated him with terrible disrespect. And I watched the way you talk now about how lovely everything is and how wonderful you are. It doesn't work that way. So when you try to act holier than thou It really doesn't work. It really doesn't.
You had supported the war in Iraq before the invasion. What makes your judgment?
I did not support the war in Iraq.
2002.
That is a mainstream media nonsense put out by her because she, frankly, I think the best person in her campaign is mainstream media.
My question is, since you
would you like to
supported it,
hear?
why is your
I was against the war. Wait a minute. I was against the war in Iraq, just so you put it out.
The record shows otherwise.
The record
but why
does not show
why
that.
is your
The
judgment
record shows that I'm right.
Earlier this month, you said she doesn't have, quote, a presidential look. She's standing here right now. What did you mean by that?
She doesn't have the look. She doesn't have the stamina. I said she doesn't have the stamina. I don't believe she does have the stamina. To be president of this country, you need tremendous stamina.
Well, as soon as he travels to 112 countries and negotiates a peace deal, a ceasefire, a release of dissidents, an opening of new opportunities in nations around the world, or even spends 11 hours testifying in front of a congressional committee, he can talk to me about stamina.
The world.
But yeah, nice little barb there by the old Clinster there. But yeah, no, Trump, what he did wrong here is he didn't fucking attack Biden. That's fine. I'm good with that. But yeah, I'm curious to see how people react to this. Curious to see. I don't got nothing left. I'm good on this whole topic, I think. We Amazon rivered every bit of it, I think. We even figured out what a lame duck president means. I am curious to see if there's any coverage over here on the Destiny channel. I'm allowed to cover this now with new Twitch TOS. The Packable. You trying to play any games, Mace? We might close with a game if you're down or if you're tired. We don't have to.